Hey, Dr. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could please ask you to find your seats, and please find your cell phones. Please silence your cell phones so they do not disrupt today's wonderful symposium. I also have two brief programming announcements due to last-minute changes. Hello, I was in the hallway. We have two changes to the program. We'll repeat them later tonight. One is that a chair for today's session, Dr. Alan Millett, is unable to make it. And we also have, we won't have our friend from across the pond, James Holland, who was unable to make his travel arrangements. We have great plans in place for these last-minute changes. John McManus has agreed to fill in for a few of those slots that James was in, but sorry for that. These things happen. We were actually a lot more worried a week ago as to what was going to happen with travel, but we're fortunate that so many of our friends, including you all, made it here. So to kick off 1 minute behind, it's my pleasure to call up the Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Michael Bell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the pre-conference symposium, Special Forces, Special Operations in World War II. I'm Dr. Mike Bell, the museum's Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy here in New Orleans. This is our 12th year of offering the pre-conference symposium as an opportunity for those who have the interest and the time to make this wonderful weekend even longer and more enriching. Now, having seen how you all came through the doors this morning, I know everyone's excited. You all have become some of our most loyal supporters of the conference, symposia, our travel programs, and many other opportunities the museum is pleased to offer. Thank you very much. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge two World War II veterans with us today, Paul Hilliard, Norman Miller up front. Also give a round of thanks and appreciation to all our active duty military, vets of any era and their families. Thank you for what you've done for our country. And a quick shout out to our trustees and our Patriot Circle and Charter members. Without your support, none of this would be possible. So let's give them a round of applause as well. Now, as a special thank you to all of you for being here for our pre-conference symposium, it's my pleasure and distinct privilege to have you be the first to hear about an exciting new museum initiative that the Jenny Craig Institute is honored to advance. In recognition of the many important and engaging books published on the subject of World War II history each year, and as a way to recognize and reward those works and their authors, the museum will be presenting on an annual basis the National World War II Museum Book Awards. Now, those awards will recognize the most outstanding English language, nonfiction books in World War II history published each year. The awards are in two categories, the best book and the best debut book. The Museum Book Awards will help promote and shape the field of World War II historical research, expand its audience, and support authors in their scholarly endeavors. The best debut book in World War II history will recognize an excellent book on World War II from a first-time published author with a prize of $10,000. But wait, there's more. The Best Book in World War II History Award will recognize the top book on World War II of the year and carries a prize of $50,000. Now, each award category will have its own selection committee consisting of leading scholars in the field of World War II history who will review publisher-submitted nominees. The committees will look for work with scholarly merit, integrity of research, overall readability, originality, and consider how does it make a distinguished contribution to our understanding of World War II. The first awards will be for those books published in the 2026 calendar year, and they'll be announced early in 2027. It is our hope that the book awards connect the museum's audience of lifelong learners to the field of World War II historical research and a vast community of experts who continue to discover new stories from the war. Ultimately, the goal of the book awards is to encourage greater interest in and understanding of World War II history. Now, there will be more details given tonight, but we wanted you to be the very first to hear it. So look forward to that. Now, on to our program. The opening session of Special Forces and Special Operations in World War II Symposium has been selected as the General Raymond D. Mason Distinguished Lecture on World War II. The Mason Lecture Series is devoted to the legacy of America's largest war. Past speakers have included writers, scholars, distinguished members of the armed forces, and journalists. The lecture series is made possible by the generosity of the late Major General and Mrs. Raymond D. Mason, Jr., and the Raymond D. Mason Foundation. Mason served in the ETO during World War II in the 4th Armored Division of General George Patton's 3rd Army. And prior to retiring from the military in 1976, he held several high-ranking Pentagon positions. To give our Mason lecture is our best-selling author and friend of the museum, Patrick K. O'Donnell. Now, Patrick is a critically acclaimed military historian and one of the world's leading authorities on special operations forces and elite units. Patrick is the best-selling author of 14 books, recounting stories of America's wars from the Revolution to Iraq, including The Unvanquished, The Brenner Assignment, and Operatives, Spies, and Saboteurs. The last two books, having formed the basis of a special tour Patrick will be leading with our very own Dr. Nick Mueller next fall. Now, Patrick's most recent national award-winning books include The Indispensables and Washington's Immortals. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Patrick O'Donnell.
It's an honor to be here today, and it's so great to see many old friends from, France and elsewhere, as well as historian friends. For me, it's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to be able to listen and tell the stories of World War II veterans, which I started 35 years ago. And I've interviewed thousands of veterans in the elite units that are in this symposium only, and the men that they fought against. Began with the Airborne, 82nd, 101st, all the independent units, 509, 551st, 517, and then the Rangers. Last night we were talking about the Rangers' first action, Darby's Rangers' first action, where 50 American Rangers landed on Dieppe. Our first casualty, our first death was at Dieppe. I interviewed the surviving members of the Rangers from that raid. There were about 5 or 6, 7 men in the 90s. My arc of work is 14 books that begin with the American Revolution. I have 3 in that. It's all about special operations forces, irregular warfare that spans the Civil War leading up into World War I and World War II, Korean War, and the Battle of Fallujah, where I was a volunteer combat historian that fought with the Marine Corps in a special operations unit as well as the assault force that went into the city. For me, this is a very personal topic because it's about the men and women that imparted their stories and trusted me with their stories. What I will say after, over 3 decades of work in this topic, irregular warfare and special operations is part of American DNA, going back before this country was even founded. With Benjamin Church, for instance, marking ranging forces or rangers in 1570 to go against the Native Americans and combat their irregular warfare tactics. Much of this is based on combating Native Americans and developing tactics and doctrine to combat that. And what we find is there's a unique set of warfare that is developed. But it's very much like a sine curve. Once things are developed, they are then lost. They are developed and lost. In today's parlance, we are not a learning organization where we retain a lot of the doctrine. I think we're getting better, but it's still a problem. And let me go back, take you back in time to 1940, 1941, when the United States did not possess special operations forces. It was at this time that an agency, a unique one, maybe one of the most unique in American history, something called the Coordinator of Information was formed. This would become the Office of Strategic Services 1 year later. Under the leadership, the dynamic leadership of Colonel Wild Bill Donovan, he would look to build an organization overnight. The model for an OSS candidate was a PhD who could win a bar fight. And they found extraordinary individuals, some of the most extraordinary individuals I've ever met, that could win a bar fight as a PhD. And they would do that overseas, and they would prove to be an incredibly potent and as professionals later after the war. But in 1941, Donovan had an uphill road, and he would write directly to the President of the United States that we need, in 1940, that we need to bring back the old guard, the Rangers and the Scouts, men that could sow the dragon's teeth, that could wreak havoc on the enemy. He convinced FDR, but he had a problem. There were no examples or lessons learned in the 20th century to look at. Where does he go? Wild Bill Donovan looks back at our first modern war, the American Civil War, and he looks back at 3 groups: the Confederate Secret Service, Mosby's Rangers, and a very obscure group called the Jesse Scouts. And the Jesse Scouts are named the Jesse Scouts because of Jessie Fremont, the wife of John C. Fremont, the Pathfinder, who used scouts to explore the West But in 1861, they brought the Scouts back, and they were inspired by Mrs. Fremont, who it's been said was a better man than her husband, because she was a dynamic woman that was amazing, that could hold court, that could confront President Lincoln directly. The men admired her, and it was probably her idea for them to do something more dangerous than any other Scouts could do. That would be to wear a Confederate uniform behind enemy lines as Union Scouts. And that's exactly what these men did. And that's why many of them never came home. They received 7 medals of honor. Many of them they didn't receive. And it's a story, an epic story of men that led General Sheridan's armies and others to victory. At Appomattox, they are the ones that capture or seize General Lee's supply trains. One of the great untold stories of the Civil War is our war in Mexico. In 1861, France conquered Mexico, and there were about 40 to 50,000 French troops on the border in Mexico that were aiding the Confederacy. We did not want direct action. This becomes our first proxy war against a European power. The Jesse Scouts are sent in to arm the resistance, to create chaos. They act much like today's special operators. And tragically, many of these men never come home, including their commanding officer, Henry Young. They disappear, and the story is lost in time. Within that arc, though, these men fought against the South's most dangerous men. Mosby, John Singleton Mosby and his Rangers would pioneer a shadow warfare. Another layer, though, beyond that, were operations so sophisticated that they could easily be today, and that would be with the Confederate Secret Service. Another lost story. They invent information operations to influence the press, for instance, to convince the population, which is restless after hundreds of thousands of casualties, that there's a forever war. They have an insurrection, arguably one of the first insurrections that we see, stuff that we see today that is uncorked. And you also have political assassination and many other things. The Secret Service was way ahead of its time. And it would be Donovan that would form this nascent organization. And it was made up of really unique individuals. At its core was something that had never been done, which is a research and analysis branch where he would take the experts of the world, PhDs from the great universities of America that were experts on specific aspects of European or Asian history, and they would become analysts to take the data that was taken from the field and turn it into potentially actionable or strategic intelligence. And this group of individuals studied the Civil War and its operations to distill the lessons learned that could be incorporated into the OSS. And most importantly, within this organization were the formation of special operations forces, irregular forces that would directly conduct unconventional warfare, specifically arming guerrillas, training them, conducting sabotage, information operations, psychological operations. They had a research and analysis branch that did all the spy gadgets of a modern James Bond movie in Q's laboratory. And within this realm, overnight, this agency was forming. And it would be, the first branch of that would be something called the Special Activities Branch. They named it such because we were not at war at the time, and it had to be sort of an innocuous term. It becomes the Special Operations Branch. And within this branch, really incredible things begin to happen. I'm going to walk through a few of these examples. One, in December 1941, 6 Italian frogmen riding submersible vehicles would hit Alexandria Harbor and overnight would conduct an underwater Pearl Harbor, which would sink 2 British battleships. Instantly, there was an arms race to develop the technology that they had utilized, underwater rebreathers, to attack the British. The United States was the furthest behind, and they looked upon the OSS to come up with a solution. And it's here that something called part of the Special Operations Branch called the Maritime Authority is formed, which becomes the Maritime Unit. And overnight, practically, the technology is what forms the unit. And one of the most extraordinary individuals is a young PhD student, medical student, Christian Lambertson from the University of Pennsylvania. He'd been working on scuba or rebreathers for years, had taken a gas mask and a bicycle pump and developed one of the first rebreathers. And he perfected it over time. And it's this week, in 1942, if you go to the Omni Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C., the OSS needed to find a place to test the rebreather. And the Shoreham Hotel had the largest pool in Washington, D.C. And it was here that the rebreather is tested, and it's the birth of the precursor to the U.S. Navy SEALs. And it's here that Lambertson develops the dive tables that we now know to prevent the bends. They develop specialized equipment like swim fins, dive watches. They have motorized surfboards and mattresses that agents can go into behind the lines. And it's here that one of the first operatives from the Maritime Unit tests the rebreather, an extraordinary individual, Jack Taylor. And Taylor is 33 years old. He's an adventurer, but he's also an orthodontist. He joins the OSS, and this extraordinary individual tests the equipment, and Taylor is the perfect man for the job. He's joined as he goes overseas. He's one of the first Maritime Unit operatives to go overseas. They land in Cairo, which is an area that swarms with Axis spies, but also they operate in the Eastern Mediterranean. Picture the guns of Navarone, small boats. Taylor is delivering arms and supplies to the Greek resistance that the OSS is helping fomate and supply. They move to Italy, and it's here that the OSS conducts really an extraordinary rescue operation. There are a number of nurses, about 30, and a doctor that has crash landed in a C-46 behind the lines in Albania. And Taylor and a famous person, Sterling Hayden, who joins the OSS as a Marine, they go behind the lines and they rescue the nurses. It's a 2-part mission. I interviewed the individual that they sent in the second time with only a 357 Magnum and a letter from President Roosevelt. His name was Lloyd Smith. And I'll never forget, he put the pistol on the table when I interviewed him, and he said, "This was Sterling Hayden's pistol that I won in a poker game." And Smitty, as he was called, was also, this guy was extraordinary, but you'd never know it. After the war, he became an accountant, very mild-mannered, but we immediately hit it off because we were both Division I wrestlers at one point. And he rescued the nurses along with Taylor and Hayden. But Jack wasn't done. In fact, he wanted to be part of the deepest missions behind the lines that OSS had. And he's part of a mission to penetrate into Austria. And the OSS is very, very novel in their techniques and approaches. There are not enough individuals that know the terrain of Austria, that can speak the language. So they recruit what's known as deserter volunteers for the mission. And these are former German POWs that are brought into the mission. And they drop behind the lines in Austria to conduct intelligence. But the most vital and important aspect of any operation behind the lines is the radio. And the radio, it was never found. So this team was behind the lines, being hunted by the SS with no radio. And eventually they were rolled up a month later. And it's here that the men, and Taylor in particular, endure some of the most difficult experiences of World War II for an American. He's thrown into Mauthausen concentration camp and builds the crematorium brick by brick. He's on the death list every day, but through a friendly individual and other sources, he's able to evade that and is eventually liberated. But Jack Taylor doesn't go home, even though he went from about 180 pounds to 115 or 120 pounds. He's a walking skeleton. But he gathered war crimes evidence against the SS and eventually became a witness in the trials afterwards. That's one example of the OSS. Another example are the special operations groups, the OGs, and Dr. Mueller and I are leading a tour next year, the Brenner assignment, Shadow War in the Dolomites, the real Inglorious Bastards next year, which is sold out. And it's based on the mission that I'm going to tell you about now, which the first Inglorious Bastards, if you will, was a German operational group is what it was called. And there were 5 members of that group that were refugees from Nazi Germany. They had fled there. Most of their families would be executed in the camps, and they wanted to go back for, in some cases, vengeance, but at least to try to do something in the war. And their mission is complex in the sense that they literally actually split off from the German operational group, and they have their own missions, which is part of a book called They Dared Return. But this is some of the earliest special operations forces because they drop in by parachute to arm the resistance and conduct sabotage against bridges, vital installations like tunnels, and direct action against the Germans. They spread propaganda, they gather intelligence on the vital Brenner pass and the sub-passes leading up to it, and they begin to disable traffic in the Dolomite region that feed the Brenner. An entire zone, the Germans create a free zone because they were so effective in blowing up all the bridges that they literally abandon the area until they can bring on new troops. And those new troops are kind of an untold story, if you will. They're Cossacks from the steppes of Russia that are part of the SS, and they're very brutal to the population. Just one example of the OSS behind the lines, they capture, at the end, they force the capture of thousands of SS and Wehrmacht troops. And it's in the hands of really only one individual, probably the toughest OSS veteran I ever interviewed, Howard Chappell. And I told a little bit of the story last year on how Chappell never wanted to be interviewed. Most of the individuals, the men and women of the OSS, maintained their vows of silence. These are not individuals that would go on a reality show and to tell their story. They kept it buried. I arrived at an OSS reunion over 25 years ago and started to basically, they trusted me and imparted their stories, and Howard was an example of that, who had not told his story, who would always say to me, well, Pat, you got to come out to California, and it was kind of a blow-off line. I befriended his case officer, Albert Materazzi. His nickname was the Brain. He sent the missions behind the lines, and we would sit on evenings and afternoons and, just eat pasta and look through his old files from the OSS that he gathered from the National Archives. But it was hundreds and hundreds of documents to sort of uncover this history. And I finally got the brain to sort of triangulate my efforts with Howard. And I just went out to San Francisco, flew out there, and I said, Howard, I'd love to interview. He's like, well, Pat, you just need to come out here. And I'm like, I'm here. Next thing he said to me is, I said, I'd love to talk to you. He's like, all right, tomorrow at high noon at the Gulf station on Spyglass Road. No problem. Got there at 11:50, and right at noon, this Lincoln pulls up with like tinted windows, and he just looks over at me. He's like, follow me. Went back to his house, and he kind of had these Count Chocula nails, and he starts to sharpen his nails and open up mail with his Fairburn Sykes fighting knife. You need to go to the bathroom? I'm like, I'm fine. Brought him back to his war at a place called the Bushy Bridge. And this will be one of the first stops on our tour. It's here that Howard single-handedly takes out a bridge and 30 troops as well as 2 armored vehicles with a bazooka. It's an incredible story. But I remember asking him how he killed the first guard, and he's like, I don't remember if I used my knife or a silenced pistol. And then he remembered about how he was almost captured, and he literally killed a German officer with a ski pole. But as he was being captured, he escaped with a judo throw, and the guard had a Mauser rifle. And as he bolted off, before that he actually utilized what was known as a stinger, which is a .22 caliber ballpoint pen, and pointed it at the guard. And the guard just looked at him like, what the hell is that? And he threw it aside and then bolted off. And as he was bolting off, the Mauser fired, and it grazed his calf. And I'll never forget, he rolled up his leg, and the scar from that bullet was still there. But Howard Chappell is an example of an individual that used his personal agency to change history, much like many of the other members of the OSS. The Jedburgh teams are another group, 3-man teams in most cases, 2, sometimes 2, tri-national often, 1 American, 1 Brit, Frenchman, or sometimes someone from the Netherlands. These teams went in before D-Day, working with the SOE, our critical partner, to sow chaos, the dragon's teeth, to attack and vanish, in a split second, but to tie down massive numbers of troops. One of those individuals is Aaron Bank, who was one of the Jeds, along with William Colby. There are many others that would rise to prominence after the war. But the Jeds were extremely effective, and it would be here that things would blossom for Aaron Bank. He took deserter volunteers. One of his next missions was something called Operation Iron Cross, and this was a plan to actually kill Hitler or utilize a team of commandos, and those commandos would be deserter volunteers that Bank trained. The mission was scrubbed at the last minute because, obviously we'd overrun things, so it was superfluous. But it's just another example of the OSS, really, pioneering many aspects of irregular warfare. With the OSS were the history of America's special operations is not a linear line, and it's kind of like a tree in a way. The OSS being maybe the trunk, but there are many branches of that tree that are also very critically important. And let me talk about some of the other individuals that I interviewed. And first and foremost it would be the U.S. Army Rangers, who I have a tremendous fondness for. I interviewed all of the original, those that were surviving in the 90s, of Darby's Rangers, the 2nd Ranger Battalion and the 5th, as well as the 6th. Robert Prince from the 6th Ranger Battalion and the raid on Cabanatuan was a very good friend. But it was Darby's Rangers that I really started out with. And I will never forget, I interviewed Lester Kness, and Les was just a tough guy in his 60s when I interviewed him. And I'll never forget talking to him about, they had a raid at Sened Station, which was an Italian outpost in the middle of a desert, in the middle of nowhere, and the Rangers were sent on foot on a forced march, armed with their knives, to basically raid and attack Sened Station. And they did it. They pulled off an amazing raid, an operation. They utilized their knives for the most part and stealthily disappeared. And it was shortly after that that General Patton was relieved of command, took over command of Friednall, and it would be the Rangers that would guard Patton. And Les was one of those, along with Frank Mattivi and others. And they had just gotten off the raid, and Patton personally reprimanded them for not having their neckties. And I'll never forget, they were so furious that they had they'd killed men with their bare hands. They had done everything that their country had asked, and this guy is reprimanding them for not having neckties, and they were dirty because of the raid. And he told me, we were gonna frag Patton. They were serious. Didn't happen, thank God. And then I asked him, I said, Les, are you the greatest generation? He said to me, no, Pat. What about the boys of 1775 and 1776 that believed in the cause? That was the greatest generation. Just self-effacing, they are a great generation, an amazing generation. And I would befriend many of these Rangers over time. And I'll never forget, one of the issues that any author deals with is, what's next? What's the next book? And I'll never forget, it was 2000, I want to say about 8 or 9, maybe 8 or 9, and it may 2007, and I was up in the Jersey Shore. I'm not sure why. I was on a date, and I found myself there. And after the date, and I was at Pizza Hut, and I'm like, what on earth am I doing here? For one, and I said to myself, what is the next book going to be? So, I was near Len Lamel's home, who's a very good friend, and I just called him up that morning. I said, Len, I'd love to stop by. I'm up here. He's like, sure, come on over. So we sat and watched a Yankees game, and I told him my dilemma. It's like all of the 14 books that I've written. They find me. And Len said to me, Pat, you need to do Dog Company. And Dog Company is about Dog Company of the 2nd Ranger Battalion, the boys at Pointe du Hoc. And it's Len Lamel who, their mission is to take out the 6 big guns on Pointe du Hoc, which is a fortress. It's mined with IEDs. It's a cliff that's 90 feet tall. They have to scale it under direct fire. It's Len that is a first sergeant at the time, scales the cliff, gets a bullet on his side from a machine gun and keeps going, follows the tire tracks. The guns aren't up on the top in the casements like they were perceived to be because there's telephone poles there. But Len follows the tire tracks, takes out several bunkers along with one of his men, and they find 5 of the guns and disable them with thermite grenades. It's an example of individuals being at the right time, at the right place, and their personal agency will change the course of events. The Rangers of the 5th Ranger Battalion it's the same circumstance. They're supposed to reinforce Lamel in the 3 companies of the 2nd Ranger Battalion on Pointe du Hoc, but they go to their secondary objective through an odd sequence of events, including a radio transmission that doesn't go through, and they then land on Omaha Beach. They're supposed to land in Dog Green, but the commanding officer makes an audible. They land in Dog White, and they help lead the breakout from bloody Omaha Beach. Rangers lead the way comes from that beachhead, which is so bloody. Then proceeded to interview many of the other. I'm not going to be able to cover, with the time that I have, all of the units that I interviewed, the men that I interviewed, and the importance that many of these other units have. I also interviewed many of the Marine Raiders. The Raiders have a very interesting story. The president's son is an executive officer at the 2nd Raider Battalion with Evans Carlson. He was originally a member of the OSS and worked directly with Wild Bill Donovan. So some of the knowledge was transferred over. But the Raiders have a very interesting dynamic. The 1st Raider Battalion is under Mike Edson, Mike Edson, who's a very traditional Marine officer and a very good Marine officer. The other is Evans Carlson, who spends time as an observer with Mao Zedong's forces in China and is really very, the term gung-ho comes from Carlson. He has a very different ethic and way of leading compared to Edson. But these forces, specifically the 1st Raider Battalion, become the right men at the right time, at the right place on Bloody Ridge in September 1942, where they, in the 1st Parachute Battalion, other members I interviewed, are the only thing standing between the Japanese and the airfield and overrunning it, potentially. And it's through their actions in the foxholes, men like Captain John Sweeney, who I interviewed, that would give their all. Many of their men would lose their lives that night to repel the attack on the airfield, but they are successful. The other unit that I had a lot of interaction with is the 1st Special Service Force, a really incredible unit. It's joint Canadian. There are Canadian paratroopers as well as Americans. There will be individuals talking about them in much greater depth, but it's all part of something called the Plow Project, a guy by the name of Jeffrey Pike, who had envisioned destroying 14 hydroelectric stations in Norway with commandos. These men train for sabotage and a hit-and-run mission. They have a specialized vehicle called a Weasel that they utilize for Arctic operations. It's all kind of for naught, though. The mission gets canceled, and you now have a very elite force that they try to find a place for. And first, it's in the Aleutians at Kiska, where there are no Japanese. They land to take the island, which they successfully do, and then they move immediately towards Italy. And it's here that they are a breakthrough unit. At La Defensa, the Gothic line, the German defensive belts in the mountains are practically impenetrable, and it's the force that leads the breakthrough there. They fight at Anzio. They're part of the 1st Airborne Task Force in southern France, and then they are disbanded not long after fighting in the mountains of southern France. The common theme of all of these books is individuals with personal agency that can change the course of events. And that holds true then and today. And what we saw, my favorite quote is from one of the original Glorious Bastards, my very dear friend, Fred Mayer, who is a German refugee that organizes his own mission with 3 other individuals, including 1 deserter volunteer, a true hero who goes back behind the lines on the glacier of near Innsbruck, Austria, and they penetrate. Fred is Jewish, but wears a German officer's uniform, and really conducts some great intelligence work that leads to the destruction of multiple trains that are, the Allied Air Corps destroys by bombing mission thanks to Fred's intelligence. Literally helps liberate a city, forcing the surrender of hundreds of SS troops and protecting civilians in the process. Very extraordinary story. One of my favorite lines from Fred was, "If you don't risk, you don't win." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. If you all raise your hands, Connie and I will bring the microphone to you. Patrick, first question is straight ahead, halfway back.
A great presentation.
Thank you.
Just wanted to, heard years ago that Sterling Hayden kind of dabbled with communism. I guess when he was doing his bit in Yugoslavia and over there, and kind of was tempted to become a communist. Or could you talk a little bit about that?
I don't believe that's probably a myth. One of the things that was a great honor for us was when I went to the Shoreham Hotel. I was the first person to find the pool, and it's now the Empire Room. If you go down the steps of the Shoreham, you'll see the Empire Room, but next to it is a plaque that talks about the testing the rebreather, and there's mention of Sterling Hayden. And at the dedication, we had his son show up to say a few words. And it was a really tremendous and remarkable event. He talked about his father and how after the war he sailed around the world and with them as well. He struggled with the demons of war, like many veterans. But Sterling Hayden was an amazing hero and an amazing actor.
Next question, we're going to go all the way to your right, about halfway down.
Thank you. I have 2 personal questions. First of all, at the Jersey Shore, why would you go to a Pizza Hut?
That's a really great question. That's
Really?
kind of where I was going with that whole thing. It's
man.
like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's Manco and Manco if you're in the Jersey Shore.
I hear you.
Okay, second question is, just curious personally, how did you get involved in this? What was your interest? Did you have family members, a father, grandfather who served in World War II?
My interest started when I was 4 years old, and I have been obsessed with World War II and military history ever since then. When other kids were reading dinosaur books, I was going to the library with this massive. I remember one of the first books I read was this massive tome of photo history of World War I. And I'm probably only 35 pounds, 40 pounds or whatever at that time, and the book was 10 pounds. But it grew and grew, and I was taking my parents to battlefields. It's been a lifelong obsession, but also a passion. And I haven't worked for 27 years as a full-time author or historian. This is what I love to do. And yes, we had some family members, but it's just something that's always been there for me. And I love to learn. And, some people have asked me why. All the books that I've written have a common theme of special operations, elite units, but I also love to learn new time periods and you see the commonalities but each one is a journey, and each one finds me, just like the dog company with Len Lamel.
Next question's going to go to Bob, all the way in the front to your right, please, Patrick.
I had something to do out in Montana with some veterans of and they were the direct descendants of the first trench. Robert, what's his name? The guy that trained them. Robert.
Are you talking about Fairburn for the OSS?
No, I'm talking about for the first Army.
Oh, okay. You're talking about for the first Special Service Force guys.
First, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm 88.
You're talking about General Fredericks?
General Fredericks. I read a book, and it said that, and you'd mentioned it, that they were to get hydroelectric, and that was Churchill's, and it said it was Churchill's idea, and when he told, and it said that when he told the Norwegians, they had a fit. They said, "You'll ruin and kill everybody in our country." Is that true?
I think you're going to get, to some degree, but you'll get a much nuanced and better answer from the other panelists on that.
Okay.
We're going to go center aisle.
Hi, thank you. You were talking about personal agency and how important that is. Could you kind of expand on that, about what you see as personal agency and why it's so important?
I think it's the, for the OSS, for instance, it's the PhD that can win a bar fight. It's the person that thinks out of the box, that sometimes breaks an order to do an extraordinary thing, that doesn't know their own limitations. And what you see through history, you see it through history all over the place, how a small group of individuals can change history. An example would be, I've written 3 books on the American Revolution. Washington's Immortals, for instance, where the small band of Marylanders were at the right time, at the right place, an hour more important in our history than any other, an American Thermopylae at the Battle of Brooklyn, where in many cases the flower of Maryland society, some of the wealthiest individuals sacrificed themselves. They're the only unit, one of the only units in the Battle of Brooklyn that have bayonets, and they attack a fixed position against General Cornwallis. But that sacrifice allows a large bulk of the army to escape and fight another day. Another example of personal agency, only a few days later, is John Glover and the Marblehead Men that pull off the American Dunkirk. When given only a few hours' notice to gather all of the ships, or in this case, small boats, to somehow transport over 9,000 Americans along with their equipment, horses, and the wounded across the East River, which is a swirling mess because of the nor'easter that took place the day before. They somehow do it through their personal agency and change the course of history and save Washington's army in one of the greatest evacuations in military history.
Patrick, we're going to stay right next to Mary.
Hello. Just first of all, I want to start off by making a comment. What would possess you to eat at a Pizza Hut at any place? But this is basically, or generally touched on earlier, but do you have any stories of, agents working, closely with resistance movements and partisans, or develop any relationships with them, or?
Oh yeah, I mean, the OSS is replete with their activity. They conduct unconventional or regular warfare. They train many of the partisans that form resistance movements. And I mean, one element of that is once you create a resistance movement that's trained, it's your goal, as John Singleton Mosby in the Civil War would later expand upon, was to tie up as many German troops or Axis troops as you could, just to hunt you. And that wasn't necessarily the bridges that you destroyed or the convoys you ambushed, but that act alone of just tying up, massive amounts of German soldiers or Axis soldiers, they're very successful. I mean, Eisenhower would later say that the resistance through the OSS and the SOE would contribute 15 divisions against the Germans during the invasion of, during the battle for France. So they play a crucial role, and then these individuals do maintain their friendships. Louis Koning, for instance, who was a Jed, would have deep ties with the Corsican Brotherhood and resistance, which they would fight with. And, fascinating stories of individuals that would maintain their friendships and relationships with people after the war.
We have a question all the way in the back to the right, Patrick.
Thank you. Could you expound on the deserter volunteers a little bit? You mentioned them several times. How did they find them? How did they vet them? What was that like?
What they would do, it's a really interesting aspect of World War II, which is technically outside of the Geneva Convention and probably illegal. The OSS was willing to bend the rules, though, to win the war. And they had a real critical shortage of individuals that were trained, that could be trained agents, but knew the language, knew the customs. They could provide the safe house in many cases that the team could hide in. So what they would do is they would go into a prisoner of war camp. They would specifically try to identify individuals that might have an axe to grind against the Germans. In many cases, it would be a communist, for instance, who was somehow forced to fight in the German army, or a man that had deserted deliberately, that may have expressed his views. And they would go in typically disguised as another German and just play off that they were just another POW. And they would do this for several days, which was dangerous, because if they were found out, they could probably be killed. But they would play along, and they would find out this person's intent. And this would, they had a number of ways to sort of suss out a volunteer that was legitimate. And you get some great individuals, and you get some individuals that aren't so great. For instance, Jack Taylor's mission, the individuals were okay, but their operational security was lacking, especially when they were trying to interact with the fairer sex, and that it actually helps blow the mission in their secrecy. So it's a fascinating story, and it's an untold, in many cases, really an untold aspect of World War II.
Well, thank you, Patrick O'Donnell. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Patrick will be outside at the book signing station. This is our first break, but most of you know the drill. If you buy 5 books, you get free shipping. So please enjoy the break. Go buy lots of books. Come back for 9:30 for our next session. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries, and you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
The Allied cross-channel attack for the Battle of Normandy launched the liberation of Nazi-occupied Europe. It was codenamed Operation Overlord. This is World War II in two. I'm Mike Bell at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The Allies considered Nazi Germany the most dangerous of the Axis enemies. American commanders strongly believed, after wearing down Germany, a cross-channel attack would be necessary to liberate the oppressed people of Europe. At the Trident Conference in May 1943, both American and British leaders committed to a cross-channel attack the following year. Anxious for a second Allied front, Soviet leader Joseph Stalin pressed for a commander to be named. And in January 1944, U.S. General Dwight D. Eisenhower assumed supreme command of the headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force. Under Eisenhower were Allied land, air, and naval commands, each under a senior British officer. After being appointed, Eisenhower and his subordinates revised the preliminary plan for an amphibious assault on the Normandy coast, increasing the initial divisions from 3 to 5 and pushed for a 50-mile front. American divisions would land at beaches codenamed Utah and Omaha, the British at Sword and Gold, and the Canadians at Juneau. Codenamed Operation Neptune, the largest seaborne invasion of history was launched on D-Day, June 6, 1944. Paratroopers were dropped before the landings to protect the flanks and support the push from the beaches, while air attacks and fire from Navy ships would target German defenses. The Allied landings benefited from a dedicated air campaign and actions by the French resistance in the lead-up to D-Day. An elaborate deception scheme also convinced the Germans that the Normandy attack was a diversion for a much larger invasion near Calais. Ultimately, the Allied force consisted of over 1,200 warships, including 7 battleships, over 4,000 landing craft and vessels, and 15,000 aircraft, with soldiers, sailors, and airmen from 15 Allied countries. Whether by parachute, glider, or amphibious assault craft, nearly 160,000 troops landed in Normandy on D-Day. In total, there were 10,300 Allied casualties, killed and wounded. The assault troops, though, gained a foothold on the continent that day and gradually expanded. On June 26th, the Americans captured the port of Cherbourg, and the British secured the city of Caen on July 21st. American forces broke out at St. Lo in late July and began the exploitation across France. Overlord set the conditions for the Allies to achieve the 3 objectives Eisenhower set for the war in Europe: destroy the German war machine, liberate the oppressed peoples under Nazi domination, and establish security for the Allied nations in a free world.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
In the dead of night on June 5, 1944, more than 13,000 American paratroopers boarded C-47 aircraft headed for the Normandy coast. It set the stage for the largest airborne operation in history. This is World War II in 2. I'm Pete Crane at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The plan for the invasion of Normandy of June 6, 1944 was unprecedented in scale and complexity. 3 airborne divisions, 2 American and 1 British, would drop in the early hours before the Allied soldiers stormed the D-Day beaches. The paratroopers were tasked to seize the exits behind Utah Beach, capture key causeways, and if successful, protect the flanks of the Allied invasion from German counterattacks. This would set up the perfect conditions for a larger Allied breakout across the Cotentin Peninsula. But problems started shortly after the planes crossed the English Channel. A thick layer of clouds and anti-aircraft fire caused chaos among the American Air Armada. Many planes dropped their men far from their planned landing zones, and most of the paratroopers landed with little idea of where they were. But the Germans were just as confused, and this disrupted their counterattacks. In the dark, little groups of paratroopers from different divisions intermixed, and many small battles erupted across the French countryside. Despite the chaos, the paratroopers and their leaders got organized, took the initiative, and pressed on to their objectives. Within 2 hours of landing, the 82nd Airborne Division captured Saint-Mary-Église, the first French town to be liberated. By 1 p.m., the 101st Airborne Division captured the 4 causeways behind Utah Beach, securing an exit route for the 4th Infantry Division, who landed earlier that morning. In all, 2,499 American paratroopers were killed, wounded, or missing by the end of D-Day. But these losses were significantly lower than expected. By the end of D-Day, the airborne divisions accomplished their missions and secured an honored place in U.S. Army history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat
to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who've been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell Sea with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD, you know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot, you know. What's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell Sea in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, yeah, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
Most Americans remember D-Day for one small corner of it, the disastrous initial landing on Omaha Beach, the Saving Private Ryan moment, you might call it. But while Omaha was a horrible fight, focusing on it can distort the true situation in Normandy on June 6th. This is World War II in 2. The Duke of Wellington once famously said that in war, it's impossible to know what's on the other side of the hill. In other words, you have a good idea of your own resources and you plan accordingly. But you never know with certainty what your enemy has, or where he has it, or what he intends to do with it. And never was that truer than it was of the D-Day landings. For the Germans, D-Day was an ordeal of being outnumbered in men, machines, and supplies. The Allies brought overwhelming military power to bear on a level the Germans couldn't hope to match. Pick any number you'd like. The Allies had 7,000 ships at sea. The Germans, just 31 light torpedo boats. In the air, the Allies deployed over 8,000 aircraft. The Germans, just 160. Manpower? There were 1.5 million U.S. troops in Great Britain. Adding British and Allied troops, let's call it 2.5 million. The Germans barely had 1 million, stretched out over 1,000 miles of coastline. Quality tells a similar tale. A big chunk of this supposedly German manpower wasn't German at all. It consisted of Osttruppen, or Eastern troops, units formed from Soviet POWs or volunteers from the occupied nations. But how much did these troops believe in the cause? The mental state of most Eastern troops was probably bewilderment, wondering what the heck they were doing in France. Beyond that, half the German units in France were so-called static divisions. They had no transport, no trucks, meaning they couldn't maneuver in battle. Their job? To shoot at whatever landed in front of them, and then die in place, which is exactly what happened to nearly all of them. Static divisions were meat against the fully motorized force the Allies were landing. By June 1944, the Germans knew they were fighting what they called a poor man's war. Their commanders knew it. Perhaps somewhere in his fevered brain, Hitler even knew it. Outside of a major storm blowing up at the last second, it's hard to imagine the D-Day landings failing. And that's the view from the other side of the hill.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom. Find your seats and your cell phones. Thank you very much. Seats and cell phones.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm welcoming you back, everybody. All right, folks, welcome back. We're going to continue mission. Our next session is on the OSS, the SOE, and the Jedburghs. Patrick, in his first opener, really touched on a range of special operations that really has set up the rest of our day. There's also a kind of theme there, individuals matter. And today we've got authors Claire Mulley and Ben Jones who will discuss the daring missions of the OSS, the SOE, and the multinational Jedburgh teams, including the courageous men and women who risked everything behind enemy lines. Now, I would like to give a shout out, since we're in Northwest Europe. Welcome to our expert battlefield guides, our friends from abroad, from France, the UK, and the Netherlands, that really enrich our amazing educational travel programs. In fact, let's give them a round of applause. I'd also note, back in the corner there, we've got a class from Holy Cross High School, and hopefully you're learning a lot, but hopefully the big idea that individuals matter in this world, and don't ever forget that as you continue your life of service to fellow man and to our country. Now, Claire and Ben, their work examines the hidden world of espionage, sabotage, resistance in World War II, and how these individual agents assisted the Allies in the war. Chairing this panel is our senior historian at the Jenny Craig Institute, Dr. Bradley Hart. Bradley earned his PhD in history from Cambridge, author of 2 books, including Hitler's American Friends, the Third Reich Supporters in the United States, a prize winner. He's an expert on interwar politics, diplomacy, intelligence history, spies. I previously taught at Cal State Fresno and worked on Capitol Hill. But I should note, Bradley's the host of our podcast, Secret World War II. So I can think of nobody better to chair this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bradley Hart.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bell, and thank you all for being here this morning. We have a very exciting panel for you to continue the story of spies and espionage. First off, as you just heard, we will have now breaking news, three-time award-winning author as of today. Claire Mulley will take us through the story of women serving in SOE, Special Operations Executive, during the war. Claire is the author of numerous books, including the 2012 book, The Spy Who Loved, the story of the agent known to the British as Christine Granville. A really fascinating and tragic story that she featured. And Claire's been involved in commemorating Christine Granville's life, not only through her scholarship, but also in physical locations around London. More recently, Claire is the author of Agent Zoe, which I will not spoil because of the topic of Claire's presentation tomorrow alongside me. So I will not spoil that story for you yet. Our second speaker is Dr. Benjamin Jones. Dr. Jones is the state historian of South Dakota and the director of the South Dakota State Historical Society, previously served as the South Dakota Secretary of Education. After serving in the United States Air Force, Dr. Jones' book, Eisenhower's Guerrillas, The Jedburghs, the Maquis, and the Liberation of France was published by Oxford University Press in 2016. So I will welcome our first presenter, Claire, to the stage. Following their presentations, I will abuse the privileges of the chair by asking the first question and then open the floor to your questions. So please help me in welcoming Claire Mulley.
Thank you very much indeed, everyone, for being here. Thanks for that lovely introduction. It's a privilege to be invited to speak at this fabulous event. So, great. I am here to talk about some of the women who served in Britain's Special Operations Executive, the SOE. And it might be expected that I'd be speaking about this lady. This is Zoe, Elżbieta Zawadzka, Agent Zoe, who was actually one of the very first women to serve in the Second World War from 5 o'clock in the morning on the 1st of September 1939, and the only female special agent in the SOEP section, so that's the Polish section. The Poles called them the Cichociemni, which means the silent unseen. They were their elite special forces. She was also the only woman to parachute into enemy-occupied Poland during the war. But she's not distinguished just for being the first or the only. She also served an amazing role as one of the chief couriers for the Polish resistance. And she served in the Warsaw Uprising, and she actually saved thousands of lives. But I'm not going to talk about her because, as you said, I'll be talking about her tomorrow morning. And in fact, there were so many women. Here's just a few of those who served. Why is it that we had so many women serving? These are armed women serving on or behind enemy lines. Well, pretty soon in occupied Europe, in that territory, able-bodied men, particularly of conscription age, moving around, were immediately arousing a lot of suspicion by the enemy forces, the occupational authorities. And women, of course, have to move around their countries all the time. They are now responsible for looking after family businesses, looking after families. They are cycling around everywhere. They are hitching rides. And the enemy cannot stop and search all of them. Women in the 1940s, they had a sort of superpower. Arguably, they still do to some extent, which is they tend to be overlooked and they tend to be underestimated. And this was incredibly valuable if you're trying to operate under the enemy radar. Britain didn't want to deploy women, especially not women with arms, behind enemy lines for quite some time. But in 1942, the Germans in occupied France brought in what they called the Service du Travail Obligatoire, obligatory service. This was recruiting any able-bodied man to work either back in Germany in agriculture or to work in the factories that had been commandeered to support the enemy war operations. The result was that any remaining men went up into the hills to join the resistance as quickly as possible. And women became ever more important. So that is when Winston Churchill and the British War Cabinet agreed that women could now officially serve in these roles. Quite a few of these women had already been serving, but unofficially. It was still opposed by the military, I should say. They were recruited in exactly the same way as the men, through various different contact networks, through, sometimes by serendipity, you get women who were serving these guys, in the generals, in bars that would strike up a conversation. They'd identify their language skills, but mostly it came through referrals through the forces. So these were women who had joined the WAF, for example, and were already experienced at wireless transmitting, sending radio and using Morse, that could then be transferred in to serve as wireless operators. The head of the SOE's recruitment was a man called Selwyn Jepson, and he said women were particularly useful because they had what he called a cool and lonely courage. It's a fantastic phrase, and it's very telling of the sort of work these people had to do, but it applied as much to the men, actually, as it did to the women. And then they undertook the same training, which included sort of outward-bound fitness, physical training. Up in Scotland, they're going through the same muddy fields. They've got the same aching limbs. They have to pass at the same levels. And they're also training in the use of arms and explosive weapons. The silent killing course, using just a Fairbairn and Sykes knife, a rope, or your bare hands to kill the enemy as required, and in various other specialisms like wireless transmitting and so on, sabotage skills. But male and female experience never completely overlapped. It was never identical. The women were volunteers. The men were not. Or if they were volunteers to the SOE, but they would have been serving elsewhere otherwise. The women didn't have that. They got less recognition, and importantly, they got less protections, because under the Geneva Convention, soldiers are protected to some extent if they are caught. They are sent to prisoner of war camps. The women were considered by Hitler to be commandos, and under his commando order, they were sent to be executed immediately, or they were tortured and then executed, or they were sent to be labored to death in a camp. They didn't have those protections because women weren't legally seen as soldiers. So it's still a very different experience. Now, in total, we think around 75 women, and the exact number has never been precisely defined, served as agents with the British SOE alone. And they shared a lot of qualities. They shared huge courage. They shared a real commitment to the Allied cause. And they shared a real knowledge of the country and the language to which they were being sent. But apart from that, they have very little in common. They came from Britain, of course, from France, they came from America, and they came from 10 other countries as well, and they all served the British SOE. They were of all different faiths. So as a Muslim, there were Jewish, 2 German Jewish women, and of no faith at all. They were of various different social classes. We have a princess, we have a countess, we have shop assistant girls who are working on the high streets of London. And they're of all different physical types. You may know that one of them only had one biological leg and a prosthetic leg. One was a grandmother, so all ages as well. And they were from many different nations. Perhaps the best known in America is this fabulous lady here. This is Virginia Hall, American-born. And the best book on her is by Sonia Purnell, a woman of no importance. I recommend it. The Germans called her the limping lady. They didn't know her true identity. They called her that because this is a lady who had accidentally shot one of her legs off before the war, and she has a prosthetic leg, which she gave a name to. She called it Cuthbert. I do like that detail. She was living in Paris in 1939. After the invasion, of course, as an American, she can continue to live and work there, and she volunteered to drive an ambulance. So she's doing all she can. And she continued that service until the fall of France in June 1940, when she made her way to Britain and joined the SOE. So in August 1941, she is returned to Vichy, France, northern France. And she serves there for 15 extraordinary months. Her most senior achievement, again, I don't have time to do service to all of the achievements of these women, but just to give you a flavor, she coordinated, organized, and ran the most perfect jailbreak. They had a target to get out 12 imprisoned people, both SOE officers and members of the French resistance, very senior members, and they got them all out. And not only that, nobody was killed. They all survived, and many of them returned to service in the war. Brilliant work. But she was soon picked up. The Germans quickly identified her, and she had to escape herself, trekking over the High Pyrenees. This is a lady with one prosthetic leg over the Pyrenees into so-called neutral Spain and got back to Britain. And on the way, she had to radio in to the Brits to say how she's getting on. And she said, everything is fine, it's just that Cuthbert is causing me some trouble. And they radioed back, they said, if Cuthbert is troublesome, eliminate him. They didn't really understand. Anyhow, she got back to Britain. The SOE refused to send her in again. They thought it was too dangerous for her. But the OSS picked her up and they did send her back. So she served with both and she went back to Brittany where she supported and trained the resistance for the rest of the war. She is the only woman to serve the SOE, the OSS, and after the war, the CIA. Here is Noor Inayat Khan. Best book on her by Shrabani Basu called Spy Princess. She is a Sufi Muslim princess. She's the Moscow-born daughter of an Indian Sufi leader and his American wife, Aura Ray Baker. And she is an absolutely brilliant wireless operator. When her brother joined the RAF, she joined the WAF, and she is one of their fastest wireless transmitters. She's so good, she draws attention to herself for her skills, so they transfer her over to SOE. And she becomes the first woman to be flown to Paris as a wireless operator. She gets out there in June 1943, so it's then preparations, then moving towards preparations for D-Day. But on the 22nd of June, just after she arrives, there's a big betrayal, and hundreds of people in the resistance are arrested. Colonel Buckmaster, Maurice Buckmaster, the head of SOE French section in Britain, he immediately tells her, orders her to come back, it's too dangerous. But she refuses because she knows she's just arrived. The Germans won't know who she is. And she can be the linchpin, the radio operator for all the other circuits when their radio transmitters have been arrested. So she stays, and she provides a vital role. Twice she's nearly arrested. Again, don't have time for all the stories. I can chat to you later if you want. And she finally agrees to return after many months. She agrees to come back on the 14th of October. But on the 13th of October, the day before she's due to fly back, she is arrested by the Gestapo. She physically tries to fight them off. They have to hold her. Two men hold her down. They pin her down. They've got a gun on her. And they have to call for backup because she fights so hard. And after her arrest, she actually attempts escape twice. She gets onto the roof of the building where they're holding her prisoner in Paris, but unfortunately there's an Allied air raid and the searchlights go up and she is captured again. And unfortunately, I wanted to give an example of an incredibly brave woman who does not survive because they then had her down as a particularly dangerous agent. And I'm afraid to say she was executed at Dachau concentration camp. There is an eyewitness to her last moments who said just before she was shot, she cried out, and she called out, "Liberty." These are the sort of women who served. Here is another. This is a New Zealand-born, raised in Australia woman. Her name is Nancy Wake. She was married to a Frenchman. She was living in Marseille during the early stages of the war, and she helped to run an escape line, getting down pilots out of the country. In 1942, the Germans offered money, a reward for the arrest of her. They called her the White Mouse, and she managed to escape on her own escape line into Spain and then back to Britain. Didn't stop her, parachuted back in 1944 into the Auvergne as a liaison officer with the French Maquis. That's the resistance in France, or part of the resistance. The man who came to meet her, a French officer, Captain Tardivat, he looked up and he saw that her parachute was caught in a tree, and he said very gallantly, "I hope that all the trees in France bear such beautiful fruit this year." She looked down at him and said, "Don't give me any of that French shit." She was given a list of targets to take out before D-Day. She helped to lead attacks on German installations, and she is known to have killed a sentry with a karate chop to the neck when he was about to give her unit away. That is the silent killing course, bearing results. She also helped to recruit 7,000 members of the Maquis, and they fought off 20,000 Germans, losing only 100 men of their own. Pearl Witherington here. She was a 17-year-old at the start of the war. She managed to get her mother, who was freaking out, and her younger sister from France to Germany. She's half English, half French. She then volunteers. She serves with the British Air Ministry as soon as she's of age, and in 1942 she's parachuted to France. She serves as a courier, transporting around the country wireless sets, weapons, messages, and so on. And she organizes the sabotage of factories like the Michelin factory, which has been taken over by the Germans to provide vehicles for the German war effort. In June 1944, her circuit leader was arrested, and she was she radioed, said, please send another man to lead the circuit. There was no one, so she stood up and became a circuit leader. She led an army of 2,000 French resistance fighters into battle on D-Day, and their job was to cut the phone lines, fell trees, to block certain routes. They sabotaged telegraph lines to put their communication system out of order, and they put the rail system out of action, thereby slowing the advance of reinforcements going up to Normandy. And she delivered 1,000 German casualties and took the surrender of 18,000 German troops just before the American forces arrived, who then took the surrender officially. But I think it's better to dive in a little deeper into one of these women. So this is Christine Granville, Christina Skarbek. She was so effective that, as you can see on this article I wrote, Churchill actually said that he was her favorite spy in June 1941. But she'd been in service since 1939, when she had got to Britain, and she didn't really volunteer for MI6. She demanded to be taken on, and therefore became Britain's first special agent at the Second World War, about 18 months before SOE was even set up. Here she is skiing. She's in post before the end of 1939, and her first role, she serves in 3 different theatres of the war, but the first one is 1940 to 41. She is skiing over the high Tatra Mountains in conditions of minus 40 degrees to take in money and propaganda to the Polish resistance. She makes the first contact between the British and the Polish resistance, and then she goes around the country watching troop movements and brings that information back, and information collected by the Polish resistance as well. Codes and microfilm, which she hid inside her gloves. In 1941, in February, she is captured in the mountains with a fellow courier who she is with. And her courier, he had some cyanide powder in his pocket. His biggest concern was how he could share some of this powder with Christina before taking it himself, poison powder, so that under brutal interrogation, they wouldn't betray their colleagues. But it was Christine who saved their lives and saved the day. She was wearing under her shirt a cut glass necklace. It was just paste, but she pulled it out. She'd noticed that the men had been going through her pockets, and when they came across, they were lying it all out on the wet grass, but when they came across bundles of money which she had to give to the resistance, they put it in their pockets. And she thought, right, they're motivated by greed, not just politics and ideology. So she pulled out her necklace, and she said, as if she was frightened, oh, my diamonds, my diamonds. And the guards reached up to grab her necklace, so she pulled the chain till it broke, and the beads fell in the wet grass. These guys were grappling around on the grass. She kicked their gun away, and they both managed to get into the safety of the trees. Amazing. She managed to circle round. She got back to Budapest, went back to her lover, who also, by the way, only had one leg and a prosthetic leg. Didn't stop people then or now. And unfortunately, they were captured again that evening, her and this new guy, and they were taken off for interrogation. Now, Christine had got a bit of a cold and a fever skiing through these mountains. Her partner was now taken away for brutal interrogation, was wondering how could she, they had a story, but how long would she last? Again, it was Christine who saved both their lives. She decided to make a strength of her apparent weakness, which was her health, her temperature, and her coughing. And what she did was she bit her own tongue, and not a little, but hard and repeatedly, until her mouth filled with blood. And then when it coughed, it looked as if she was coughing up blood. The symptoms of TB, tuberculosis. The Germans were rightly terrified of this disease. It's carried by waterborne droplets, so basically interrogation and TB do not mix well. And so they threw them out. Once again, she had saved the day. Now, she managed to get out. She managed immediately to pick up some secret resistance that she'd meant to be collecting in the mountains. As soon as a microfilm of information, as soon as she had that, with great danger, and I can't do all the story, she crossed several more borders and managed to get it it to a contact who got it to Churchill. And what it showed was the first film footage of preparations for Operation Barbarossa. So the massing of tanks and troops on what was then the German side of the German-Soviet wartime border, and the creation of a series of fuel and ammunition dumps, clearly to support a land-based invasionary army. This was vital information, which Churchill, of course, utilised. And that was just the start of her work. She worked in 3 theatres, as I said. From there, she went on to, well, amazingly, this is taken in Palestine. It looks like, it should say Paris Match or something in the corner, but these countries she's going through in 1941 are falling to the enemy within 2 weeks and once within 2 days. She got to Egypt, though, the safety of the British base, and she becomes one of their most highly trained women at this point. And she also undertakes missions in the Middle East. But she's very highly trained. This is her wireless set. She's trained in Morse and coding as well. This is her Commando knife. She excelled in the silent killing course, and she's being very highly prepared for her work in southern France in advance of D-Day in the south, which of course is largely the American forces coming in to liberate the south of France. She coordinates the supply drops of weapons and equipment to support France's commerce jockey circuit. And they organise the sabotage. This is a viaduct they sabotaged. Here she is, looking very casual, I think, there. And then she takes part in the Battle of Vercors, big resistance battle. She also established first contact between the French resistance and the Italian partisans. This is a note. Giordano is the Italian partisan leader, and she notes his need for ammunition, shoes, uniform, and packed meat. Her name, as you can see, is Pauline. Her identity is Pauline Armand at this point in the war. And incredibly, while she's up in the mountains making contact with the Italians, she realizes that one of the key German garrisons on the Col de l'Arche Pass is actually manned by conscripted Poles, Polish officers. She was born in Poland, though she's serving the British Crown. And these are men who have been taken with threats to their family and various, they are discontented in that role. So on her own, she hikes up to the Col de l'Arche Pass, to this garrison. She manages to go around, so she's away from the German officers' side, goes to where the Poles are, and over 2 hours she persuades them to, at the right moment, 1 week later, all come down, take the small arms, take the breeze blocks and pins out of the machinery they can't bring down. And she secures the defection of an entire Nazi German garrison on a strategic pass in the Alps where the Americans are going to pass through. Amazing, amazing woman. When she comes down, she realizes that the men she's been serving with, this is her commanding officer in the SOE unit, Francis Commerz. He's actually been arrested and is due to be executed that night. She goes in, I don't have time to do the story, but she goes in on her own. She terrifies the Gestapo chief, and he and 2 other officers are released. She saves all their life, again, on her own. These are the sort of women we're talking about. Here she is. She was not only Britain's first female agent, she was the longest serving agent, male or female, and one of the most effective and highly honoured. She's got the OBE, the George Medal, the Croix de Guerre from the French, that's a Polish gorget, these array of ribbons that any general would be proud of, just showing the areas in which she served. And yet, she came to a terrible and tragic end. I know you're going to ask me about that later, so I'll move on. There are memorials to her now. I'm delighted. This is in Britain. It's a great honour to have a blue plaque like that. Obviously, a beautiful bust as well. But as a woman, she was never given her parachute pay, her danger pay. The medals she received were actually civilian medals, not military medals, because women in Britain were not entitled to military honours, even if they had served in exactly the same roles as the men. And Pearl Witherington said, outraged by this, she said, "But there was nothing remotely civil about our service." Absolutely right. I think that even today, we tend to remember these women, we remember their courage, absolutely right. Sometimes we remember their sacrifice, and we have to pay tribute to their sacrifice, of course. But the other thing that always is mentioned to me is their beauty. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. In fact, being beautiful could be a problem because it made their faces more memorable in enemy territory. You can be a brilliant agent and female and not pretty. You would never think so from the films, but it's true. We need to be much better at remembering them for their service and for their achievements, how effective they were in this role. There is so much more to this history, but thank you very much for letting me introduce it to you. Thank you.
good morning. Thanks to the World War II Museum for having this conference. It's amazing. I came here in 2016, and I didn't recognize the place when I drove up yesterday afternoon. The whole street has changed, and of course, what has really become a jewel for the nation, this World War II Museum. So the staff here is to be congratulated on that. I'd like to thank Connie and Jeremy, my co-panelists, Bradley and Claire, for all this work setting it up. And I want to take a chance to talk about my book, Eisenhower's Guerrillas. The typical American understanding of World War II is very conventional. Lots of tanks, ships, bombers, aircraft, and so forth. And so the title is meant to evoke something that's quite striking about the Second World War, which during all the occupation areas, you think of the occupation areas in Europe, but also Asia, there were resistance movements in every single area that's occupied of some shape or form. And so understanding those resistance movements and the guerrillas that fought for them is a key part of what my book tries to do, particularly with France. Eisenhower had a guerrilla force in Overlord. There was a part of the Overlord plan included an annex, and I saw the copy of the Special Operations Annex at the Eisenhower Library as a part of my research, where he's thinking through how are we going to use the resistance that's there to facilitate the landings and then the onward military movements. He had to wrestle, though, with a key piece of this, which is the politics of the resistance within France and the politics between his commander-in-chief, Franklin Roosevelt, and the resistance leader, Charles de Gaulle, mediated by none other than Winston Churchill. So he really wished, frankly, just to deal with the military operations and the planning. He'd been doing War Plans Division thinking since he was a lieutenant colonel in 1938 and 1939 for such an eventuality. But he was caught between, like I said, between FDR, his president, de Gaulle, and Churchill. One of the things I think it's important then to understand are the guerrilla movements that are born. I think it can be misleading to think that the resistance was created by the OSS or the SOE. The resistance had its own nature and its own organic presence in French cultural and political life. And like any political organization, which over time, and in the book I go into the long story about how the resistance started as a smattering of different groups, but over time, by late 1943, have pretty much coalesced under the leadership of Charles de Gaulle. And there's very interesting reasons why that occurred that way. But the resistance had objectives. War is a political act, and the resistance had its political objectives that often get sidestepped in any discussion about World War II and even regarding the French. First off, they wanted to kick the Germans out of France. That was their political objective, but it's also conveniently a military objective of the Allies. So on that score, Eisenhower was fine with that objective. They wanted to, and this is another thing that most Americans and British and many others probably don't realize, what was FDR's goal, stated goal, was the Allied occupation of France after the Germans had left. This was a non-starter for the French. They wanted, so their political goal was to avoid an Allied military government such as the one that was being set up in Italy. And then, a very domestic thing, they wanted to punish the collaborators. So everything you see that the French resistance does from late 1942 into 43, and certainly by the time the Allies land in 1944, is driven by those three goals. Kick the Germans out, avoid an Allied military government of France, and punish the collaborators. Now, the Jedburgh teams have been mentioned previously. Patrick talked about them a little bit, and Claire has talked about them as well. What were they? Well, this is a British idea. The Jedburghs were first thought of by the British SOE in 1942, field tested and exercises and so forth. And they come up to, as they test in these war games and so forth, they realize they're going to need more men to be a part of it. So they ask the Americans. And they're also, one thing they learn in these field tests and these exercises is a educated Englishman or American who speaks French isn't going to be good enough. They're going to have street French in order to be effective on the ground. And so they make a critical decision to include French officers on each Jedburgh team that goes into France. This means that they get the French political aims on top of British and American aims for the war. I don't know that the British planners who said we ought to invite French officers to be on the teams understood that the repercussions of that decision would be formative for their whole operation. So the map shows, I know it's a bit of an eye chart, the point is you immediately see how many jumped into France. They were meant to go before D-Day. None of them went before D-Day. Only one team, Team Hugh, met up with Pearl Wetherington and in central France, jumped in before D-Day. The rest were went in a spade. About a dozen or so teams went in June, a few in July, and then a smattering of them go into France in late August. The knock on the effectiveness of the teams then, it comes down to we went in too late. In my research and discussions with the Jedburghs, which now have all passed away, they all lamented the fact that they went in too late. And they all thought it had to do with security, about the information and the plans and so forth with the French, and that's partly true. But as I go into in my book, the real reason they went in late is because Eisenhower knows he doesn't have permission to work with de Gaulle. And I found this in a message from Eisenhower back to General Marshall in Washington, where he's got this, the last telegram that he sends before D-Day. It's a long message. The brief bit says, all the troops are ready. We've trained up, we're ready to go, we're waiting for the weather to break, but I have everything I need. Then a long diatribe, which when I first read it, I thought, oh, he's complaining about de Gaulle. The second time I read it, I thought, I think I need to read this again. And the third time and the fourth time I read it, I realized he's being very polite, but he's really complaining about his own president. And he's begging Marshall to get Roosevelt to work out a deal with de Gaulle. Because, as Churchill will say, it'll be very hard to fight and occupy France without the French. Always a very concise man. Let's see here. So those teams all go in late, and this stymies their effectiveness, certainly. On D-Day, there's a lot of surprises. The Germans are surprised, which is a good thing. But there's a lot of surprises that they find in operations, and one of the surprises that comes to pass is they realize, dang, those resistance are fighting. They're blowing up rail lines, they're hitting communication lines, they're targeting German outposts and Vichy occupation government outposts, and they're really causing havoc. And the French general that Eisenhower has put in charge of the special operations planning and operations in France is told by Eisenhower, they're very concerned. They're going to use and consume all their ammo. And I don't want them to do that until I tell them. I've linked up, we have people such as Pearl Wetherington, and we have spies all over France, and we need to use that resistance capacity in a timed and phased way that support the overlord plan and the operation of invasion. If those guys shoot off all their ammo in the first few days, we don't have the airlift to get them more when we want them to use it. And so he tells General Koenig, who is the French 3-star who runs the special operations for France, you better send them a very categorical message that tells them to chill out, basically. So on the 10th of June, due to this surprise, General Koenig sends this telegram to all of his military delegates, his French, his Gaullist, his resistance leaders that are in every department, unless they've been arrested by the Gestapo. Get this message. Currently, it's impossible to predict the normal supply of weapons and ammunition. You are to limit to a simmer all guerrilla action. When possible, break contact everywhere while waiting for the phase of reorganization. This is a formal order. The stop, by the way, I love to put him in there because he's basically telling them to stop, but it's the telegraph convention of how to use a period, right? Stop, stop. So he's telling them to constitute small groups rather than large gatherings. Goodbye and good luck. This is very important, and this was another piece of evidence I found that's what's going on here. Why doesn't he want? Well, I went to Paris and did some research inside the French archives about the resistance. The French Intelligence and Operations Group, they had invasion plans as well, but because Roosevelt and de Gaulle weren't getting along, Eisenhower wasn't able to tell them where the beach was, wasn't able to tell them when they would invade. And so you can imagine all of the staff work that went into planning Overlord. The French had 6 different options based on the beach that they thought the Allies would land at. The day before the invasion happens, Churchill invites de Gaulle up to Britain. He takes him to Eisenhower's headquarters. Eisenhower hands him a message. He wants de Gaulle to get on the radio to broadcast, and de Gaulle says, I'll come up with what I'm going to say to the French people on my own, thank you very much. And Koenig takes it and smooths it out, so de Gaulle does make that broadcast, but it's after. What de Gaulle wants, again, is he's demanding French sovereignty. This is key for them. It's the whole 9 yards. Who is General Koenig? Koenig is one of the first officers to beat the Germans in open combat. This happens in North Africa in 1942. He's a star among the resistance. So now in June of 44, if you're a resistance leader and you get Koenig telling you to stop, save your ammunition, you're likely to follow him. So he was a key operator, a key voice, and respected one with credibility within the French. This map shows the liberated areas toward the end of August 1944. You see Patton's Third Army there is reaching eastward due to the D-Day landings and the subsequent operations there. You see the Anvil invasion has happened in southern France, but then there's these kind of areas of liberated parts. This is all due to 2 factors. One is Hitler gets a flash of common sense about the 16th of August of 1944 for one of the first times in his life and calls all his German troops that aren't engaged with the enemy to come home. This creates a dynamic where you've got Patton and Patch coming up from the south, closing the door on those troops that have been ordered now to leave. And so the resistance areas are taking control of their community after the Germans leave. The resistance groups, the fighters, the Maquis, are ambushing the German evacuated troops. And as Claire mentioned, the 18,000 or so that were captured right around the Cher, just south of Paris in early October 1944. They're racing to get through that trapdoor before it's closed. And 4 or 5 Jedburgh teams, associated resistance units, are with them, negotiate their surrender. This is the Major General Elster surrender. He winds up in Alabama, in a POW camp in Alabama for the rest of the war. So I thought it would be interesting, though, to realize, or to kind of take stock of a few things. I love this picture because I think Eisenhower is smiling so broadly because he knows he's not going to have to be the military governor of France. The guy who gets that job is a gentleman in the French uniform. That's General Koenig there. And as you know now, the Jedburgh stuff isn't released until the late 90s. And so Koenig's open job is not that he was the commander of Eisenhower Special Operations in France, is that he was the military governor of Paris and then France. And that's where he gets the job. So I thought it would be great to kind of track back and say, what did people learn from this surprise? of the French resistance acting in a national way with their national objectives, and what are we seeing the United States and Eisenhower in particular, and two specific Jedburghs doing after the war. As you know, Eisenhower is elected president in 1952. He promises, one of his campaign pledges is to end the war in Korea, which he does. He also, in 1954, the French are bogged down at Dien Bien Phu, and he has the army going through, General Ridgway, going through a planning session on what it will take if the United States wanted to send conventional forces and get involved. Ridgway tells him it'll take 200,000 guys and a draft. He says, okay, thank you very much. He checks with his British pals, and if there's anybody who changed the Republican Party as far as its international affairs, it was Eisenhower. He checks with his British, because he believes in alliances. He checks with his British friends, and the Brits say, if you go into Vietnam, you're not doing it with us. And so he opts out to, in 1954, not to participate. One of the things, though, that comes out of that agreement, which is key to this discussion, is the Geneva Accords that were signed in '54 allow North Vietnamese non-communists to leave the country, which they do in droves. After Eisenhower, President Kennedy gives a talk to, as it turns out, a former Jedburgh. Stuart Alsop becomes a very famous journalist. You may have read him in Newsweek for years. I think he dies in 1973, but he gives this interview. You can see him there sitting with Kennedy in 1962. This is March 1962, Saturday Evening Post. Kennedy repeats the Maoist line, the guerrillas are like fish that swim in the sea of the people. And Kennedy's talking about starting the special forces. Kennedy's talking about changing the way, because he wants more options as president. It's either nuke or go home isn't good enough for him, which is a good thing. He wants different items on the menu a president can choose from to respond for Soviet aggression around the world. And so that's why he develops the special forces, why he supports the development of the SEALs, and so forth. But in this interview, if you read it, knowing that Team Alexander, Stuart Alsop, the Jedburgh, is giving the interview, he knows exactly what Kennedy's talking about. Because his drop into France was a mess from being dropped into the tree from the very get-go of his operation. In the next Jedburgh I talk about, former Jedburgh Jack Singlaub, he went by Jack, is commander of what's called MACV-SOG in Vietnam in the mid-60s. He's the third or fourth commander of this Military Assistance Command Vietnam Studies and Operations Group. I think the military loves to commit warfare against the English language by making acronyms out of everything. But yeah, he is the commander of MACV-SOG, former Jedburgh, fairly successful one. If there's ever an example of how to take initiative and so forth as a Jedburgh, he's a great example of that in his Central Village or Central French Village operations. Now, as a colonel, he's leading this in Vietnam. The Pentagon was upset with how the CIA was failing at fostering a resistance movement in the North against Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. And so Robert McNamara decided, I can do it better than the CIA, and we'll make it an army operation. We'll get the special forces to do this, so forth and so on. But one key thing, remember, all the non-communists have left North Vietnam. There's no water for the fish to swim in. And MACV-SOG winds up parachuting in Vietnamese spy after Vietnamese spy after Vietnamese spy. They all get arrested. Some are turned and radio back deception information, influence operations information back to the Americans in Saigon. And I asked General Singlaub, I interviewed him in his Alexandria, Virginia apartment in 2001, mostly about the Jedburghs, but I just read this book about MACV-SOG. And I said, what did you think about dropping these guys into North Vietnam when there was really no resistance movement there? I said, did you ever reconsider that? And that's his quote there at the top. Absolutely. I tried to discontinue these agent drops because we made the same error in Vietnam as we made in Korea. And he went on to talk about how over 1 million non-communist refugees left the North. This ruined their opportunities. And while Kennedy was a big supporter of the Special Forces and a big supporter of unconventional warfare and guerrilla warfare, he failed to kind of learn from the D-Day surprise that you needed an organic, constituted in its own terms, for its own purposes, resistance organization with which you could work and foster a relationship with. Signalog told me in 2001, dropping these agents was dumb. And he said it with great sadness and disgust. I told him, well, what did the leadership tell you to do? And he says, oh, McNamara just told me to try harder. And they couldn't create a resistance movement out of thin air. So, and just to wrap this up, I think if we're going to learn the lessons of the Second World War, which is what this place affords us all to do, is that the exodus, in France, there was an exodus after the Germans took over of 6 to 10 million refugees, but they became internally displaced. Many of them went south and stayed there because of the way the occupation zones worked out in 1942, and so in 1940 to 42. Those might have put those people on the fence, but by late 43 and certainly by the D-Day invasion, they were anti-German, and so they lined up with that. The dampened ability of the French to organize and participate in the operations as Eisenhower would have wanted them wasn't the resistance fault, frankly. It was FDR's. And if you really want to argue with me, I would encourage you to read my book first, and then I'd be happy to talk to you about it. This hit home too. I served in Afghanistan 2 tours, and as I was leaving Afghanistan for the first tour, at the end of the first tour in 2009, the new McChrystal, General McChrystal, to take over, and he was going to put different aid teams and liaison teams in different places around Afghanistan, and he used the very unfortunate phrase, this is like government in a box. I thought, that's not going to work. It has to be organic to the Afghan people. And so I would just maybe kick that off to the Q&A for any further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for 2 fascinating papers there. Question for each of you to start us off. You alluded to Christine Granville's very sad and tragic fate. You alluded to Virginia Hall, the most decorated woman in American intelligence history, and you alluded to Jack Singlaub, who becomes, of course, a general later on. I wonder if you could take us through sort of the post-Second World War careers of some of the figures you've talked about and some of the more famous and, in this case, tragic cases. Start with you, Claire.
Well, just the ones that you mentioned. Virginia Hall is probably the best-known American woman who served, especially, with the resistance, and did a phenomenal job. But actually, she is very highly recognized now, and the CIA have got halls named after her. It's fantastic, but that didn't happen for a considerable number of years. She actually wasn't given sufficient recognition for her achievement straight after the war. She wasn't given the opportunities. She could have delivered much more for the CIA had she have been respected, as I believe she would have been if she had been a man. It is a simple misogynistic binary. I think we are getting over that now. But for her, I feel that she was an underutilized resource despite her amazing service. Christina Skarbek, Christine Granville, as she's known, she similarly, at the end of the war, she is left in Cairo. She'd gone back to Cairo, where she'd served earlier on in the war. Then she'd gone to France. She'd returned to Cairo after, and she was still, right at the end of the war, she was still begging for further missions. We have those in the British files. But in Kew, the British National Archives, the last memo that relates to her is written by a junior, and he says she is no longer wanted. This is a woman who put her life on the line for 6 years, the first woman to serve as a special agent, the longest serving agent, male or female, one of the most successful of all of them. And they just didn't know how to deal with her after the war. And this was, for many reasons, largely it was because she was a woman. She was offered secretarial work, clerical work. This is not a skill set. Her skill set is going out there doing the job. It's also partly because she was born Polish. She does take British nationality very early on in the war, where she has to have another identity, and that's a sort of temporary thing that she renews. And then she gets permanent British citizenship. But actually, at the end of the war, Britain They didn't give her the two things she'd have valued most highly, which was ongoing work worthy of her service experience, but also British citizenship. And she knows she can't go back to Poland because Poles have now got a Soviet-imposed communist regime. Her brother was actually killed by that regime in the first year of the peace. And the British, I don't know if she knew this actually, but the British had traded her name for the name of an NKVD, so prior to the KGB agent from the other side earlier on in the war. So they would have had her immediately. So she can't go back. She's left high and dry. I mean, they gave her £100, 3 months' salary. It wasn't nothing, but it's not enough. But she refused to take military honours from a country that wouldn't give her citizenship after she put her life on the line for 6 years to serve the British Crown. And not Britain's finest moment, I must say, but they realised the injustice and they gave her British citizenship and she accepted her honours. Only for her to have terrible jobs after the war. I mean, she starts the war as a countess. She comes first class from Southern Africa. Her husband was a diplomat. She gets to Britain. She's gone first class over the oceans. After the war, she gets jobs. She becomes a bathroom steward, a toilet cleaner on passenger ships. It gives her a certain amount of freedom. She can travel the world. She takes various other rubbish jobs. And eventually, one day on the ships, the captain said, if anyone has decorations, we'd like you to wear them. We're having a dinner and we want staff to wear their decorations. And she has all of these, and people do not believe it. You know, she's a woman, she's got a foreignish accent. They just don't think. They think she must be a fantasist, and they absolutely abuse her. And just one man sticks up for her. He's the bathroom steward. The two of them have an affair. When she gets back to England, she ditches him. She's got other interests, other things going on. He can't handle it, and he murders her. Just 7 years after the end of the war, she's stabbed to death with a Commando knife, much like the one she carried through the war, through the heart in the lobby of the hotel where she lived. So that is some of the outcomes for these women.
Ben?
Wow. I don't know how to follow that.
I will say Claire's book is available in the lobby as well, as is Ben's, if you want to know more about these stories. But
if there's a James Bond in the United States Army, it's Jack Singlop. The guy has an amazing career. He parachutes into Hainan Island to help POWs escape as the Japanese are leaving after the end of the war. He winds up doing things in Korea in special operations. And there is really no special operations yet, and it's not really established till 52. He's part of that era of folks doing that. He's in and out of CIA and Army jobs. He was very frustrated by a number of things in Korea and Vietnam, particularly that the military doesn't have a kind of coherent special operations command, and he was very pleased in 2001 to say that's been solved by the Reagan-era creation of Special Operations Command, which is now in Florida, and it ameliorates a lot of that forgetfulness that the culture has when it wants to. You know, the United States, as Patrick mentioned this morning, has been fighting irregular warfare since 1607, colonial times, learning how to be tactically proficient in this type of warfare from the American Indian tribes. So it's part and parcel of a lot of what we have done, but we never elect to really talk about it other than certain flashpoints and so forth. So he would be very interested, or that book would be a very interesting read. Hazardous Duty is Singlop's book. Stuart Alsop breaks convention, and he talks about the OSS. Right away, in 1946, he's got a book out talking about there might have been Jedburgh teams, and they might have been doing things like this, and he and his brother are very well-placed journalists, and so if you're kind of in the know, Alsop's a great book to read as well. Bill Colby, he's the CIA stay-behind chief. He's setting up, he was at Jedburgh in 1944. He later takes an OG troop in to go hit the heavy water plant in Norway. It's a terrible mission, aircraft accident, slams into a mountain, kills half his team. He still skis into the target area. All this to get after heavy water, which, having read Richard Rhodes's book on the making of the atom bomb a couple of years ago, I realized, well, Colby's mission was a complete waste of time because the Germans were never going to get nuclear weapons based on the method that they chose. Nevertheless, it speaks to his courage and bravery. So, and another fella is a Brit, but becomes an American out of, he meets and falls in love with an American woman, and by the time World War II starts, he's in the United States. Bernard Knox, if you're interested in Roman and Greek classical history, he is a Yale professor, but he was in the Spanish Civil War as an International Brigade member, wounded, left for dead, survives, comes back in off the snowy field, winds up in the Jedburghs, has an amazing operation there in the Jedburghs, and then spends his rest of his career giving lectures about Greek and Roman history and the warfare and Sophoclean plays and so forth. And again, when you read him, Bernard Knox, knowing that he was a Jedburgh and part of all this undercover stuff, it really takes on a different dimension.
Absolutely. Happy to open the floor to your questions.
Great. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the panel. First question is going to be to your right, about halfway back.
Thank you for two great presentations. Two questions, one for each speaker. For Ms. Mulley, did your research go back, let's say about 20 years, to a gentleman in North Cambridgeshire, Reg Whittaker, who trained a number of women in radio operations before they got their drop? It was an interesting story when I knew him, and I'm sure he's gone now because he was quite elderly even back then. The second question for Mr. Jones. The French Communist Party, of course, had a wonderful cell structure ideally suited for resistance operations in the occupation and in Vichy. Can you comment on that presence and the French resistance under the Gaullist umbrella?
Sure.
How those sorts of difficulties and the visions for post-war France complicated that relationship?
Thank you very much for that question. Very interesting question. No, I didn't contact Reg Whittaker. I don't know of him, actually. But I did, my book on Christina Skarbek, The Spy Who Loved, came out about 13 years ago. She was trained in wireless operating, but she was the only woman who was trained in North Africa. She got her wireless training in Cairo. She had to join the First Aid Nursing Yeomanry, so that is the women's auxiliary that's outside of the official military structure, so she could bear arms, and she got her training with their organization in North Africa, and she's the only woman to parachute from North Africa into France, in fact, as well. I did go, obviously, through all of the training records. A lot of these women were actually trained with the other services, like Nora Nyat-Khan was trained with the WAF, for example, but others among them who had other specialisms, a lot of them were also trained in wireless as a sort of secondary skill, so they had everything they could contribute. And actually, I've got in my pocket, or I had in my pocket a second ago, this is an original World War II wireless crystal, which is my lucky charm, so if anyone wants to see that, I'd be delighted to show them. I carry it because when Christina Skarbek marched in to save the lives of the 3 men, Francis Komertz among them, who were being held in a Gestapo prison, she actually brought in a radio crystal, very like this, but with a broken crystal so they couldn't use it, to prove that she was in the British Special Forces, and to say, she actually said she came up with a number of fabricated claims, but to give weight to her position so that they would recognize that she is someone who can pull strings, who does have contacts. So they use wireless kit in all sorts of different ways, not just for sending messages as well.
Yeah, the FTP, the communist part of the resistance, was a formidable force that could be at a local level difficult to deal with. General Singlaub and the others would often have to, well, I think all of them, whatever the resistance group might be, you would have to, it wasn't so much of a command and control, but cajole and convince. As one Jedburgh told me, that they were doing that kind of thing, whether they were the communists or not. I think it's important, though, to realize that everybody's aiming for after the war. Once North Africa kind of plays out the way it does, many of the people in France realize, okay, the Germans aren't going to win. And the ones who want a political future in France begin to think, boy, you know, siding with the Soviets was probably making us look bad when But now they're on our team again, so you can't really count on them. And I think the typical Frenchman was very suspicious of the communists, largely because of the back and forth between 1939 and 1942 that the Soviets traveled. So politically, that they were not as a powerful force. And if you look in the post-war elections, the communists, I don't think they ever polled more than 10%, and they were always unwilling to be in a coalition government. So it came down to personalities, kind of on the ground at the local level. It came down to personalities, and it could be a tough customer you're dealing with in the French resistance that was communist. It could just be a criminal element that was tough to deal with as well.
Next question's going to be to your left, about halfway back with Connie.
My question is to Mr. Jones. Did Eisenhower, you touched base on it, but in more detail, did Eisenhower see like militarily commanding the guerrilla forces like during D-Day, like having these guerrilla forces join up with the paratroopers or lead recon for some of the more uniformed units coming off of the beaches? And if you could give any detail if that was something he thought about?
Yes, they thought about that a lot. And had they had time before D-Day to set everything up, every numbered army, so the 1st Army Group, the 3rd Army, and so forth, had a special operations detachment that was assigned to them. And they would have the radios and the secret communications and so forth to be able to communicate back to London or directly to the Jedburgh teams or the OSS or SOE that might be out in front of, behind the lines in front of their area where they hope to go. And the thinking was, well, if I need that bridge dropped, but I want this one maintained, I can tell the French resistance to drop this bridge, and that will cut off a German army unit coming toward us. And I can have them do that in a cooperation with a plan that we're going on. That was always the ideal slot, was to do that. So they had these plans laid out. They had detachments at the Army group level, or at the numbered Army level in the US and the British as well. And the goal was, and then Koenig, if you think about the land forces commander, Montgomery, the sea forces commander, Ramsey, the air forces commander, Lee Mallory, you should also, for France, realize there was a special operations commander who was French. That's not on any of the charts because it was classified. So even if you go back and look at the documents, and it doesn't become official until after D-Day. There's a great deal of confusion. Many of the SOE spies and so forth say in their final reports, what happened at the end of July? Why did the airlift stop? Well, it stopped because the French took over, as Eisenhower asked, the French took over a lot of the Special Forces headquarters staff, and to the frustration of many Jedburghs, French and American and British alike, the French receiving the radio communications wouldn't read them unless they were in French. So you can imagine kind of doing this on the fly. We've got an active operation going, and you're trying to achieve military objectives day after day after day, and then you throw in a whole new staff element back in Britain to command all of this, and you have persnickety Frenchmen who won't read it when it's not in French. It just causes all kinds of confusion, again, which can be traced back to the Roosevelt-de Gaulle hang-ups.
Next question is in the back to your left with Connie, please.
Hi, I just want to ask a question about Virginia Hall and what she did in the CIA or whatever special office the United States had following the war. What kind of work Virginia Hall did following the war, and how long she was actually a part of it.
Thank you. I haven't researched Virginia Hall in great detail. The best book, and I really recommend it, it's great. It's by Sonia Purnell. It's called A Woman of No Importance. I think the title tells you pretty much everything. One of the great ironies, of course, is that she had served because she was seen as being a woman and irrelevant, and that enabled her to achieve so much. And unfortunately, she is treated quite poorly by the CIA early on in that role there. So, I mean, she did work for a considerable amount of time with the CIA, and she did end up doing quite distinguished service. But for the details of that, I'd recommend you go to the book.
Next question's all the way to your right, towards the back.
Thank you so much. I would be so curious to hear a little bit more about communication beyond, obviously, the very perilous role of radio operators, but there was, a lot staked on not being able to pick up a cell phone and call someone, but these messages that were coming in perhaps through BBC ads, perhaps through couriers. So I would love to hear a little bit more of the details that you heard beyond the radio operator themselves and how messages came through.
Yeah, I mean, the radio operator role is one of the most dangerous roles in the resistance. Men and women serve in this role. Both of them had that as specialisms. Just to move around, they carry it in suitcases. They look like old, rather worn French suitcases, but they weigh a pack. So, you have to make your step look light. You're carrying this around. And you are always moving around because the Germans could identify where people were by tracing the wireless signal in the air. So they would do things like shut down electricity in different parts of Paris to try and identify where Noor Inayat Khan was signaling from. And then they had detection vans that could circle around and hone in on that signal. Incredibly dangerous. So they had to be really fast. They had to send it out. It's coded. They're sending it through Morse. Noor Inayat Khan, one of the times that twice she was nearly caught was both to do with her radio. So for her, as an example, on one occasion, it's got an aerial. You have to hook the aerial up to get the signal. So if you're inside a building, you might hook it up to the latrine that has a pipe going up into the roof, something like that. On one occasion, she had to hook it up in a tree outside her apartment in Paris, and a German officer walked by who also lived in a different part of that apartment and said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "I just love the foreign jazz music. I know I shouldn't." And he said, "I like it too," and helped her put the radio on. Amazing. Another time, she is on the metro, the underground in Paris, and she's got her kid, and she stopped and searched. They're searching everyone. And they open up her case. What is this? It's a wireless radio transmitter. And she says, "Oh, I work in cinema. It's a cinema kit." You know what they look like, the amazing modern kit. You guys know all about that. And they were rather ashamed. They didn't know what it was. So they said, "Oh, yeah, great, wonderful. We love cinema." So twice she got away just with quick thinking. But before the women were sent out in this role of being wireless transmitters, they were told that they had the likelihood of just living for 6 weeks. They thought within that time, the Germans would be able to track the signal, find them, arrest them, probably brutally interrogate them, and would then shoot them. They were given a life expectancy of 6 weeks. And as volunteers, they were asked if they would therefore not like to be sent in. Despite all the training, it doesn't matter, no dishonor, given that opportunity. Not a single woman turned that down.
Next question's in the back. Hi, I was just gonna ask, why do you think it took so long for these women to get the recognition that they needed in my lifetime over the past 15 years of pop culture? How do you think they're starting to get the recognition now with characters like Peggy Carter?
Yeah, thank you. There's lots of reasons. Partly, they were never officially soldiers, and so they didn't get the same military honors. They weren't mentioned in dispatches. It just wasn't in the official, it is in the official records behind the scenes, but that was kept hidden. There was a strong sense that this wasn't of good repute to arm women and send them out. It was still seen in the late 1940s, 1950s as something slightly embarrassing, that we shouldn't have had to have gone to that level to use the resources of women as well. So it wasn't discussed. But then you get in the 1950s, you get a couple of books, and you get some films like Odette and Carve Her Name with Pride that tell the story of Odette Sampson and Violette Szabo, two other women I didn't even get to mention today. And people begin to realize that women did play this role. I have to say, they are rather romanticized, these films, but they're nevertheless, for the times, very good, very challenging films. And it begins to get known a little more. But of course, the women, like the men, had taken their oath, and they were absolutely honorable, and they would not speak about their achievements. They wouldn't defy the Official Secrets Act, and a lot of them took their stories to the grave. So that is partly why. With the case of Zoe, Elżbieta Zawadzka, that my new book is about, she, minor spoiler, but she did survive the war, and she was Polish, so she ends up in Soviet imposed communist regime. And they completely, every nation does it to a degree, right? I'm looking forward to going to see this fabulous museum to see how America presents its war story. I'm sure it'll be slightly different to the way I see it in the London Imperial War Museum. But it will be valid. But the Soviets rewrote the narrative entirely, pretty much. I mean, I do think we need to pay more tribute to the numbers of losses on the Eastern Front and the Soviet forces. But they rewrote the story that the Home Army in Poland, the resistance force, had no achievements at all. They were just capitalist running dogs, and it was all done by the communists coming in, which is not at all the case. And it didn't fit their narrative at all that women had served and volunteered in those roles. So they deliberately kept that history hidden. So many different reasons.
Last question's going to be with me in the front, please.
This question's for both of you, and it has to do with how the data that was sent back to the agents was acted upon. Do you have specific instances where either planning was changed or were on the fly in the field where actions were initiated because of the data that was supplied?
Yeah. In the 90s, I served in a Air Special Operations Unit, and we had a 96-hour planning cycle from when we received the need to get guys on a drop zone. We needed, the Air Force unit needed 96 hours notice to put those guys on the drop zone. When I was doing research in the Eisenhower Library for all this, I found the document that developed the 96-hour planning cycle. And I thought, wow, 40 years later, and we haven't gotten any faster. Because, of course, everybody wants it right now. There were several teams that were dropped in to areas that had been liberated since they'd been called in. One team, Benjamin, which is how I remember this, its first radio message is, "You do know this area has been liberated, don't you?" Our mission has been a complete waste of time. Funny war. That's how I signed off. So keeping up with even if we didn't have the French staff officer demanding everything be in French, you had this incredible time lag of so forth, and particularly when the front is moving rapidly. And at one time, one Jedburgh team is asked to blow up a bridge. They're preparing to do that. They send back to the headquarters that they're going to blow up the bridge. The French officers there said, no, don't blow up the bridge. We'll need that for after the war. Then while they're arguing about this, the Germans blow up the bridge. And the British lieutenant colonel says, "This presumably satisfied everyone."
I have examples as well of policy being changed because of this. One wonderful thing they did was that the SOE, I mean, they're not really meant to be doing espionage. They are meant to be doing sabotage, that kind of role. Of course, they do both. But for example, they would blow up the Michelin factory to stop RAF Bomber Command having to come and bomb it, because there's going to be far less civilian casualties if you can do it inside than by doing a bombing campaign. So that sort of thing. Also in D-Day with the Pearl Witherington, for example, could then help show, they knew which routes were closed, which were open and so on, could help take the American forces up north through France. But I think the key example would be Christina Scarbeck taking this microfilm showing preparations for Operation Barbarossa that landed on Churchill's desk. That's why in 1941, that spring, late spring, he said that this woman is my favorite spy, because Churchill got directly in contact with Stalin to warn him. Now, sadly, Stalin didn't believe him. He thought Churchill was just trying to drive a wedge between him and Hitler, and he didn't take remedial action. But it shows the level of importance of the material that was being transferred, and also that actions were taken as a result. Yeah.
Round of applause for Bradley Hart, Claire Moley, and Benjamin Jones. Thank you for an engaging panel discussion. Thanks to you for your questions. We now have our break till 11:15 for our next session, Special Forces in the Mediterranean. I invite you all out to the retail and book signing station. I also recommend you go and visit our friends at the travel desk, where you can sign up for next year's program already and get first dibs on getting in here for next year's wonderful program. 11:15 for the next session. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary, as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries, and you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
July 16, 1945, nuclear scientists working for the Manhattan Project successfully detonated the plutonium-based device in the remote New Mexico desert. The world had entered the atomic age, and there was no going back. This is World War II and II. In the 1930s, scientists discovered the possibility of atomic fission, which split the atom, creating a powerful explosive force. After the German invasion of Poland in 1939, Albert Einstein penned a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt warning of the danger if that technology fell into Nazi hands. FDR heeding the warning, and by June 1942, he approved a U.S. Army program to develop an atomic weapon. Initially set up office space in Broadway in New York City, the effort was soon referred to as the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project was a nationwide effort by labs and universities to develop fissionable materials and the means to produce an atomic bomb. Los Alamos Scientific Lab in New Mexico was a central location for scientific research and was led by scientists J. Robert Oppenheimer and Army Brigadier General Leslie Groves. To create isotopes of uranium-235 and plutonium-239, facilities were built at Hanford Engineering Works in Washington State and Clinton Engineering Works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Thousands of people worked on the Manhattan Project, but information was compartmentalized, and a top-secret classification meant only a few select people understood the project's goal. A uranium-based bomb was thought to be a reliable design, but a major challenge was finding enough uranium-235. Plutonium, on the other hand, was easier to produce than uranium, but a plutonium-based device was more complex. A bomb using plutonium-239 could only go supercritical if compressed from all directions uniformly. Because this method was so unprecedented, Oppenheimer felt it was necessary to test it. In July 1945, the gadget was detonated at Jornada del Muerto, 35 miles south of Socorro, New Mexico, validating the plutonium-based compression design. The flash, seen in this archival footage, was so bright it temporarily blinded the observers, and the heat melted the desert sand into a radioactive green glass called trinitite. After witnessing the test, Oppenheimer famously quoted, "Now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds." The successful Trinity test confirmed that the United States had two viable weapon designs and could easily produce several such devices. Days later, at the Potsdam Conference, President Truman called for Japan to surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour. The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. and watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
By August 1945, the Japanese Empire was on the verge of defeat, but still refused to surrender. But a new weapon, unlike any other, would help lead to the end of the war and have ripple effects for decades to come. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curotola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the Allies prepared to invade the Japanese home islands, any assault would be extremely costly for both Allied forces and the Japanese people. But with the success of the July Trinity test, the U.S. was ready to leverage atomic weaponry to help end the carnage of the Pacific War. The 509th Composite Group, led by 29-year-old Colonel Paul Tibbets, was assigned the task of dropping the atomic bombs. On August 6, 1945, Colonel Tibbets, in a B-29 superfortress named Enola Gay, took off from Able Runway on the island of Tinian and headed for the coastal Japanese town of Hiroshima. Loaded in his bomb bay was a uranium-based weapon nicknamed Little Boy. Tibbets arrived over his target at 8:15 a.m., aimed for the T-shaped bridge at the city center, and dropped the weapon. 43 seconds later, at an altitude of 1,600 feet, the bomb exploded in a brilliant white flash. Much of Hiroshima vanished under a rising mushroom cloud. The ensuing explosion signaled the death of approximately 80,000 Japanese. But the Japanese military showed no signs of surrender. Just days later, on August 9th, a second B-29, nicknamed Boxcar, piloted by Captain Charles Sweeney, left Tinian carrying the plutonium-based bomb called Fat Man. Sweeney's target was the Japanese city of Kokura, and he was directed to drop the weapon by visual means only. But when the plane arrived over its target, the city was obscured by haze and smoke. Boxcar moved on to its secondary target, the Japanese port city of Nagasaki. The plane arrived over the city around 11 a.m. and dropped the bomb. The explosion killed approximately 60,000 Japanese. In Nagasaki, everything within a mile of ground zero was annihilated, with immense heat causing widespread fires. Archival footage from the days after shows some of that devastation. People close to the blast were vaporized, while others suffered horrific burns and fatal radiation poisoning. Running low on fuel, Sweeney headed for Okinawa and landed his bomber just as the fuel-starved engines shut down. As a result of these two missions and other wartime considerations, Emperor Hirohito determined that Japan's war was over.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
My fellow Americans, Supreme Allied Commander General MacArthur and Allied representatives on the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay. The thoughts and hopes of all America, indeed of all the civilized world, are centered tonight on the battleship Missouri. There, on that small piece of American soil, anchored in Tokyo Harbor, the Japanese have just officially laid down their arms. They have signed terms of unconditional surrender. Our first thoughts, of course, thoughts of gratefulness and deep obligation, go out to those of our loved ones who have been killed or maimed in this terrible war. On land and sea and in the air, American men and women have given their lives so that this day of ultimate victory might come and assure the survival of a civilized world. No victory can make good their loss. We think of those whom death in this war has hurt, taking from them fathers, husbands, sons, brothers and sisters whom they love. No victory can bring back the faces they long to see. Only the knowledge that the victory, which these sacrifices have made possible, will be wisely used, can give them any comfort. It is our responsibility, ours the living, to see to it that this victory shall be a monument worthy of the dead who died to win it. And our thoughts go out to our gallant allies in this war, to those who resisted the invaders, to those who were not strong enough to hold out, but who, nevertheless, kept the fires of resistance alive within the souls of their people, to those who stood up against great odds and held the line, until the United Nations together were able to supply the arms and the men with which to overcome the forces of evil. This is a victory of more than arms alone. This is a victory of liberty over tyranny. It was the spirit of liberty which gave us our armed strength and which made our men invincible in battle. And so, on VJ Day, we take renewed faith and pride in our own way of life. We have had our day of rejoicing over this victory. We have had our day of prayer and devotion. Now let us set aside VJ Day as one of renewed consecration to the principles which have made us the strongest nation on earth and which, in this war, we have striven so mightily to preserve. Victory always has its burdens and its responsibilities as well as its rejoicings. But we face the future and all its dangers with great confidence and great hope. God's help has brought us to this day of victory. With His help, we will attain that peace and prosperity for ourselves and all the world in the years ahead.
Days after the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan's emperor announced they would accept Allied surrender terms. But for tense weeks, Allied leaders faced uncertainty over whether Japan's intention to surrender would hold. This is World War II in 2. On August 14th, Japan's foreign ministry accepted the terms of the Potsdam Declaration. Under the agreement, Japan would surrender unconditionally. The emperor would remain, but his authority and that of the Japanese government would be subject to General MacArthur's orders. In reply, the U.S. called on the emperor to order all commands to cease fire, end operations, and transport prisoners of war to safety. Emperor Hirohito recorded a message to inform his people. But hoping to continue the war, some Japanese officers attempted to seize the emperor's recording. Their coup, however, collapsed. And the next day, the emperor's message was broadcast at noon on August 15th in Japan. It was still August 14th in the U.S. when President Truman announced Japan's intention to surrender, signaling that a ceasefire was in effect until Japan's formal surrender ceremony. It wasn't until the 16th, however, that the emperor finally issued orders to cease hostilities. Rather than going into effect immediately, however, the ceasefire was to take effect in stages, from 2 days to as many as 12 days, depending on unit locations. Allied and Japanese leaders had concerns about whether the ceasefire would hold or whether Japanese forces would comply. By August 19th, negotiations in Manila settled the terms of Japan's surrender. Over Japan, Allied planes dropped leaflets to POWs, telling them the war was over. Drops of food and medicine followed. Nearly 20,000 Allied POWs were liberated over 14 days. Meanwhile, thousands of anxious soldiers and Marines landed on August 30th to begin occupation duties. While the initial date for the surrender ceremony was set for August 31st in Tokyo Bay, typhoons forced MacArthur to shift the ceremony to that day. Over 200 Allied warships were staged, with the battleship Missouri anchored in the spot where Commodore Perry dropped anchor in 1853. Flights of aircraft circled above. Concerned about kamikaze attacks, anti-aircraft guns remained alert and fully manned, with the exception of those guns above the signing ceremony itself. A combat air patrol kept watch overhead. At 9:02, the ceremony began. After an opening statement from MacArthur, the Japanese delegation signed. MacArthur followed, then Nimitz for the United States, and afterwards senior Allied representatives. By 9:25 on September 2nd, 1945, the Second World War was over. Later, MacArthur broadcast, "Today the guns are silent. A great tragedy has ended. A great victory has been won."
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for Continuing Education. We hope to see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom. And as you do so, please do find your cell phones and silence them. Please come find your seats and your cell phones. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, seats and cell phones, please.
So this next session we've titled Special Forces in the Mediterranean. In this, we'll hear about the pivotal role of Allied Special Forces in the Mediterranean theater, North Africa, Tunisia, Sicily, rugged hills of Italy, and eventually into the beaches of Southern Europe. For this session, I'm not Dr. Alan Millett. I'm filling in for Alan, and we're joined by two very talented authors who are closely connected to their subject matter. So I think this will be another great session. You know, Dr. David Williams is a former Army armor officer. Love that. Lumber industry executive. This is a very eclectic panel. With a PhD in wood science from Colorado State University. I had to include that. He is the president of the Descendants of World War II Rangers Incorporated, and today he'll share the story of Darby's Rangers that he's drawn over several decades of interviews. His book, The Road to Cisterna, chronicles the heroism and heavy sacrifice of the Darby's Rangers. Also with us, Todd Ross, historian, a writer who's committed to bringing the past to life. He also is a wine connoisseur and retailer, and features wine travel and other pretty amazing talents. But he's published several works on U.S. Special Operations units in action during World War II. He's worked as a consultant for the History Channel and the Canadian History Channel, and his work, The Super Commandos, is widely respected. In it, he explores the daring exploits of the 1st Special Service Force, an elite American-Canadian unit. So we'll turn the podium over to David, and we'll continue mission. David?
Dr. Mueller, Mr. Hilliard, trustees, ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge honor. My book has only been out 8 weeks. Never expected this kind of attention to the book so fast. This morning we heard about Len Lamel in the 2nd Ranger Battalion at Pointe du Hoc. Those are not the Rangers I'm going to talk about. We heard about the 5th Ranger Battalion at Omaha Beach. I know Major General John Ron very well. We just presented him with the Congressional Gold Medal for the World War II Rangers. He's 103. He's sharp as a tack. General Ron is the last surviving Ranger who landed on Omaha Beach on D-Day. So, I don't get to see them. I don't want to advance them, but let's go back. That's okay. So the title of my book is The Road to Cisterna, Darby's Rangers, and Their Most Consequential Battle in World War II. So what's that about? Well, the road to Cisterna implies the long road from the time Darby's Rangers were formed in 1942 until their demise when they were all wiped out at the Battle of Cisterna in 1944. So Darby was William Orlando Darby. He was a native of Fort Smith, Arkansas, and he was a West Point graduate. As a young captain, he was picked to command the 1st Ranger Battalion. So what is Cisterna? Well, that's where the battle was fought, and that was a climactic battle. So the last book, that talked about Darby's Rangers was Ranger Force, published 16 years ago. A huge difference in that book and mine is that I interviewed Rangers over 2 decades. I got to know many of them. I got their stories, their memorabilia, their letters. Most of all, I got to know them. And they shared stories with me that perhaps they would not have shared with anybody else. My book has 12 battle maps in it, all drawn to scale using Google Earth. There are no other maps like that in any other book. So my book is different because most history books are told from the top down by the commanders or by historians. My book is told by the men who did the fighting, told by privates, corporals and sergeants, and a few officers. So how did the book come to be? There it is. So this is my uncle, Colonel James B. Lyle. He's the only Ranger who's been inducted to both the Infantry OCS Hall of Fame and the U.S. Army Ranger Hall of Fame. My story began when I was 7 years old. October 1950, he was executive officer in the 187th Regimental Combat Team, known as the Rakkasans. They parachuted behind the North Korean lines to try to capture the government and bring an early end to the war. His parachute fouled, and he had about 2 seconds to realize what to do. He popped his reserve chute and it opened just as he hit the ground. He survived the fall and spent 2 years in Army hospital with broken bones. Had it not been for his World War II record, the Army would have retired him. But they told him that as long as he could pass the PT test annually, he could stay on active duty, and he served a distinguished 30 years. He'd never spoken to anybody about his time in the Rangers until I was on active duty, and then he picked me to talk to. We talked a lot for 15 years, and when he passed away, nope, I gotta go back. It's not working. Here. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be seeing what's going on. Okay. It's not advancing. All right, so I went to a meeting of the Ranger Battalions Association in World War II, and I met Warren Evans. He had been Darby Sergeant Major They called him Bing because he could sing like Bing Crosby, and he took me under wing and introduced me to a lot of these people. I met tons of Rangers, and over 2 decades, I got to interview them. The first reunion that I chaired was right here in New Orleans. It was first day was 9/11/2001. Bing, during a planning meeting, Bing took me aside. He put his hand on my shoulders and he said, "Never let this die." We met here on that Friday. I believe it was September 14. We had our memorial service right here at the then D-Day Museum. We were downstairs in the big room with the Higgins boat. It was quite an event. Bing wrote the foreword for my book, but then he died before it could be finished. What I learned from him and from the other Rangers was not a day would go by that they would not remember their time being a Ranger. So this slide shows the time frame for my book. You know about Pearl Harbor. You know about D-Day at Normandy. There's about a 2-year period in between. Perhaps not much is known. We're fighting the Japanese in the Pacific, but during this 2-year period, the Army needed to build plants, machines, tanks, planes, recruit troops, and train them. So General George Marshall, who was Chief of Staff, wanted a unit much like the British Commandos, who could go deep behind enemy lines, who could spearhead landings on enemy shores. The Rangers were activated on June the 19th, 1942 in Northern Ireland and trained by British Commandos. The requirements were tough. The Rangers had to learn how to speed march 50% faster than a normal regular infantry unit. Rangers had to be able to move far and fast. Candidates were asked such questions as, can you stick a knife in a man and twist it? Over 2,000 applied, 480 were accepted. Their first action was the Dieppe raid on the coast of France. 6,000 British and Canadian commandos attacked to find out if we were ready to cross the English Channel and attack the Germans. The answer was we were not. It was a fiasco. 70% casualties among the commandos. 3 Rangers were killed. Including Second Lieutenant Edward Lustelot. The first American soldier killed on the European continent. Lieutenant Lustelot was a graduate at LSU. He was an architect student. He was from Franklin, Louisiana, a Louisiana native. His unit had been called to England, to Northern Ireland, right away, and he volunteered. First American soldier killed. Many texts have named him Edwin. The lieutenant's name was Edward. I correct several mistakes in my book because when I wrote this book, years after most of them were written, we had access to better data. We had information from the National Archives and also had the Rangers' own stories. Counting Dieppe, Darby's Rangers invaded 5 enemy shores during World War II. Almost to a man, the Rangers said the most frightening thing they did was to invade an enemy shore at night that was defended under fire. So the next slide shows Arzu. That's in North Africa. And after that, the Rangers went into Tunisia. Upon arrival in Tunisia, the 1st Ranger Battalion pulled a night raid on Sined Station. You heard something about that this morning. 3 companies attacked before daylight with knives and grenades. Bing Evans was leading his platoon. He froze on the trigger. Can you imagine an enemy soldier rushing at you with his rifle leveled, a long bayonet flashing in the dark? Bing said that soldier's eyes were big as saucers. He didn't know what happened, but all of a sudden he couldn't move. His little runner, Tommy Sullivan, shot the enemy soldier. Bing called that the vacuum. Years later, Bing was watching Saving Private Ryan, and when he saw the actor Captain Miller in the surf trying to hide behind a tetrahedron, the movie went silent. Bing blurted out, "The vacuum." And then he apologized to people sitting around him. He said he believed that there was some factor, a stress factor, that caused soldiers to freeze up. And Bing always believed that that's when a lot of casualties occurred. You never heard about it because they became casualties. From there, they went into Tunisia. That was the field of very, very heavy fighting. At the Battle of Kasserine Pass, the American Army was being overrun. Major General Terry Allen, who commanded the 1st Infantry Division, sent an order to Colonel Darby, and these orders have been written up in a number of books. He requested a reinforced Ranger company with a hairy-chested commander, ladies, with big nuts. No one ever identified who the captain was. My uncle was a hairy-chested commander. When he passed away, the orders were in his briefcase. Going into Sicily next, Sicily was known as Operation Husky. That was the 7th Army under the command of George Patton. You can see from the map the proximity of Sicily to Italy. It was important to have Sicily because we needed the air bases so we could so we could bomb or strafe Italy and return. In that day and time, you couldn't fly all the way from Tunisia or anywhere in North Africa to Italy and return. So for that reason, we had to have Sicily. At the time, they had over 300,000 Italian and German soldiers there. The night before, there was a huge storm. The seas were very, very rough. Sergeant Ted Fleeser was in one of those landing craft. It was a Higgins boat. As they crested away, the enemy searchlights would pick up the boat and discover them. Before the enemy could open fire, the boat dropped into the next trough, so they couldn't be hit. As always, the Rangers were first ashore, with much intense fighting for the first few days. There are numerous stories of bravery that I tell about Sicily. Perhaps the bravest of all was one about the bakery. The women of Gela, Sicily, had no bakery. Colonel Darby's men had captured the bakery so the army would have bread. The women protested loudly. Nothing happened. 2 days later, hundreds of women from Gela packed themselves together on the street, across the street from the bakery, and they attacked. The 2 Rangers fled. The Battle of the Bakery was in the books. All right, so I got messed up here. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I didn't want to go back. Okay, so from there they went from Sicily into Salerno. That was the first American invasion on the Italian continent. When they landed at Salerno, they landed at a place called Maori, and the Rangers went up to a high peak called Chunzi Mountain. And from there, the Rangers could look down on the Germans on the backside, and if the Germans looked up, they were looking at Rangers on the top. Private William Fox knew that they needed intelligence, and he volunteered to go on a mission solo down the mountain by himself to collect the information. Permission denied, it was too dangerous. So one night, he went by himself. He found a house, slipped into some clothes. He found a girl. Nobody ever found out where. She took him to the Italian officers' quarters, and he convinced an Italian lieutenant to come back up the mountain with him to show the Allied intelligence where the German facilities were located. He told him he was an officer, and he promised that if the lieutenant would come back up to the top of the mountain with him, that the Allies would no longer bombard their cities. They got back to the top. Fox was arrested for disobeying an order. His company commander realized how important the intelligence was, began writing him up for a Silver Star. Colonel Darby heard about that. He said, "No, we're giving the man a Distinguished Service Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor." Fox went back to Italy after the war, found the girl, married her, and he lived there the rest of his life. From there, the Germans went into Venafro in the mountains. very heavy fighting in the middle of the winter, November and December 1943. During that time in the mountains, I already mentioned Lester Kness. I'll tell a story about him I hadn't planned to tell. But Captain Kness commanded A Company in the 4th Ranger Battalion. In one action, they were trying to capture a high point to use for an observation post. As Kness was directing the traffic with his men, he ran around the knoll. There was a dead German lying there, and he remembered what a commando sergeant had told him: never trust a dead German. Kness wheeled around. As he did, the German was rising up to fire. Kness fired first. From there, we went into Anzio. It was a short fight for the Rangers because they were defeated, but it was a long battle for the Americans. And you'll hear more about that later. But now Darby now commanded a unit almost the size of a regiment. The plan was to invade Anzio and capture the Germans, trap the Germans south of Anzio between there and Cassino, wipe out the German army, and then move into Rome. General Lucas was the Corps commander, and he was concerned that all of the American units were being siphoned off to Normandy, and he was afraid he wouldn't have enough troops to go ahead and go into Rome by himself. So they said he was timid. I'm not sure he was timid. There was a lot of discussion about that. But while he and General Mark Clark, who was the American commander, discussed over an 8-day period what to do, the Germans reinforced. General Clark said we need to capture Cisterna. It was high ground, would be a great point of observation. Also, the main railroad line ran through Cisterna, along with 2 of the highways. So now I can advance it. So this is one of my maps, and I know you can't read this much detail from the back of the room, but I simply want you to see this is one of 12 maps in my book, drawn to scale. It shows the town of Cisterna, 2 major roads. There's a triangular area where the battle is fought. It's about 3/4 of a mile long on each side. The Rangers are all huddled along the road at the top. This is early in the morning, about 7 o'clock, 7:40. The Rangers are scattered all over this field, being cut to pieces by German tanks. And the tanks are the little black dots, if that's all you can see from the back. The Rangers claim that they destroyed 19 tanks, so I showed 19 tanks, or tracked vehicles. Some of the Rangers had just joined, and they were so new to the Army, they couldn't recognize different type of tracked vehicles in the dark, so they just called them all tanks, though some of them might have been personnel carriers or such. A major goal of my book was to better tell the Battle of Cisterna in detail by the clock. I believed I could do that because I'd taken the stories of men who fought there. Most of these stories had never been told. Here's a brief summary of the battle. The 1st and 3rd Ranger Battalions, 769 men, led off on the mission one night just after midnight, marching under radio silence, 15 feet apart, in a column that stretched over a mile long, marching through a series of ditches and canals. They were muddy and sloppy. It had been raining. It was freezing cold. The idea was to reach Cisterna before daylight so they could be reinforced. Once there, the 4th Ranger Battalion, who was attacking from the south, was to reinforce them, along with the 1st and 15th Infantry Regiments, who were also attacking in the same area. However, when the 1st and 3rd Rangers came out of the ditch, they found themselves on flat ground, 800 yards south of Cisterna. They were in the middle of a German bivouac. There were German soldiers sleeping on the ground, sleeping in foxholes. Major Jack Dobson was the commander. They were under radio silence. He had no orders of what to do except capture Cisterna. He couldn't reach Darby by radio, so he ordered an attack. He told the men, draw your knives, get grenades, go to work. And they did. Things didn't turn out as planned. In most military books, the Cisterna battle gets a very few pages of coverage. and is told from the top down by a historian. In my book, the battle is told in 72 pages by more than 40 Rangers who fought there that day. No one has ever previously told the story in such detail. When the battle was over and the men were captured, over 600 were captured. The day after the battle, the Germans paraded them around Rome through the streets. The map on the left shows the Colosseum at the bottom right-hand side. That's where trucks unloaded the Rangers, and they were paraded through Rome, through the old part of town. It was about a 2-mile march. You can see the photograph shows the Rangers being marched, a column about 5 or 6 men wide, German soldiers on each side armed. You see the Colosseum in the distance, so they had just begun the march. This picture, you can see, was creased. It was found in an abandoned German bunker at the end of the war, and as it turns out, it's one of the better pictures we have of that march. Numerous writers claim that the Rangers were ambushed at Cisterna. The Germans claimed to a man, except for one man. They claimed that they were not ambushed. The Rangers say they ambushed the Germans. They know that because they were all asleep when they got there. My book corrects another error. Most writers, going back to right after the war, claim that only 6 men escaped the battle. They were either not killed or captured. The 6 men were never named because writers copy off each other because that's all the information they had. Through our research, we're able to identify 18 men, confirm them through records at the archives. 18 men returned from that battle, and I named these 18 men in my book. Little has been said about the 4th Ranger Battalion, who was attacking from the south. I'm watching the clock, I'm sorry. The 4th Ranger Battalion suffered 50% casualties from the time they landed at Anzio. Every company commander was killed. After the forced march, this is a print by James Dietz. This is his idea of the Battle of Cisterna. Of course, it's heavily watermarked, but you see it's been signed by 24 men. I had their print at the 2001 reunion here in New Orleans, and 24 men who were at that battle signed their name. 18 of those men later gave me their stories for this book. Incredible photograph. I interviewed them. I got their memorabilia, their letters, their records. So one of the Rangers, well, several Rangers escaped, but Lieutenant William Noonan escaped before he was shipped off to a POW camp. He found his way to Rome, and there he found solace, is secured in the French seminary. He stayed there for 3 months while the fighting went on. One morning, he heard heavy firing and a lot of commotion in Rome, and he slipped out of the seminary into the street, and he met soldiers from the 1st Special Service Force who had just come into Rome. He said, "Who's your commander?" And they said, "General Frederick." He said, "Please take me to your commander." So General Frederick put him in a half-track and took him south to 5th Army headquarters where he could be debriefed. On the way, they passed a town that had been totally demolished, nothing left. General Frederick said, "Do you know what this is?" And Lieutenant Noonan said, "I do not." He said, "This is Cisterna." So with that, I want to thank you for your time. I'm glad I could make the connection between the Rangers and the 1st Special Service Force. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Todd Ross, and I'm the author of The Super Commandos. It's the history of the 1st Special Service Force in World War II. Before getting started, I just want to thank the National World War II Museum for having me here today. In 1990, I made my first trip to the National Archives with my twin brother who was doing research there for college. I thought it would be fun to start doing my own digging in the archives, and since I had just seen the movie The Devil's Brigade, I chose the 1st Special Service Force as my topic. The Devil's Brigade, released in 1968, was a movie based on the 1966 book of the same name, written by George Walton and Robert Adelman. They'd styled their book, in my opinion, after an earlier novel by E.M. Nathanson, The Dirty Dozen. Like Nathanson, Walton and Adelman hoped to sell their book to Hollywood and get rich. So in writing it, there was no service to history in mind. Rather, they adhered closely to the mantra, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. But who were the real Devil's Brigade? Once I start pulling threads and chasing leads, the research became something of an obsession for me, and the 1st Special Service Force became my mad hobby. I spent the rest of the decade interviewing, corresponding with, and getting to know the veterans of the force, and digging in private and military archives around the United States, Canada, and France. What I immediately learned was that the 1st Special Service Force was not at all like the Dirty Dozen, nor was it a misfit unit of Canadian regulars welded to an unruly mob of Yanks deposited from U.S. Army stockades, as the Devil's Brigade would have one believe. Yet where Walton and Adelman and Hollywood got it right was that the 1st Special Service Force was indeed raised for a suicide mission. The story of the 1st Special Service Force began in the shop of the British Combined Operations led by Lord Louis Mountbatten, protege of Winston Churchill, organizer of what became the British Commandos. On Mountbatten's staff, there was a civilian scientist named Geoffrey Pike, who in 1942 proposed a daring plan to raise and equip a force of men to wage war successfully over snow during the upcoming European winter. It was called Operation Plow, and it envisioned a revolutionary snow machine yet to be designed that would provide the means. Mountbatten had secured participation for the scheme by both the United States Army and the Canadian Department of National Defense, so Operation Plow would become a joint U.S.-Canadian effort, and both nations would provide combat troops for the Plow force equally. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Frederick, who was then serving on the staff of the War Plans Division of the War Department, was put in command. The call for volunteers for hazardous duty, or as the Canadians called it, a hardship unit, went out to both armies. Because Plow Force would be raised with one mission in mind, it would be a force like no other. The unit would be sent to operate independently behind enemy lines with no possibility for support and without the possibility of relief. Frederick needed men who were already trained soldiers, but more than that, he needed rugged individualists, men who were tough physically and mentally, men who could not only cope in cold, arduous conditions, but who would thrive in them. While the force wanted tough outdoors types, what it got, no matter their backgrounds, were men of action, eager to do their part in the war and to get into the fight and strike a blow against the enemy. Generally, they were older men. Their average age was 26 years old. A number of the Canadians had already seen combat on the European continent. The search for an ideal training camp ended at Fort William Henry Harrison, a remote former National Guard post outside of Helena, Montana. It was close to the Continental Divide, making it a perfect location for winter and mountain warfare exercises, and it had its own airfield for parachute training. Operation Plow listed 3 possible targets: the High-Head electrical power facilities in Italy's Po Valley, the Romanian oil fields at Ploesti, and the third was the hydroelectric and heavy water production facilities in Norway. Therefore, Plow Force would be organized into 3 separate regiments of about 400 men apiece and deployed when the time came to one of those 3 objectives. Later, as planning progressed, Italy and Romania were struck from the target list, and Norway became the sole target. Development of an all-new snow vehicle for the plow force, what would become the T-15 Weasel, was proceeding rapidly, with Studebaker's promise that the required 600 vehicles would be ready by fall of 1942. As time was short, Frederick split his unit into two parts, a combat echelon and a service battalion. The men of the combat echelon, the force's 3 regiments, would do nothing but train, while the service battalion personnel would carry out support functions. By the fall of 1942, the plow force, now officially known as the 1st Special Service Force, had been shaped into an elite infantry unit, physically fit, trained parachutists, skiers, winter warfare specialists, mountaineers, sabotage experts, experts in the use of demolitions, hand-to-hand combat, small arms, enemy small arms, raiding tactics, and the use and maintenance of their snow vehicles. However, problems that would prove Operation Plow's undoing began to reveal themselves. Sufficient air transport for the Weasels was not forthcoming. A means of withdrawal, or more aptly put, escape, of the plow force from the combat area remained undetermined, and in fact, none had ever been worked out. The final strike against Plow occurred when the Norwegian government suddenly withdrew its support, reasoning that the destruction of the power plants would cause more harm to the civilian population that winter than help the war effort. So in September 1942, as the organization and training of the unit began to mature, the plan for which it was conceived was canceled. Colonel Frederick, who had proven himself an energetic and competent and an imaginative leader, when faced with the possible dissolution of the unit he'd worked tirelessly to raise, lobbied the War Department to keep the force intact and to find it a new mission. In the meantime, Frederick set about reorganizing the force into a nimble, hard-hitting assault infantry unit. The force's manpower strength was increased and its organic offensive firepower as well. To its skill set was added training in amphibious assault from rubber boats. By the time it had completed its training in mid-1943, the 1st Special Service Force was arguably the most capable light infantry unit in the world. The force's first chance at action came in August 1943 when it was sent to the Aleutians to spearhead a task force whose mission was to retake Kiska Island from the Japanese. Though the force had performed well, landing by rubber boat at night and advancing inland to secure both a beachhead and critical features of terrain, the Japanese had escaped days before and the victory was bloodless. Now the force was sent to Italy, where it arrived in November 1943, went into bivouac, and immediately began reconditioning after more than 2 months of transit from the Pacific to the European Theater of Operations and to General Mark Clark's United States Fifth Army. While the force had been offered to Clark, noting its mountaineering and reconnaissance abilities, as well as its extremely high morale, Clark, who eagerly accepted them, was simply desperate for troops. At this moment, Clark's forces were battling a deeply entrenched German army in what was called the Bernhard Line, also known as the Winter Line, the mountains that guarded the entry to the Leary Valley, the Mignano Gap, south of Cassino and the Rapido River, and guarding the main highway corridor north to Rome. The battle conditions were horrible: snow, cold rains, deep mud, desolate mountain peaks defended by a tenacious enemy. In futile frontal assaults, Clark's forces had been attacking for weeks and getting virtually nowhere. With D-Day set for December 3rd, the force would finally get their chance to face the enemy as part of Operation Raincoat. Raincoat would be a coordinated attack against the Camino Maggiore hill mass that stood like the left-hand gatepost overlooking the Mignano Gap. The linchpin of this hill mass was Hill 960, Monte La Defensa, a 3,150-foot high volcanic dome with German troops dug in on its summit and their artillery observers, machine guns, and mortars sighted along all conceivable avenues of approach. After careful reconnaissance of the hill by Frederick and the force's 2nd Regiment commanders, who would lead the assault on D-Day, a plan was devised that would utilize the unit's unique strengths. Frontal assault was futile, but the force had found another way. On the night of D-1, forcemen of the 2nd Regiment moved from bivouac and marched, cloaked by darkness, to a position on the mountain under the cover of trees 2/3 up the slope of Hill 960, and there spent the ensuing day silently undiscovered by the enemy observation. As night descended, once again, the forcemen, heavily burdened by weapons, ammunition, and water and rations, made their way around to the north side of the mountain to the base of a 100-foot escarpment that led to the back door of the enemy position. While Corps artillery pounded the forward slopes of Hill 960 in a diversionary attack, chosen force scouts free-climbed the steep slope and then secured ropes for the 3 companies of 1st Battalion, 2nd Regiment, who would scale the cliff and lead the assault in. 1st Company was up and in position, and 2nd Company was maneuvering into position when the Germans finally came alive and the battle began. With the element of surprise in their favor, though, the 1st Special Service Force used their tremendous speed and firepower to overwhelm the defenders, and by 5 a.m., the force held the summit. And at that moment, the force's role as special forces had ended, at least for the moment. What then began was a 45-day odyssey, a battle of attrition throughout the mountains west, then east of the Mignano Gap, involving all 3 regiments of the force and its service battalion personnel, across bald, rocky slopes and defiles, bombed-out villages, and barren, muddy tracks. Having entered the winter line on December 2nd with approximately 1,800 men in its combat echelon, the force that left the mountains on January 17th had been whittled away to just over 300 men. It had been an unbelievable test of endurance and an equally dogged show of determination against what in terms of World War II combat was considered catastrophic losses. For the rest of January 1944, and for some time beyond, it was planned that the force would rebuild and recover, but an emergency at Anzio changed the script. An Anglo-American landing had, as we know, been made at Anzio on 22 January 1944, with the hope of causing either a withdrawal of German forces from their positions around Cassino, or at least a weakening of those positions enough to facilitate an Allied breakthrough. Neither had happened. Instead, what had developed was a crisis at Anzio, as German forces had clamped down tightly on the beachhead and had threatened to drive it into the sea. So with few reserves at hand, the 1st Special Service Force was rushed to Anzio. The force that landed at Naples Harbor in 1943 and that which landed at Anzio on February 1st, 1944 were 2 different units. Losses of the force's combat echelon, losses in the echelon, had been slow to be made up. Forcemen returning from hospital, some still recovering from wounds, retook their position in the line. Replacements, though all volunteers, were not of the same caliber as the original forcemen. Nevertheless, the unit undertook to train them as quickly and as thoroughly as possible in force doctrine. In fact, there had been a question as to whether its Canadian losses would be made up at all, and if those Canadians that remained should be withdrawn and sent as replacements to other of their units in the field. For the time being, however, sentiment to preserve Canadian presence within the force prevailed, and a small number of Canadian volunteer replacements were infused. By early February, the force was set up along the interior berm of the Mussolini Canal, with its position dug into the bank that had been created by the spoils. 1st Regiment was on the right, holding 5 kilometers of the MLR, and 3rd Regiment on the left, holding 8 kilometers more. To its left was the U.S. 4th Ranger Battalion, and then the U.S. 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment. 2nd Regiment, 1st Special Service Force, was held in force reserve and was thus free to conduct aggressive patrolling. The German outpost line was just on the other side of the canal. The terrain was flat as a pancake, and the whole area was under German observation. Any movement during daylight risked direct fire. This was an arrangement that the forcemen quickly found intolerable. With its capacity for offensive operations low, at Anzio, the force's role as assault infantry would change yet again to one of defenders. But the force would wage an aggressive defense. Since movement during the day was impossible, the forcemen would use the night as a shield, and thus would give rise to the legend of the Black Devils. Not so long after the force's nighttime activities began, it was reported that a force patrol recovered a diary from the body of a dead German lieutenant. An entry from the February 11th stated, "Reports from Cisterna of Black Devil raid last night. We never hear these devils when they come." The diary and its contents soon became common knowledge on the beachhead, and the Black Devil's nickname became forever linked with the 1st Special Service Force. Throughout its 99 days along the Mussolini Canal, the forcemen blackened their faces and sent out nightly combat trolls to harass and push back the enemy. As part of their tactics, they left behind calling cards, stickers on the enemies that they killed that read, "The worst is yet to come." But make no mistake, there was no patrol that did not come back without casualties, because the Germans most often gave as good as they got. During its time on the front lines at Anzio, the force, while holding a full 1/4 of the beachhead's frontage, what would normally have been allocated to a division, effectively pushed the German outpost line back a full mile from the Mussolini Canal. On May 9th, the 1st Special Service Force was relieved of its frontline position and went to the rear to prepare for the long-awaited breakout of the Anzio beachhead, codenamed Operation Buffalo. This would be an attack timed to support Operation Diadem, a massive all-out assault against German forces at Cassino. By now, the ranks of the force had been rebuilt. It had swollen to 2,744 officers and men, including more than 450 Darby's Rangers, predominantly from the 4th Battalion, who were transferred in beginning in March. The Anzio breakout commenced on May 23rd, with the force going over the top in a World War I style attack that saw it locked in a brutal day-long back-and-forth melee with German infantry, tanks, and artillery. The savage fighting continued through the next day as well, but by May 25th, the German forces began backing towards Rome, with the Allies in close pursuit. In the attack, the force's mission was to protect the assault's right flank and drive north, capturing terrain features along the Velletri Gap, with the objective of Valmontone on the German route of retreat from the south along Highway 6. German resistance was particularly bitter at Artina, where the enemy attempted to keep the escape corridor open as long as possible. But by June 3rd, the German defenses were collapsing, prompting orders for the force to shift direction and launch an attack westward toward Rome. 5th Army Commander Mark Clark was hungry to grab the headline in honor of capturing the first of the Axis capitals, as well as lead the 1st Army to capture Rome from the south in 15 centuries. In this effort, the force would have one final important mission: to capture the 6 bridges across the Tiber River in Rome above Northing 68 on their AMS maps. Doing so would allow the Allied Army to continue its pursuit of the enemy north of Rome. By the end of June 4th, the force had held 8 bridges, and Rome was firmly in Allied hands. After the capture of Rome, the force was relieved and began training and rehabilitation for future missions. It was during this time that now General Frederick was reassigned to command 1st Airborne Task Force for the invasion of southern France. Command of the force passed to Colonel Ted Walker, formerly of 3rd Regiment. From a new base in Castellabate, Italy, the force practiced rubber boat assaults, night maneuvers, landing on cliffy shores, and working with naval beach marking parties and shore fire control parties. The force would be spearheading the upcoming invasion of southern France, Operation Dragoon. In the invasion, the force would once again carry out a mission indicative of its earlier training. On the eve of the main landings, it would rubber boat ashore Ile de Port-Croix and Ile de Levant, destroy the enemy garrisons, and destroy a suspected enemy gun battery on the eastern tip of Ile de Levant that threatened the western approach to the landing area on the coast. By the evening of D-Day, Ile de Levant had been reduced by the force's 2nd and 3rd Regiments, but on Port-Croix it took 2 additional days of fighting and fire from a British battleship for 1st Regiment to pry the last of the German defenders from a Napoleonic-era fortress. The force was then moved to the mainland, where it took up the pursuit of the Germans east along the Côte d'Azur toward the Franco-Italian border and the Maritime Alps. Reaching it approximately 3 weeks later, where it took up defensive positions. For the force, it was no champagne campaign, as it traded blows all the way with a still very capable and deadly enemy. Relieved in place on November 28th, the force was moved to a new bivouac in Villeneuve-Loubet, and there received word it was to be disbanded. On December 5th, 1944, almost 1 year to the day after the 1st Special Service Force entered combat in Europe, the unit was no more. Canadian men and officers, 620 in all, fell out of ranks and were soon aboard trucks taking them to Marseille and ships bound for Naples, then England and beyond. 350 U.S. personnel were transferred to the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. The rest, including former Rangers, were joined by the Norwegian-American 99th Battalion to form the 474th Regiment. Ironically, on May 7, 1945, the 474th was ordered to Norway, where it would oversee the disarming of some 300,000 German troops. The 1st Special Service Force has been known by many names. During the war, it was the Plow Force at first, sometimes mistaken for Special Services troops. Helena newspapers called them the Bow and Arrow Boys and the Super Commandos. The Germans called them the Black-Faced Devils. Later, writers called them the Devil's Brigade. Whatever their name, their combat record speaks for itself. Stan Waters, who served as a major in the force, praised especially the quality of the men, their superb strength and endurance, plus their indomitable spirit and high morale. We could, he said, have been a formidable force had we only been armed with clubs. Thank you.
So let's dive into a couple questions. You know, what we have in both of these, it seems as you have elite special forces with very specialized, unique capabilities, but under commanders that aren't necessarily aware of how they can be used, or because of the challenges in Italy, lack of resources, that are these units ultimately used as essentially just more infantry? You know, as you mentioned, you know, they're covering what would have been a division frontage, but instead are chewed up that way. And so is there a kind of a leadership and doctrinal piece that ultimately ends up in the demise of both of these units, particularly in the Italian campaign, where ultimately, you know, as David, you briefed at Cisterna, you see basically an infantry regiment attack into a fortified village, really without the great intelligence, and then similar challenges, I think, with the 1st Special Service Force. So maybe start with that first, and I'd welcome each of your thoughts on that concept.
Okay, so thanks. So General Truscott, who commanded the 3rd Infantry Division at Cisterna, was criticized by General Clark after the battle. Truscott said it was a proper use of men. The problem was that from the time the Rangers landed on January 22nd until January the 30th, the day of the battle, the Germans reinforced with over 60,000 men. And when daylight came, the Rangers found themselves surrounded, outnumbered 70-1. So though they fought all day valiantly, there was no way they could have ever overcome that. So from that standpoint, it was not a misuse by the Rangers. They were just totally misunderstood. The biggest thing I've never been able to resolve was that 3 days before the Cisterna invasion, the 3rd Infantry Division had tried to get to Cisterna on their own, and they had been repulsed. And I cannot understand why their intelligence then would claim that there were only a handful of Germans in the area. I wrestle with that. I'm not sure anybody's alive who knows the answer. But nevertheless, that's what happened. Yeah, the intel picture is an incredible disconnect. Yes. I mean, if you look, I think it's the 15th Regiment that attacks earlier, and how is it? The situation is so completely different in theory, but obviously in practice, it's moved even the opposite direction. Yes. Todd, jump in.
Well, my feeling is this
on. My feeling is that units like the 1st Special Service Force, the Rangers, all the Ranger battalions, these units, they do embody this idea of the force multiplier. And I just think the grit of men like this who've been trained so hard and so well, their physical fitness and their mental attitude because of the rigorous weeding out process to find men who are of a like type. I think that's where the units are at they show their best. But I do believe that there's often, what I saw from my research, or what I often see, is there's perhaps one thing, a lack of opportunity to employ them, and then a lack of understanding. There's just such a need. I think during World War II, there was such a need for manpower. It was such a meat grinder that these guys were just thrown in over and over again. Just like the airborne divisions who were supposed to land in Normandy and fight hard. As we've seen in Band of Brothers, they made a bit of a joke out of it. You know, fight hard for 3 days and then we'd be withdrawn, and then 2 months later or something like that, they were finally withdrawn from the field because they just had no other possibility.
Yeah, you both lay out how these are kind of elite assault forces committed for the initial assault, but then remain in the campaign, for weeks afterwards, and then get ground up. The casualty rates, I think for the audience, it's incredible when you think about, infantry regiments in the ETO are going to have on average 100% casualties in 3 months of combat, but these units even exceed that average.
Yeah.
Maybe you mention General Frederick. I believe he has 7 Purple Hearts by the time the war ends. But really a testament to the casualty rates and the need for leaders to continue to lead the soldiers forward. Any comments on casualties? What do you think?
Well, go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Well, at the Battle of Cisterna, we identified only 8 men out of the 400 men in the fight. Actually, 760 men in that fight. It identified only 8 officers who had been trained by the original commandos. All the others were replacements. So what happened is the commander of the 3rd Battalion was killed in the incursion. So he was dead way before daylight. Major Dobson, who commanded the 1st Ranger Battalion, jumped on the back of a tank early on to throw a grenade down the hatch. There was an explosion. He was seriously injured. So both commanders were knocked out. Apparently there was a failure to have a chain of command. So we had, in the 3rd Battalion, we had 2 captains who had a fist fight over who should be in command, I think over dates of rank. Just young men.
That sounds like some lieutenants would do, right?
Yeah, but they were young. And in the 1st Battalion, we had 2 men arguing over dates of rank in the middle of the fight. And one man said the other was in charge, the other said the other man was in charge. Neither one was afraid. They were afraid they would be blamed for it. So it was, there was no communication, radio silence, the radios were out. They probably had 75 or 80% men who'd never fought as a unit before, scattered all over this field.
Well, I should note, with that, today we think, okay, of course there's a clear chain of command and things like that, but these are things that, they really have to develop the doctrine, the muscle memory, and these are incredibly young officers at that case,
So what I think that Darby never envisioned something like this would happen. They'd never lost a fight before. And he envisioned that if something happened, he could be reached by radio and he could then tell them what to do. But they were unable to reach him. None of the radios worked. Ground was wet, heavy humidity, and it was just a fiasco.
Todd, jump in about your thought on casualties and leaders.
Well, I know the 1st Special Service Force was an interesting group because even on patrols, rank didn't always come into play as to who would lead the patrol. Usually the most competent man would lead the patrols at night. So that was interesting. They had what they considered a very loose, easy discipline in the unit. And while certainly the officers were in charge of the organization, there were
these men were all independent. They could think for themselves. They could take action for themselves. And I think in the pinch, when the casualties were so heavy, they still had men who were ready leaders and self-starters. They didn't need to be told what to do to keep moving forward. And that's a comment about the Battle of Monte La Defensa, because you think of the Special Service Force, you say a regiment, a normal infantry regiment, a rifle regiment's 2,100 men, I think, in World War II. The First Special Service Force regiment was about 400 men. A company was maybe 70 odd guys. So on top of the mountain, they had 70 men, let's say on the attack on Monte La Defensa, they had 70 men who were in position, 70 more who were moving into position when the battle starts. But they all are trained, they know what to do, and off they go in the attack on the enemy. And as one man said, he said, you know, unless you looked and someone was dead, everyone else was firing their weapons. They were a very aggressive unit. And that had been trained into them. And I think the Rangers were very much the same way. That had been instilled in them from the time they had learned from the commandos at Achnacarry.
Well, good. Why don't we open it up to the audience and get some more folks here? And if not, I have more questions to ask these guys.
A round of applause for the panel, ladies and gentlemen. First question's going to be to your right, about halfway back.
Yeah, I have a question about the Rangers who got the drop on the Germans sleeping in the trenches. How exactly did they all get captured if they caught the Germans by surprise?
Question was, I couldn't understand.
How did they all get captured if they caught the Germans sleeping?
How did the Rangers get captured by those Germans when they had the drop on them?
Okay, so the Rangers were asleep on the ground. Dobson told his men, draw your knives, men, there's work to be done. They began running through the bivouac, slicing men's throats. Of course, then the Germans came alive. It took the Germans about 2 hours to realize what was happening. Definitely, the Rangers were not ambushed. They ambushed the Germans. It took the Germans a couple of hours to figure out what was happening, how to react to this, and then my map I showed with the counterattack, the Germans began bringing in tanks and artillery and cutting up the Rangers into little small groups, and that's when they became totally outnumbered.
Yeah. And I think to add to that comment, I was close friends with an original First Ranger, Carl Lehman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Carl, they had advanced along this ditch, the Pantano ditch that was from the Rangers' front line into Cisterna, and at night, pitch dark, and they had penetrated the German lines. You see. So when they came, when the battle started, and the Rangers erupted out of the ditch. My friend Carl, he said, you know, I was firing my M1 from the hip, running through the German position, but the Germans basically, they kind of, in a sense, closed the bag behind them, and so they were trapped. And then most of the men, I believe, they fired till they ran out of ammunition, and then that battle was done, because you can't really hold out with no ammunition against tanks. So, and the 4th Ranger Battalion and other elements were fighting to try to break a hole in the German line, but they couldn't do it because the German forces were so strong at that point, it couldn't be done. So that was the end of that.
Next question's going to stay to your right, towards the front.
Was the 442nd Regimental Combat Team part of the Special Forces?
The 442, the 100th Battalion, the 442, the Nisei unit, they were not. There was a moment, and I'd have to go back and look at the exact dates. I think they had been attached variously to the 1st Special Service Force, but they were never. It was only fleeting, and they weren't considered a special operations unit, but they certainly were a unit that had great esprit, and they acquitted themselves extremely well during World War II.
Next question is going to be to your right in the middle of the row. That's going to take me a while to get to.
Do you have an opinion that there would have been a better location than Anzio for the invasion of Italy?
Well, there are a lot of armchair quarterbacks. So the problem was that General Mark Clark was very aggressive. He's one of the youngest generals. My uncle did not like him at all. He blamed him for the fiasco and for the capture of men that he had trained with and knew and loved. So he blamed Mark Clark. He believed Mark Clark would have done anything, and it's just an opinion, to get into Rome, and he sacrificed a lot of troops. Whether going into Anzio was the right thing or not, American troops were being chewed up down at Casino. They were trying to proceed north up the boot of Rome, and as they advanced, the Germans would build one delaying position after the other, and the Americans would knock out one, and then there would be another, and then another. And casualties were extreme, and not too many people realize how many casualties we actually had. Thousands and thousands. You know, we know about Normandy, but they just don't realize the extreme casualties we had in that Italy fight. So whether it was right or not, I don't know, but they were trying desperately to capture Rome, and Mark Clark wanted to capture Rome before Normandy. He wanted it so bad he could taste it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I do believe that, for instance, in the Sicily campaign, amphibious end runs had happened a number of times successfully, so I think they believed that this could be pulled off yet again. But again, it was a miscalculation, and I frankly don't know that much about him. But Albert Kesselring, the German commander in the area, he has the reputation of being a tremendous battlefield general in the defense, and so they had rushed so many forces so quickly. I think it caught the Allied planners by surprise, frankly. They had moved people from across the Adriatic, from all parts of other parts of Italy in the north, to rush them to surround the beachhead. So yeah, I think it caught everyone by surprise, frankly.
I think the other piece with Anzio is, it sounded like your question should have been deeper up the peninsula.
Places. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, the challenge you have is that you have a lot of short-range fighters, and you really are trying to make sure the beachhead is under, fighter cover, whereas farther north might have been bolder, but the chance of reinforcing it. And then ultimately, Pete will love this, the logistics, they're really not in place to continue the attack out of Anzio. And so the initial assault literally culminates there and sits there. And so I think, the logistician part, the buildup really allows the Germans to counterattack very effectively and almost eliminate the value of Anzio itself, I think.
Yeah.
I guess just one more thing. There were not many places along that western Italian coastline where you could attack, and Anzio was one of those that had the beach where you could actually attack. So that had a lot to do with where they went in. They had to be able to get ashore.
Next question's with Connie, to your right, about halfway back, gentlemen.
Thank you for both presentations. I'd like to come back to Husky, and in particular, the 1st Infantry Division's difficult battle at Troina. Ultra intelligence had indicated that the San Fratello line, the Etna line, was going to be fortified a good 2 weeks before that battle, and in fact, Troina was specifically mentioned as one of the place names in that defensive line. The 1st Infantry Division, of course, did not have access to Ultra. It only went down to Army level. They had assessed based on aerial reconnaissance that Troina was not occupied, that it was the Germans had passed through. Is there a role for these special forces that perhaps was overlooked in perhaps finding out where the probing where the German lines actually were? Thank you.
I would say the 1st Special Service Force, I could never find documents to confirm this, but from a guy named Herb Pepard, who was a Canadian forceman, in his book, The Lighthearted Soldier, he was a nice man. But he claimed that he had gone to a local airfield, boarded a C-47 with radios and parachutes and so forth, and that he had dropped, or he had been sent with the idea of dropping behind the German lines to report on German activity. This was during the Anzio campaign, I think prior to the breakout, prior to Operation Buffalo, and then they returned because they couldn't find the drop zone or some sort of thing like that. So yeah, I would say yes, that certainly would have been a mission, probably though for a smaller force. And that's where units like the OSS, they had the Special Reconnaissance Battalions that were operating out of North Africa because they had companies A, B, and C who were operating in the Mediterranean to do this sort of work, to be parachuted into the field to report back. So I think that activity was probably happening. The Special Service Force was a large formation, so they would have attracted, I think, a lot of attention had they been dropped. A unit like that, so they probably would have been better used as something like typical airborne forces to capture an objective ahead of an advance, close but near proximity. If that makes sense.
Next question is in the front row to your left, please.
Mr. Ross.
Yes.
I came in contact with a group in Montana that continues the Special Forces. They have a private, anybody in the Army Special Forces joins there, and so I've come in contact with one. They mentioned a couple of books, so I've read a couple of books. Now, one of the books, when you were talking about taking out the hydroelectric plants in Norway, it said that Churchill was really enthusiastic about special operations like this.
Sure.
And that he really liked this plan. And he had, when they got it set up, he was going to tell the Norwegian king and his son and their chief of staff and so on at a dinner that they were going to do this and take out all these electric plants. And when the Norwegians heard about it, they were gobsmacked. They could not believe. They said that if you do this, you will freeze Norway. You will kill thousands of civilians, and that was why it was stopped. Now, I don't know. I've never been able to confirm that story, but it was in one of these books about the First Special Forces.
Yeah. And I don't know, the reports from the Norwegian government to that extent, but that was in the original history of the First Special Service Force that was published in 1947 by Robert Burhans, who was the force intelligence officer. That's where this information, that's where I obtained that information from. So I haven't seen any information from a Norwegian government source talking to that. But again, it wouldn't surprise me if that's how Churchill might want to open the conversation with them. But I do believe they were probably in planning, in serious planning with other officials within the Norwegian government and the military in exile to propose this. I feel like the Special Service Force, the big idea came, right? We're gonna have this force and we're gonna do these things. But as planning progressed, more problems came up that couldn't be overcome, and so they kind of, in a sense, backed out of it over and over again. So they backed out of Ploiesti, they backed out of going to northern Italy because there were probably other means to reach the objective, to reach the result at a lower cost. And they were talking about in Norway, they were having the Special Service Force was having a difficult time working with the powers that be in Britain, who controlled the large aircraft that they would need to transport by air and parachute their T-15 Weasels. And the British government wouldn't give them the aircraft. They wouldn't commit because they said, well, gosh, bombing will do more, so why allocate the resource to you? And there were a number of factors that all at once just basically collapsed the idea. And so, but what they had was 2,000 men who were aggressive combat troops, and they wanted to find a way to use them. So I don't know if that answered your question exactly, but. One follow-up. Yes, sir.
Let me bring the mic to you, Bob, real quick.
Do I have his knife? Oh. Do I have a V-42 stiletto? No, I don't own one. They're hard to find. There is one here in the museum. I was happy to see. And I'll make a comment about that. There's a lot of talk about the 1st Special Service Force being these stealthy wraiths that, glided through the night, slitting enemy throats. And as one man said, you don't find these knives on the loose, really, unless the blades have been ground down or the tips broken off. Because he said they opened a lot more cans of sea rations than they ever cut enemy throats. Anyway, although it did happen.
I have one quick one. I have my uncle's Airborne Sykes knife. He came on home on a hospital ship from Italy, and he had some guns and swords, and he knew they would steal them because he was a patient. So the captain of the ship said, Captain Lyon, you got to turn your knife in, and he taped it to his body. He said, we're gonna court-martial you. He said, go ahead. I have the knife.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Todd Ross, David Williams, and Mike Bell. It is now, before everybody gets up for the lunch break, a couple of important announcements. I mentioned this morning we had a change in schedule, one of which was Dr. Bell filling in for Dr. Millett as chair for this session. Another is that, unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond anyone's control, James Holland was unable to make it from the United Kingdom here to our lovely country. Tonight's program, for those of you that did purchase this additional program, An Evening with James Holland, you are now in for a treat and an evening with John McManus. I will give you more information about that at the close of the day. If you're interested in purchasing that after tonight's opening lecture, you can see our travel table, our info table for more information about that. Now, please join the gentlemen outside at the retail station and the book signing. And it is lunch. You have the option of a chicken Caesar salad or a turkey sandwich. And we do have some vegetarian options. Please be back at 1:30 for our next session. Thank you.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other. And in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary, as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In the summer of 1935, the Boeing Airplane Company unveiled a new, massive 4-engine bomber. One Seattle journalist dubbed the plane, which was bristling with machine gun emplacements, a flying fortress. This is the story of the B-17 Flying Fortress. This is World War II in 2. I'm Corey Graff at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As the world edged closer to a Second World War, Boeing began building B-17s by the thousands. Each plane carried a crew of 10 men armed with a dozen machine guns and hauled a payload of high explosive bombs. The B-17s were used all over the world, but the plane is perhaps most famous for its large-scale bombing raids over Europe. Flying from bases in England and Italy, American B-17s and other bombers traversed thousands of miles over occupied territory to strike refineries, factories, and key infrastructure in cities like Berlin, Cologne, and Munich. The air war over Europe was brutal and deadly. Despite being heavily armed, the B-17s worked best flying in large groups and when escorted by friendly fighters like the P-51 Mustang. Together, they formed huge formations capable of fighting their way to their targets, unleashing tons of bombs, and then making the long journey home. The B-17 was not the biggest or fastest bomber in the Army Air Force's inventory, but it was one of the toughest. Crews praised it for its ability to keep flying after being mangled by enemy fire. Resilience, often described as flying back on a wing and a prayer, gave crews the courage to brave the war-torn skies over Europe for 25 or more combat missions. Today, B-17s are a rare sight. Of the over 12,000 built, only about 40 complete airframes remain. The National World War II Museum displays a Boeing-built B-17E model that was delivered to the Army in March of 1942. It was nicknamed My Gal Sal and was lost when it crash-landed in Greenland just a few months after entering service. My Gal Sal stands as a tribute to the designers, builders, and brave crews of one of America's most iconic and revered combat aircraft, the B-17 Flying Fortress.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And the farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower at Thorpe Abbott with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great, brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with historical and intertwines them.
Welcome to the Boeing Center. There are 4 levels in the building. I became interested in being a volunteer because my love of history dates back to my childhood. Ford also built the B-24 bomber, and the assembly line would look identical to this. I've been volunteering here at the museum since January of 2015. When I saw the collection here, I decided that it was meant for me. You can actually link with someone like the pilot or crew member by getting on the phone and selecting the proper button. Depending on the day and the assignment, it can be simply greeting visitors as they come into the building. Level 2 will give you access to the Medal of Honor winners. On a day like today, I will give directions to both this building and other exhibits at the museum. On level 3, touching the screen will change the vision that the pilot or one of the crew members in each one of the planes had during the war. The thing I like most about volunteering is sharing information with the variety of visitors that come through the door. I've greeted people from Australia, England, China, Japan, pretty much all over the world. You can get details about any battle in the war by touching the table maps. It's important from my point of view to share what I know about the attractions at the museum so that their interest in the museum and the subject of the war becomes more live to them. The man firing and sighting the gun is on the left side as we face the tank. A lot of people and I talk about specific items here in this exhibit are amazed at where I find the information and how accessible it is to them. No, it's all original. Yeah. The tag even gives you the serial number. And they all still run. They're also pretty much awed by the variety of things on display. They had to be able to pull a fender or a gearbox out of one and put it in one that needed repair. If you want to meet great people and have great conversations each day that you show up as a volunteer, there's no better place in New Orleans to be than the World War II Museum.
For those in service with the Army Air Forces, receiving your wings, your aviation badge, was a huge achievement, a signature of service for aircrew, and a right that meant successful completion of training. Downed airmen made up a sizable percentage of the POW population in Europe. Overall, POWs formed a society with a culture unique to their circumstances. They developed their own languages. In Europe, it was a mix of German, 1940s slang, and military terminology. The culture they developed included clubs, patches, decorations, and also insignia. POWs made their own versions of the aviation badges that they wore in their pre-POW days. Some of them, like this one, made by Sergeant Marion Wright haphazard, modified the traditional wings to symbolize their plight as POWs. One side of the wings has been shortened or clipped. It also features a ball and chain with a swastika. There were many variations of these wings. Some were made by melting foil, usually from cigarette packets, and then pouring it into a mold. Others were carved out of wood. And then some were made by altering existing wings. They also featured specific POW camps, but they all became a symbol of survival, of identity as a POW, tethered to the ground. Captured airmen sometimes referred to themselves as caged birdmen with clipped wings. This badge embodies that principle.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Days that changed everything. The dramatic events of April 1945 shook the world to its very foundations and shaped the course of history to the present day. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. By April 1945, the Allies were advancing on every front. The Western Allies had crossed the Rhine River and were moving deeper into Germany. In the east, the Soviets had reached the outskirts of Berlin. And on the other side of the globe, American forces pressed forward toward the Japanese home islands. But the horrors of war were far from over. On April 1st, American forces landed on Okinawa. More than 12,000 Americans would lose their lives in 82 days of brutal fighting. the Japanese would lose more than 10 times that number, including more than 100,000 civilians. In Europe, American troops made a horrifying discovery on April 11th when soldiers from the Third Army reached the Buchenwald concentration camp. Radio broadcasts by war correspondents would soon vividly describe the horrors of the camp to the American public. And just a day later, the world was shocked by the death of U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A train carrying the president traveled from Georgia to Washington, D.C. Thousands lined the tracks to pay respects to the man who had been president for more than 12 years. FDR was the only president many Americans serving in uniform could even remember. But the war did not stop for the death of a president. On April 16th, the Soviets launched their final offensive into Berlin. As Soviet soldiers approached his bunker on April 30th, Adolf Hitler himself, the man responsible for starting the war in Europe, took his own life. Hitler had outlived Roosevelt by a matter of weeks, but unlike the American president, few mourned the man responsible for the deaths of tens of millions of people. Germany would surrender days later, officially ending the war in Europe. But a world away, the Battle of Okinawa still raged, with no end in sight. And the new president, Harry S. Truman, had been briefed about a top-secret new weapon years in the making. Truman would soon be confronted with a decision that would change the course of world history.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front, a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
This is an A2 flight jacket. This style of jacket is a classic, worn by Army Air Forces pilots, and it was the garment of choice for aces, rebels, bikers, and heroes. This style of jacket inspired those worn by Fonzie, Arthur Fonzarelli, in the TV series Happy Days, and Henry Jones. You know him better as Indiana Jones. This one was worn by a female flyer, Dorothy Britt. She was a Texan who got her pilot's license at age 21 and joined the WASPs, the Women's Air Force Service Pilots. These flyers operated everything in the Army inventory, ferrying the biggest bombers and the hottest fighters in the United States during the war. This insignia on the left shoulder was created by the Walt Disney Company and shows a female gremlin named Fifinella. She was the official mascot and insignia of the Wasps during World War II. Brit's specialty was advanced single engine. That's fighters like the P-51 Mustang and the P-47 Thunderbolt. Brit was so petite that she had to use pillows to prop herself up in cockpits in order to reach the rudder pedals. After the plane was delivered, she went back for another aboard a commercial airliner. She said she always enjoyed seeing other passengers' faces as she climbed aboard with her own parachute. When the time came to return the jacket to the Army, she decided to keep it, and we have the $25 voucher in Brit's collection of materials, dated December 1944. We are grateful that she held on to it nearly 80 years ago. Now the jacket is an often exhibited part of the National World War II Museum's collection.
A bulletin. This is a solemn but glorious hour.
The liberators had smashed through the barbed wire at Dachau.
They may expect a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth.
The United States is now using an atomic bomb.
We shall continue to use it until we completely destroy Japan's power to make war.
On May 8, 1945, thousands of people took to the streets and cities around the world to celebrate news of Germany's surrender and the end of World War II in Europe. The day became known as VE Day, for Victory in Europe. This is World War II in 2. I'm Sean Scanlon from the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. In the spring of 1945, Allied forces were converging on Germany from the east and west. As they crossed into Germany, advancing soldiers encountered fierce resistance, cities devastated by bombing, and horrific evidence of Nazi crimes. Seeing the looming collapse of his regime, Adolf Hitler took his own life on April 30th. Within days, his successors surrendered unconditionally to Allied forces, ending nearly 6 years of bloody fighting in Europe. President Harry Truman, who had only assumed the presidency weeks prior, following FDR's death, addressed the nation by radio, proclaiming, "General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe." News of Germany's surrender ignited joyous celebrations. In New York City, bells tolled and car horns sounded as 250,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians gathered in Times Square to sing and celebrate. Across the country, expressions of joy were accompanied by moments of thanksgiving and somber reflection. People flocked to houses of worship to give thanks for the victory and to pray for a swift end to the war in the Pacific. And in the United Kingdom, May 8th was declared a national holiday. But the people didn't wait to celebrate, packing pubs and lighting bonfires the night before. Restaurants created victory menus, and the Ministry of Food made sure there was enough beer supplies in London. Winston Churchill addressed cheering crowds on VE Day, saying, "This is your victory." But the crowds shouted back, "No, it's yours." On the island of Okinawa, American forces marked VE Day by firing a barrage of artillery rounds at Japanese positions at midnight. It was a grim reminder that while fighting had ceased in one theater, World War II still raged in the Pacific.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff. I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where
maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War, of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us, and is in fact the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up, I'm through. And she said, you can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations.
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world around them and what kind of change makers my generation is going to be. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
In the ruins of war-torn Europe, Allied leaders confronted an unprecedented challenge. How do you deliver justice for the victims of Nazi crimes? This is World War II in 2. As early as 1941, Allied leaders began discussing how to hold Nazi leaders accountable for their crimes across Europe. But the question remained unresolved until after the war's end. In March 1945, the four major Allied powers, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the Soviet Union, proposed trying major war criminals before a special international court, an unprecedented step in international criminal law. Just before Germany's surrender on May 8, 1945, President Harry Truman appointed Associate Supreme Court Justice Robert Jackson as chief prosecutor for the U.S. in the proposed trials. Jackson joined representatives from the other Allied nations in drafting the London Agreement and Charter, establishing the legal framework for the International Military Tribunal. The legal process became known as the Nuremberg Trials. The agreement set the trials in Nuremberg, Germany, an important site of Nazi rallies before the war. On November 20th, 1945, as seen in this archival video, the first round of trials opened with Justice Robert Jackson addressing the court the next day.
The privilege of opening the first trial in history for crimes against the peace of the world imposes a grave responsibility.
24 Nazi government officials, including Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Goering and Deputy Führer Rudolf Hess, were indicted on 3 charges: crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. They were also indicted for conspiracy to commit these crimes. The first trial concluded on October 1, 1946, with 19 convictions, 12 of which carried the death penalty and 3 acquittals. The executions took place on October 16th, though Hermann Goering took his own life the night before. After the International Military Tribunal, there were 12 subsequent trials with 199 total defendants and 161 convictions over 5 years. The Nuremberg trials set an important legal precedent. For the first time, individuals, not just states, could be held criminally responsible under international criminal law. These legal proceedings reshaped international criminal law, offering the world a new vision of justice, one rooted not in vengeance but in accountability, a legacy that still endures today.
Hi, I'm Lisa Clapp with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. The museum offers the highest quality in educational travel. We're so pleased to share with you our most popular tour, Easy Company, from England to the Eagle's Nest.
And I am Sarah Kirksey, Director of Travel Operations at the National World War II Museum. This exciting tour starts in England and crosses the English Channel into Normandy, where we spend 4 days immersed in D-Day history and the Battle of Normandy, with a focus on the actions and the stories of the 101st Airborne. The tour then travels to the Netherlands for Operation Market Garden, Belgium and Luxembourg for the Battle of the Bulge, goes into Germany, and ends in Austria at Zell am See with a visit to Hitler's Eagle's Nest. Experience the beaches, bridges, cities, and villages where crucial battles took place and history-making decisions were made. The tour is guided by the top experts in World War II history, and it features an original cast member from the HBO hit miniseries Band of Brothers. Let's hear it from Ross McCall, who portrayed Joseph Liebgott, and on what the actors bring to our tours and what it's like to travel with the National World War II Museum.
When I travel with a museum, when it first came about, I think all of us were a little intrigued, but also perhaps confused as to what we would bring to the tour and how that would work out with guests and fans of the show. And literally 3 hours into my first tour, I understood exactly what we were there for and why. To be able to highlight what the show did for an audience. There's also obviously a curator from the museum traveling with us. There's local historians, and they all have their versions and they all have their tales to tell. But there's such an interest in the show to be able to give like behind the scenes ideas of what happened, or the Hollywood version of what happened, is just, and I've heard this from many guests now. I've done maybe 5 tours. And the guests all have that same similar vibe. They're like, at first we were like, great, this actor, I love this guy from this and this and this, but what do we do once we've taken our first photo and he signed the DVD? You know, what next? But you'd be surprised the amount of questions that we get. And so it's really just about being involved with the guests and being an open book and saying, sure, I'll tell you some stories, you know, and they love to hear it. And then you hear reality and you hear the Hollywood version, and they're pretty close, you know. Some, like I say, we have to take liberties for, but we can't go back and reshoot. You know, what's done is done. But it's a magical experience and a real bonding experience, actually. But also for me, secretly, it's a real education. I learn something new every time I do a tour, every time. And I get to Zell am See in Austria, and I'm sort of blown away with how the tour works, and it just runs so smoothly and so beautifully, and everybody's very emotional at the end, and nobody wants to leave, and you know, that last night is always, yeah, I got some great memories. Yeah.
We are looking forward to welcoming you on Easy Company, England to the Eagle's Nest.
Thank you for traveling with the National World War II Museum.
We're looking at the Buchenwald case booklet. In addition to the trials undertaken by the four-power International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, other trials were heard by the individual military governments to bring Nazi perpetrators to justice. The United States carried out military tribunals at Nuremberg and also at U.S. Army military trials at Dachau. the site of the longest operating Nazi concentration camp, located just outside of Munich. The Dachau trials included the Buchenwald cases, which took place from April to August 1947. Buchenwald concentration camp was established in 1937 in the German Cultural and Democratic Center of Weimar. From 1937 to 1945, some 250,000 people were incarcerated in Buchenwald and its subcamps. 56,000 are known to have died there, 11,000 of them Jews, although the actual mortality figure is likely higher, since not all prisoners were registered by camp administration. An active resistance network in the camp, with key roles played by communists, saved many lives. The incarcerated included Jewish prisoners, political prisoners, Jehovah's Witnesses, Sinti and Roma, and also prisoners of war. They were subjected to forced labor, medical experiments, and other war crimes. When the Americans arrived at the camp on April 11, 1945, they found 21,000 emaciated, traumatized survivors. This booklet, prepared by the prosecution, details the charges brought in the major trial against 31 individuals who operated the camp and who also individually carried out acts of cruelty and murder. The trials began on the 2-year anniversary of the camp's liberation. The booklet contains photos of the defendants, their roles in the camp, and the gruesome charges brought against them. Their duties ranged from camp administration, to doctors, to gardeners, to guards. The booklet shows not a massive regime, but ordinary people who committed terrible acts. It opens with a solemn note, a dedication to the unseen millions of a world beyond who watch what we do here today.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know what that is up there?
It's what they use to clean clothes.
Very good. I'm Lou Schumann. What I do for the museum is I'm a docent, volunteer, and I'm here usually about 2 days a week. And I spend time helping the general public when they visit and special projects when assigned. And the one thing you got to understand, the reason we're all here, those little Higgins boats. I started my career in my hometown of Boston. I was in commercial television there for 25 years and eventually moved here to New Orleans. My background is sports television primarily. In fact, I ended my career with the New Orleans Pelicans. I've been volunteering here at the museum since 2016. I'm about to hit 9 years. The reason I've donated my time as a volunteer is very simple. I wanted to stay busy. My background is history. I was a history major in college, and I thought where else but in New Orleans at the museum. It would be a nice fit for me, which it turned out to be a great fit. I enjoy being here. I enjoy meeting the old timers when they come in, and I enjoy helping the public understand the war. Our Brits coming ashore. God bless him right here. Lloyd Lovett himself is coming ashore. My father was my connection for World War II. He was a medic stateside. He was stationed in Carville, Louisiana, where he took care of the sick patients coming back from the Pacific. Also, he ended up in 29 Palms, California. He was working on a project that we all later knew was the A-bomb test site. There's so many inspirational stories of plain, ordinary working men and women who did their job, served their country without question. And that's one of the reasons I like to be here. If I can reach one person, one child, one teenager, and tell them what happened, and they have an interest, it really gives me satisfaction. I would encourage people to seek out and volunteer at the museum. I have to tell you, we have a large volunteer staff. We have doctors, lawyers, broadcasters, professional people. They're all here for one cause, to present the war. And I encourage people to volunteer. All you have to do, go to our website, under Giving, and there'll be a section on volunteers, and we'll give you a call.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific, from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for Continuing Education. We hope to see you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your cell phones, silence them, and find your seats. Seats and cell phones will begin momentarily. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Our next session, Navy and Marines. You know, we got to let them, here we go. You ready? So in this session, Navy and Marines, we're going to hear from former Navy SEAL Ben Milligan, who discuss the rise of Navy SEALs from their World War II predecessors. And in addition, we have author Joe Tchaikovsky conveys the grit and sacrifice of Marine scout snipers fighting in one of the Pacific's fiercest battles, Saipan. Now, to chair this session, we have John Curatola. John is Museum Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian. He's a Marine Corps officer of 22 years, graduated from Nebraska, but was a veteran of Somalia, Iraqi freedom, and the tsunami relief effort. He holds a master's and PhD from the University of Kansas. We got him from the Army's Fort Leavenworth. Of course, he taught for the Army, but was a Marine who loves air power. And so a pretty joint eclectic mix there. His third book, Armies Afloat, How the Development of Amphibious Operations in Europe Helped Win World War II, was released this year. I'd commend that one. But with that, for this panel, I'm going to turn it over to John Curatola and Navy and Marines.
Thank you, boss. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for that introduction. Yeah, in a previous life, I was a Marine officer for 22 years, and then, like most retired officers, I put on 20 pounds and lost my hair and became a historian. It's just kind of what you do as a retired officer, with all due respect to my boss, Mike Bell. But today we're going to talk here this hour about some amphibious operations, specifically the Navy SEALs, and then, of course, what happens on Saipan. And amphibious operations have their own unique characteristics about them and their own individual challenges. And today we're going to talk about that a little bit, and I think get you some insight on the difficulty of ship-to-shore movement and how to operate in an expeditionary environment. And what we have for you here is an all-star line, to be quite honest with you. First, we have Ben Milligan as a former U.S. Navy SEAL in 2001 until 2009. He received the Bronze Star Award while on active duty. He's a native of Indianapolis, and he has his BA in history from Purdue University and a master's degree in international relations from the University of San Diego. And when he's not traveling and working, most of his time is looking at battlefields with his 3 sons. Also with us today is Joe Tchaikovsky, and Joe has a really interesting background. He was not a Marine, nor was he in the military. He's a restaurateur, which is great. He wrote the book 40 Thieves of Saipan, which we'll be talking about today. What's interesting is that this literary creation that he made is up for several awards, including an Emmy in the PBS program called Postcards. He's from Minneapolis itself, and his restaurant has actually appeared in places such as Food and Wine, Bon Appetit, Esquire, Rolling Stone, and the New York Times. So he's a man of many talents on top of being a historian. So with that, I welcome Ben to the stage to start off our discussion today.
I can tell that the podium here, this whole
arrangement that they've come up with was designed by the Marines. If you guys launch any questions that I'm uncomfortable with, I can immediately take cover behind them. There's lots of downsides about taking 10 years to write a book. You spend a lot of time alone, a lot of time with your thoughts, wondering, will anyone actually read this? I never anticipated that I would be asked to present on my book the entire time. I was just hoping teammates would read it, but I had a double downside when I was writing this book. When I began this in roughly 2011, 2012, there were a lot of SEAL books that were coming out. So many that the SEAL Command had started to say, okay, no more books. We're not. They started to institute some very restrictive rules about talking about your service. So I was not sure that even my teammates would read this book. I do recall. In fact, I kept the fact that I was writing this book a secret, from my teammates for years. I remember going out for a drink with an Army Ranger once, and we got into a bit of an argument, and he started to, make fun of all the SEALs that were writing books. And he said, Rangers don't write books, Green Berets don't write books, Delta Force doesn't write books. And I don't know why I said it, but for some reason I said, well, the reason that SEALs write books and they don't is because people actually buy the SEAL books. It's a little glib. But it struck me because I hadn't really thought about why so many SEALs write books. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized, well, people are fascinated with the SEAL teams. I was fascinated with the SEAL teams. I wanted to know why the SEAL teams existed. And I started to think, okay, why is there this fascination in the country with this institution? Now, eventually I came to two conclusions. One, I think it's the training. It still has the reputation of having the most difficult training in the U.S. military, maybe in the entire world. And the second reason was because it has this incredibly wide scope of operations. SEALs are the acronym, sea, air, and land. You're supposed to be able to operate from the edges of the atmosphere to the depths of the ocean. That seemed incredible to me. And I wanted to know why, so I set out to do that. Now, the book has been called A Comprehensive History of the SEAL Teams. It absolutely is not a comprehensive history of the SEAL Teams. It's really just a selfish book that I wanted to write because I had my own questions about this institution. Now, I grew up, unlike most SEALs, I knew what the SEAL teams were from a very, very young age. And the reason I knew was because I had a grandfather who was a Marine. He fought at Okinawa in a mountain artillery battery. And then when the Battle of Okinawa ended, he volunteered for a version of the underwater demolition teams. They were desperate to fill 40 underwater demolition teams for the invasion of Japan, so he volunteered. He was a good swimmer. He did not do any underwater demolition team missions because of obvious reasons. But I wanted to know how that had happened. How had a Marine gotten himself into the UDTs? So part of this book is trying to understand what propelled me to my future. And that future ultimately took me to the SEAL teams. But every time I deployed to a place like Iraq, in the middle of the desert or something like that, I would get weird looks from all the Marines or the soldiers that were there. What is the Navy doing here? Why are the SEAL teams here? And why are the SEAL teams doing missions that we won't even do, further inland than we will even go? And the fact of the matter is, I didn't know. I didn't have a good answer for it. And then in 2011, something happened that made me realize that I had to get to the bottom of this answer. 2011, if you recall, two major events happened in the War on Terror. The first is the killing of the arch-villain in that whole war, Osama bin Laden. And the second, the downing of the Extortion 17 helicopter, which was the single worst loss of life for coalition forces in the war in Afghanistan. Now, both of these events disproportionately involved Navy SEALs, and both of them were 600 miles away from the closest saltwater. That seemed remarkable. I had to understand why that had happened, not just for me, but for the rest of the guys that I had worked with. So I set forth to understand or to get an answer to that question. Now, to get that answer, I crafted a question. I keep hitting these microphones. I crafted a question that would lead me to that answer. I knew I needed to get to a point that would tell me how the SEAL teams became what the SEAL teams are today, a go-anywhere commando force. So the question I came up with was, how did the Navy the least likely branch in the US military, come to create the first permanent go-anywhere commandos. So the answer is a little complicated, but I propose that for the next 10 minutes or however long I have, I will explain that. So the SEAL teams are created on January 1st, 1962. Or excuse me, the Sea, Air, Land teams. That's where we get the scope. So in the very, very beginning, the Sea, Air, Land teams, or the SEAL teams, are given an operational mandate that stretches that far, but it also presumes that these SEAL teams are going to be doing inland raiding, commando raiding. Now, this is remarkable because at that time, on January 1st, 1962, there are no other equivalents in the US military that have that mission. There's no Rangers. The Rangers have been disbanded since early 1951. The Green Berets, which were created in 1954, they exist, but for the past 2 years, they've been undergoing a process of transformation from guerrilla warfare to counterinsurgency. And if you have a question about counterinsurgency, we can talk about it after. But even though there are guys that are Green Berets that can jump out of planes and they can dive or scuba dive and all those things, they are not commando raiders. So there's nothing in the US inventory to mimic what Navy planners ultimately create the SEALs to do. Which is interesting. The closest equivalent that exists to the SEAL teams actually exists in the Navy's history. Which is a history that actually starts 20 years earlier. Now that history, in World War II, the Navy creates 4 unconventional warfare organizations. I propose to talk about them now. So the first is the Scouts and Raiders. The second are the Naval Combat Demolition Units, or NCDUs. The third are the Underwater Demolition Teams, or UDTs. And the fourth are the Amphibious Rogers. Now, the reason that the Navy creates all these various units is not for the reasons that the Army and the Marine Corps created their various special operations units. So they weren't trying to copy other units that existed. Now the Marine Corps Raiders, the Army Rangers, when they're created in World War II, they were created essentially as copies of the British Commandos. Also, when the Navy decided to create these units, the Navy wasn't feeling, entrepreneurial. They weren't saying, well, if we create this, then we can do that. Or if we create raiders, then we can potentially do some raiding at some point in time. That wasn't what the Navy was trying to do. What the Navy was trying to do was they were trying to solve very, very specific problems. I'll talk about those problems now. If I can figure out how to move the slides forward. Okay. The Scouts and Raiders. The first mission that the Navy's trying to solve is the problem of finding beaches, landing troops on the right beaches. So to do this, it's more complicated than you would think. So in all the previous interwar period where the Marine Corps was developing the methodology to land troops on an opposed enemy shore, one area that they hadn't really thought through was the act of actually finding a beach. And that's a complicated process. You've got to identify beaches in the middle of the night, which is incredibly difficult. Some of the best people that Marine Corps and Army planners found for teaching people how to do this were Prohibition-era rum runners. They were good at seeing skylights or skylines and everything like that in the dark and finding the gaps in the stars and everything like that, and that's the beach I need to go to. But you also, once you find or identify a beach from the sea, you have to get onto that beach. So you've got to do what these guys are doing in the photos right here, land on rocks, land on beaches, which is itself a complicated process. And once you get ashore, you have to see if that beach can support an army as it lands. So can you get on the beach? Is the gradient okay? Is the sand good enough to support tracked and wheeled vehicles? And once you have those troops on the shore, can you get off of them? Are there beach exits that you can navigate through the dunes and the bluffs and things like that to move an army inland? So those are the complicated problems that the Navy has to solve. Now, to solve this problem, the Navy partners with the U.S. Army. The U.S. Army had been developing a similar organization with the Marine Corps in the previous years. But the problem was the Army didn't really want a partner. What the Army really wanted was someone to drive their boats for them. Now, I don't know, I didn't find any documentation to support this, but if the Navy had anticipated that that's what the Army wanted to do with them, then the Navy could not have come up with a better way to get around that. So the first volunteers that the Navy sends to the Scouts and Raider program that the Army is developing are 8 NFL football stars. The tallest of these, John Tripson, is about 6'6". He's over 300 pounds, and Robert Herrick, who's just as tall. The smallest one that they send of this group is Buck Halpern, who is 6'1", 230. So these are a big group of guys. What is also remarkable about these guys is not just their size, and you compare them to the commander of the Scouts and Raiders, Lloyd Petticord, who's around 5'6", 5'7", probably 150 pounds. If you see them next to him, that's not the only thing that makes them stand out. Now, at the time, the NFL is not what the NFL is today. Players would play both offense, they would play defense. Some players would be player coaches, so they'd actually be coaching teams. These guys had a better sense of the country than most people in the country did. But not only that, few of these guys were actually trying to start NFL football teams, so they had an entrepreneurial quality to them. Phil Bucklew was actually trying to start a NFL football team in Columbus called the Columbus Bullies. I think it would still be a great team. Columbus doesn't have a NFL team. I'm for that. So after the first Operation Torch, they all come back. All these NFL stars, they come back with Navy crosses. They've done an incredible job getting the troops ashore. The Army realizes, okay, the Navy wants this program. The Army decides to abandon the whole thing, leaving the entire course, the Scouts and Raider program, in the hands of the U.S. Navy. Now, the Navy's happy to take it. All of these NFL stars, they jump at the chance, the opportunity. They come up with new ideas, new tactics. They put together a 8.5-week-long conditioning curriculum, which brings a lot of their NFL-type team working exercises into it. So there's a lot of boat races. There's a lot of log pull, telephone log PT. They develop kind of the basic, what we would call the basics of SEAL training. These guys together. Now, what I think is interesting is every now and then when I was an active duty SEAL, NFL folks would come around to learn from us. They would want to visit BUDS or SEAL training to see how SEAL training is run, to see what kind of leadership tools that they could pull from us, or what kind of teamwork building exercises they could pull from us. Or we would have NFL teams coming to watch training at SEAL Team 6. And I always thought this was great because we got so much of the things that we incorporated into the SEAL teams from the NFL, and now the NFL is coming back to us to learn the same things, which is great. The second problem that the Navy has to solve, we're doing on time, I think we're good on time, is the problem of beach obstacles. Beginning in or as soon as Germany overruns France, Germany starts to fortify its coast. It steps away from that. But beginning again in 1943, there is an increased effort to fortify, especially the northwest coast of France, from a potential invasion. So these obstacles on what are going to be eventually the D-Day beaches start popping up. A wide variety of obstacles, and Navy planners are getting nervous. How are we going to land our troops on these beaches with all of these obstacles? They haven't encountered that in North Africa. They haven't encountered that in Sicily or Italy. But now these obstacles are going to be a real problem. So how are we going to do this? Now, to solve this problem, the Navy doesn't turn to the NFL, even though they had considered handing this over to the Scouts and Raiders. They instead hand this problem over to the most unusual, probably weirdest guy in the history of the Naval Service. He's a guy by the name of Draper Kaufman. Draper Kaufman is got eyeglasses so thick, they called them as thick as submarine glass. He'd gone through the Naval Academy, but after he had graduated, he had gotten kicked out of the Naval Academy because he couldn't see. So he wasn't going to be left out of World War II, so he volunteers for the French Army, drives an ambulance, he gets captured, he becomes a POW. Once he's released from from being a POW, he joins the Royal Navy as a bomb disposal officer, fights through the Blitz. I say all that because Draper Kaufman has probably, when he's given this assignment, he has seen more combat than any American soldier alive. He understands what combat is better than anybody else. And when they hand him this mission of moving ahead or alongside invasion troops to destroy obstacles while an enemy is firing machine guns and mortars and all the rest at you. He knows that this is an impossible mission. It's going to be cold, you're going to be up for a long time, there's going to be a transit involved, and not only that, but you're going to be doing a lot after the initial invasion too. So he knows that he doesn't have a lot of time when they hand him this mission. So he knows he's got to create something very quickly, but he also has to create a course that will create teams that can accomplish an almost impossible mission. So he needs a training curriculum that is just as difficult. So he goes to Fort Pierce, he finds the Scouts and Raiders curriculum, that NFL curriculum that they had developed. He takes that 8.5-week long curriculum and he compresses it into 5.5 days. That's where we get Hell Week. Now, Hell Week is a controversial concept from the beginning. You're keeping guys awake for 5.5 days. You get 2 hours of sleep on Wednesday, you get 2 hours of sleep on Thursday. You are bone-chilling cold the entire time, very similar to this room. Your skin is shredded because of your fatigues are running the sand in the environment. It's just it's a merciless environment. Planners, when they evaluate this course and they see how many people are quitting the course, they go to Draper and they say, you can't do this. We're not going to have the troops that we need to destroy these obstacles. And Draper believes in the course so much. He believes this is the only way to make teams that can accomplish the impossible, that he does he does one thing. He volunteers to put himself through the course. Now, Draper's already a Navy Cross winner. He's already served in 2 different armies at that point. He doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. He knows. But at the same time, he knows that he has to prove this up the chain of command, so he does. He puts himself through the course. The other thing that proves the validity of Hell Week is the end product itself, D-Day. Now, when the troops land, there's 190 graduates of Hell Week that land in the first wave to destroy these obstacles on Omaha Beach, and of those 190, 31 are killed, 65 are wounded for a total casualty percentage of 52%. It's one of the worst of the day. But more important than the casualty percentage is what they accomplish. Now, they had originally been given 16 gaps that these NCDUs were supposed to clear for the Army troops to move through. By the end of the day, they've cleared 10 of them. It's an incredible success. So incredible that Navy planners, even though they'd never liked Hell Week, they realize it works. They have to keep it. Now, this picture that I'm showing you right here, this is one of the 11 photos that survived from Robert Capa's camera. And I think he took over 100, 105, 106 images of the day. Only 11 images survived. One of those images, so almost 10%, or not quite 10% of the images that survived, are of naval special warfare on its founding day. If you want to understand why Hell Week exists, next time you see an article in the New York Times questioning the validity of Hell Week, you can blame Adolf Hitler for putting these obstacles where they are. Now, we know that this is Gap Assault Team 10. We know that Ensign Karnowski is not among them because he lost his helmet when he was transiting from one landing craft to another, so he fought the entire battle without a helmet. He only picks up a helmet later that afternoon. But we know this is Gap Assault Team 10 right around Easy Red. So if you have an opportunity to go on one of World War II museums trips to Normandy, they're incredible, but I can show you exactly where this picture was taken. All right, moving on to the next one. We do want to, okay, I gotta go quick. The third problem that naval special warfare, or excuse me, the Navy has to solve in World War II is the problem of underwater obstacles. Now, I would love to say that the Navy, the Navy solves this problem by handing it over to the underwater demolition teams. Now, I would love to say that there was someone who was responsible for creating the underwater demolition teams. Now, there was one person, Nimitz authorizes it, but Nimitz doesn't imagine that the underwater demolition teams are going to be what they ultimately become. When Nimitz creates them, he envisions that they're going to be similar to the naval combat demolition units, wearing helmets and fatigues and boots and working out of boats. But the obstacles in the Pacific are not like the obstacles or the beach obstacles that they handled in Normandy. These obstacles are going to be coral, completely submerged, and sometimes very far under the water. You can't handle these, you can't find these obstacles unless you get under the water. So that's the kind of innovation that the UDTs come up with. They strip off their fatigues. The first time they do this is at Kwajalein. The first couple swimmers that do this, one's a CB, one's an NCDU guy, they make it within 50 yards of the guns and realize that the water is really, really good at diffusing the energy of the bullets and the explosives that are crashing in all around you. We can come up with a way to move swimmers online up to a beach to not only find the obstacles where they are, but also destroy them. And that's what they do. They come up with all sorts of experiments to destroy the obstacles and find the obstacles, but that's not all. Because once they have solved that problem, the Navy realizes they have this opportunity to do other things. Now, planners have been completely worried about the NCDUs telegraphing where they were going to be landing in Omaha Beach, so they didn't want to send them ahead of the troops. Well, the opposite is true as well, and they realize at Tinian that they can use these swimmers as a decoy to confuse the Japanese on where they're actually going to be landing. So they develop all sorts of equipment, all sorts of tactics, and they become essentially indispensable. So when World War II ends, they are the only special operations unit in the U.S. military, the U.S. military's order of battle, that survives disbandment. The Rangers are disbanded, the 1st Special Service Force is disbanded, the Marine Corps Raiders are disbanded. The only one that exists is the underwater demolition teams. Now that fact alone probably means that the Navy at some point is going to be creating a unit that will be its special operations unit. But that doesn't explain why the Navy ultimately created a unit that could go anywhere. For that explanation, I'll go to the last unit. That's the Amphibious Rogers. Now, if you haven't heard the story of the Sino-American Cooperative Organization, or SACO, it is the story of the Navy's sponsorship, creation of a 50,000-man Chinese guerrilla army. It's a completely unlikely story. It shouldn't have happened. The Army should never have let the Navy get into China, one, and then raise an army as well. But they did, and it's incredible. There's numerous camps, numerous units that chased the Japanese towards the tail end of the war. The last 3 weeks of the war before the bomb was dropped, Navy sailors, these Navy-led Chinese guerrillas are chasing the Japanese towards the coast, harassing them the whole way, getting in some of the last combat of the war. The only problem with that story is it's not exactly true. The Navy was really good at setting up the camps. They were really good at establishing SACO as an organization, but the Navy didn't know the first thing about leading troops in combat. For that, the Navy had relied, for the SACO's entire history, on the U.S. Marine Corps. The problem that was, the Marines that were there, the Marines that were teaching these Chinese guerrillas how to fight, how to shoot, demolition, all the rest, they didn't really want to be there. They were Marines. They wanted to be with the rest of their Marines fighting on those islands in the Pacific. So the Navy realizes, well, we've got two problems. The Marines don't want to be here, and two, well, no one really needs these beaches scouted anymore. We've got the Scout and Raider curriculum. What are we going to do with it? Well, the problem becomes the solution. We're going to turn the Scouts and Raiders into Amphibious Rogers, and we're going to teach them how to be Marines without being Marines. Good luck. And that's what we get. We get these Marines, or we get these sailors that act like Marines. They know how to raid, they know how to do all those other things, and that's how the war ends. Now, this is not a huge story at the time, but it makes a big impression with some really consequential people. Admiral Turner Joy, who ends up becoming the commander of naval forces in the Korean War, he serves as SACO's last commander. Chief of Naval Operations, Arleigh Burke, he is the longest-serving Chief of Naval Operations in the history of the U.S. military. He writes the foreword for the creator of SACO's book, very influential, and most importantly, one of SACO's, one of the Amphibious Rogers' greatest leaders of raids is Phil Bucklew, who was that NFL star that I talked about who was trying to start the Columbus Bullies. He ultimately becomes the first commander of the SEAL teams. That's all I have. I'll turn it over now to Joe, so thanks very much.
All right, well, first of all, thanks to the museum for inviting me to speak at this incredible event. No doubt my 40 guys would be thrilled over this. Now, to set the tone for these Marines, I'm going to give you a little quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. The Marines I've met around the world have the cleanest bodies, the filthiest minds, the highest morale, and the lowest morals of any group of animals that I have ever seen. Thank God for the United States Marines.
Hear, hear.
So now we get to talk a little bit about fate. Because if not for a eulogy that was delivered at my father's funeral, this story would have died with him. Because of that eulogy, it prompted me to open up his footlocker and discover his platoon roster for the Scout Snipers on Saipan, which became the cover of the book. And that spurred just discovery after discovery. Now, Scout Snipers weren't unique to the Corps in World War II. They've existed since World War I. Here we have Carlos Lane pulling on the Scout Snipers only door with Albert Malanga behind him. But what made the 40 Thieves unique was that they were an entire platoon of Scout Snipers. Normally, there'd be one or two that might be attached to a company or a battalion, but this group would require special training in stealth tactics and working behind enemy lines because the Battle of Saipan was unique in and of itself. Up until now, most of the battles in the Pacific had been fought reclaiming Allied territory against military installations. But for the first time, we would be invading what had been part of the Japanese homeland for over 25 years. So they would encounter cities, railroads, factories, one of the finest airfields in the Pacific, which would be a huge acquisition, and civilians. So there would be enemy lines to work behind for reconnaissance, mapping enemy installations, wreaking havoc, disrupting communications, where stealth would be paramount, so this special operations platoon was formed. Now, there were some prerequisites. One was that you had to have combat experience, and they didn't want to groom, this wasn't a job for a green boot. Another was to be an expert marksman, and most Marines were, but there is another prerequisite that I'll let Bill Knuppel tell you about, because Bill Knuppel on the right, I had known for decades, my dad is on the left, and I knew that they were only Marine buddies on Iceland together. But as the platoon roster would show, right below the middle crease, there's Knuppel, William F., Sergeant. So here's Bill. How do we get it to play?
He pointed Tank Frank Tukowski, who's my friend. I talk to him a couple of times a week. He's dying. He's 94. He lives in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And he was the lieutenant. Well, he come to my tent and he said, I'm with the leader of the new Scout Sniper platoon. You're my platoon sergeant. I said, Frank, I'm only a buck sergeant. He said, you're going to be my platoon sergeant. So I was. And we went around and he said, now we're going to get 30, I believe it was 32 men. And so he put the word out to all the battalions. He'd be coming around on such a date, and he didn't want to see the men. He just wanted to look at their record books. And I went with him. And he'd go in the field officer and say, well, we want to get the names of the guys that volunteer for the Scout and Snipers. And he didn't want to talk. He just looked at the record book. Brig time. He's my man. Oh, really? Yeah, really. He took the guys that had bad record, that they had spirit, you know? Spirit. Yeah.
So the rationale for this brig time business was that if a guy had been thrown in the brig for brawling, that showed that he'd been in a tough situation, could think on his feet, and he knew how to handle himself. The loser goes to the infirmary. The winner goes to the brig. So the guy in the brig is the kind of guy they wanted. And back in those days, it wasn't necessarily a black mark to be thrown in the brig. It was considered that you weren't a good Marine until you'd been thrown in a brig once or twice. And Chesty Puller once said something like, "Take me to the brig. I want to see the real Marines." So there are two elements to their designation. The first would be scouting. So living behind enemy lines for days at a time, they had to learn how to live off the land because they couldn't take a bunch of rations with them. It also had to be more important about water discipline because they'd only have the one canteen. And then another aspect would be moving about undetected and learning concealment and camouflage. And one thing that I learned from Ben's book is early on, they used blackened cork to darken their faces. But by this time, they had graduated to camouflage paste, manufactured by the colonial dames in Hollywood, California. And you can't see it too well from there, but these cartoon instructions on how to use it are just priceless. So also, being in enemy territory, another thing that they had to do and had to learn how to do was to read maps and draw maps and make maps from memory. They had intensive study in that. And here's a map from Dicknall, from Saipan, where it shows possible enemy installations, vegetation, directions. And these had to be accurate because they would call in airstrikes with this map information. And if they made an error, that would be friendly fire tragedy. So they were quite good at their map-making skills. And also, as a tangent, behind enemy lines where firing a weapon would be their last resort, they learned silent killing techniques. They all carried strangulation gear, just piano wire with 2 wooden handles on it. They probably made it themselves. The guy standing in the center here is Wild Bill Emmerich. He was a club fighter out of Chicago. Looked kind of like William Bendix. He referred to the strangulation gear as a mafia necktie. So to his left is Fritz Schieber. It was his camouflage paste, and we'll be hearing from him later on. Kneeling in front is Albert Malanga. We've seen him before. The other fellow kneeling is Dick Nall, the map maker. And the last guy standing behind is Big Don Evans. And he was thrown in the brig 2 times, which perfectly qualified him to become a squad leader. So the other aspect is sniping. And one bit of state-of-the-art technology they received was the Urinal scope. It's the long scope on that rifle that is mounted on a 1903 Springfield, that had been star-gauged, reaccurized. And it made it accurate to 600 yards or more. And there were 12 such rifles that were given to the 6th Marine Regiment, and the 40 Thieves got 8 of them. So we see Dick Nall again on the right, and the other fellow is Francis Moynihan from South Boston, so you know he's going to be tough. So being a rather poorly equipped branch of service, once they got this equipment, Knuppel took them up into the Koala Mountains on the big island of Hawaii where they were training for some target practice. And Bill told me that what they used for targets were empty beer cans on cacti. So obviously they weren't so poor that they couldn't afford beer, that is, presuming they even paid for it in the first place. And this other discovery in the sniping vein comes from Fritz Schieber. It was so top secret, it wasn't given to them until they were aboard the USS Bolivar en route for Saipan, and it was night vision technology. Audio?
And then we had some other equipment that I never heard of, and it was brand new, that it made in Indianapolis, Indiana, what they called a sniper scope and also super scope. And what it was, you could see at nights real good, and it didn't shine a light. You couldn't see it. Somebody was using it, then throw a flashlight or anything, see. And you could see 50 yards away, real plain. But everything looked green in there.
Mm-hmm.
And on this super scope, they also made them for sniper scopes. You could mount them on a rifle and shoot it at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
And no one could see that you were watching them, see.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought that was really something then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could see at night and nobody could see it. It was like a flashlight that would shine around.
So it was powered by a battery about the size of a car battery that they'd carry around in a backpack, and there'd be a wire that would go to the scopes. And it was so top secret that if the guys were compromised and thought that the technology might fall into enemy hands, it came with a self-destruct button where you flipped a switch and it would disintegrate like Mission Impossible. So obviously, from the title of the book, these guys were nefarious thieves. You know, they stole Jeeps, booze, whatever they needed or wanted. And in the core, the general assumption was that you weren't necessarily punished for the crime, but for your carelessness at getting caught. So obviously, these guys weren't careless. In fact, they referred to stealing as acquisitions made by marine methods. So one such marine method happened in Honolulu the night before they were going to ship off for Saipan at the expense of the Army. And I'll let Bill Knuppel tell you about it because he was there, and I'll mention that his wife Millie will be making a little cameo appearance.
But this Don Evans said, hey, boss, anybody a rank higher than him was boss. Hey, boss, he says, let's go over to the Schofield Barracks. He said, I got some buddies from Kansas City that just landed up in was it Akuska or somewhere in Alaska, no Japs there. We found us two buddies, and so we head for the slop shoot, and drinking, and old Don said, well, my God, he says, you guys, doggies, you always bug out of things. He said, landing on an island, they'd never put us on an island without somebody shooting at us. And he said, why don't you come with us? He said, we don't have any idea where we're going, but you can bet there's going to be good shooting. And the guy said, oh, no. So we had a few more beers. After about the fourth pitcher of beer, they said, that sounds pretty good. So we went to the barracks, took a razor blade, cut the red braid off their caps. We took a Marine emblem off our collar and put it on their cap. And Don was about 6'4", 6'6" or something. He was a big guy. So Don went up the gangplank first, and then the two Army boys, and then me at the rear. And you know, you go in, you salute the flag, and I said, you just follow, do what Don does, and they did, and we got him aboard ship. So the next morning, I went up and seen the lieutenant, my lieutenant, Frank Takowski. I said, hey, Tack, we picked up 2 volunteers in Hawaii. He said, you what? I said, we picked up 2 volunteers. I said, we got 2 more. He said, what are you talking about? And then I told him, oh, Jesus. He says, I don't know nothing about it. He said, I don't know. He says, just be sure they got weapons when we land.
So the very next day, there's an announcement over the ship's loudspeaker about a missing rifle, serial number, blah, blah, blah. And on the day after that, there was another one, and Dad happened to be with Bill at the time, and when the other one about another rifle missing, Dad says to Bill, Don's been busy. So here are the Kansas City buddies. Number 27 with the X over him, that's Don Evans. The smiling number 10 in the middle row center, that's Tommy Arello. His birthday is this Saturday, so get a drink in Kilroy's and give him a little birthday toast. And number 23 up in the corner, that's Norman Dooley. He became a prominent psychiatrist in Flagstaff after the war. So during the battle, there were a lot of other nefarious acquisitions, but to the victors go the spoils. And the souvenir of great value to them were the Yosagaki Hinamaru, the good luck flags. These are the 3 Kansas City buddies again. Tommy's kneeling and Evans is shirtless. They were light. You could carry a bunch in your pack, and they were useful barter with rear echelon troops for booze or whatever else you might want. Now, one of the thieves, Marvin Strombo, acquired one of these good luck flags on the outskirts of Garapan, in one of those ethereal battlefield moments that you hear about where a voice might whisper duck, and you do, and then a bullet whizzes right past where your head was. But he was drawn to one specific corpse amid a field of Japanese dead who looked very peaceful, almost as though he was asleep. And I'll let Marvin tell you about it.
Taking the flag kind of bothered me because it's so special, I think. And it's like it part of him. He had it tucked into his coat, and I barely saw it. And I just about didn't take it, but then I thought, at least if I take it, it'd be a chance I can get it back. And if somebody else did, maybe they'd never see it again, you know.
No, so for most Marines, their tour of duty ended in August of '45 when Hirohito announced the surrender to his people over the radio. But for Marvin, his final mission happened decades later. He made a promise to that dead Japanese soldier, and he fulfilled that promise. The family of Captain Sadeo Yasue was located, and Marvin traveled to Japan, and on August 15th of 2017, he returned. Oh, this is just another Yosugaki Hinamaru. Bill Knuppel is in the center, kneeling there, and that picture was taken the night before the final banzai. But he returned that good luck flag to, the photo has been deleted, but it's a picture of Marvin returning the good luck flag to the captain's younger brother, Tetsuya. And when Tetsuya received the flag, he took it, held it to his face, inhaled deeply, and said, "You've taken good care of my brother." Thank you.
Thank you for those great presentations, and certainly moving and insightful. I'm going to exercise my prerogative and ask the first question. And this one is for Ben. Can you tell me a little bit about inter-service rivalry? You talked about the Marines, and you talked a little bit about
I don't think your mic's working.
Yeah, okay. Again, I'm going to ask the first question, and the first one is for Ben. And he mentioned the Army, he mentioned the Marine Corps, you know, and of course the Navy. And you all know we don't always work and play well together. So I'm going to ask him his questions about how did the inter-service rivalries affect the development of these UDT teams and all the SEALs themselves.
I think yours works.
Does mine work?
Yeah.
Mine work? Okay. The inter-service rivalry is the backdrop of all of the developments of all these various units. I wouldn't even, the underwater demolition teams would not have existed if there wasn't a backdrop of inter-service rivalry. The problem that I talked about during my presentation was about the problem of underwater obstacles. What do we do with the coral? Now, we're about, we're at the anniversary of Tarawa right now, the next couple of days. And that's where we really recognized just how pernicious the problem of the coral could be. Now, this wasn't a surprise to anyone. Navy planners, Marine Corps planners, they had just come up with it. They had thought of different ways to deal with it. Marine Corps planners thought about dealing with the coral by developing these landing vehicles or landing craft vehicle tracked, the LVTs, the alligators that had treads on them that you could crawl over the coral. That was a problem for Navy planners because they were slow in the water, they were difficult to transport, they would require more ships, there was more vulnerability, more time, it complicated everything from aerial sorties to just everything. And then not only that, but the coral just stayed. It was just going to be something that you would have an LVT to get across every single time. No, the Navy thought the coral was a cancer. It was a problem. You had to cut it out. That's why they wanted to develop these teams to blow it up. But inter-service rivalry, there was mistrust on both sides. I mean, and sometimes we foster this mistrust. I mean, we have 2 service academies every year that fight each other, or they compete with each other, and every time their chant, if you go to the Navy, it's go Navy, beat Army. If you go to the Army, it's go Army, beat Navy. We foster that. We want that rivalry because it makes both teams better. But it also fosters mistrust between institutions. One of the things that I wanted to talk about when I was presenting was the monumentally important underwater demolition team mission that they do with the Marine Corps Raiders at Tinian, which happens immediately after Saipan is secured. They want Tinian, but they disagree on which beaches to recon. The Marine Corps wants to hit the north beaches because they're closer, they're within artillery range of Saipan. The Navy wants the big beaches on the south, so they have to fight it out. They ultimately decide to send a combined force of UDTs and Marine Corps recon to scout the northern beaches, and ultimately it's the greatest success of the Pacific War. The first Marine casualties don't happen until 1,500 yards inland. It's what makes the UDTs indispensable to the fleet. That inter-service rivalry, if it hadn't been there, you would have no UDTs, you'd have ultimately no SEAL teams.
I think that's a great observation in the fact that I would argue that our nation's military's greatest asset is the joint nature in which we fight. In the bar, we'll exchange barbs, go back and forth, call them squid and jarhead, but where it really comes to where it matters, it's a one team, one fight. And this is something that the Americans do extremely well during the Second World War. I'd also like to give a shameless self-promotion plug. On Friday night, we'll be showing a documentary that Ben and I were a part of called Frog Fathers 2, which speaks specifically to the UDT teams and what they did in the island of Okinawa in that campaign. We were out there last summer as they filmed a number of former Special Forces gentlemen replacing some of that coral that was blown up in 1945. So that's on Friday night here at the museum. I want to shift a second here to Joe. You mentioned this idea of marine methods, quote unquote. I was always told it was either a 5-finger discount, it fell off a truck, or it was a midnight acquisition. Those are the terms that my Marines used for me with marine methods kind of thing. But I want to make this a little more personal. Tell me about First Lieutenant Frank Tchaikovsky.
Well, football seems to be a pivotal thing here. He was a good, his brothers grew up in the Ohio River Valley in Pennsylvania, and they were all great athletes. They had a basketball team that would, what did they call it? Barnstorm around the nation and win money. And that's how they made money during the Depression. But one of the things that my dad also did was football. And one of his coaches had a buddy who coached at UCLA, and he got Dad a scholarship to go to UCLA. So Dad's going out there in maybe 1938. The bus breaks down, because that's what travel was like in those days, and he's late. So there's no place for him anymore. So he has to migrant work up and down the coast. Finally ends up in San Francisco, and he's got no money, and the Marines are offering a $10 enlistment bonus. So he enlists and sends $5 home to his mom.
That's the kind of man that he was.
Yeah.
Tell me about the name 40 Thieves. Where does that?
Well, 40 is the amount of guys that are normally in a platoon, and the Marines were just notorious thieves. But what I just discovered not long ago was in January of 1944, the hit movie Alibaba and the 40 Thieves had just been released, starring John Hall, Maria Montez, and Andy Devine. And if you can imagine Andy Devine fighting Huns, there's the funniest line. He's going, "I haven't killed a Hun all day." So it was very popular. There were comic books. There were all of these things related. So when these guys were, you know, getting a name. The guys from the 6th Marine Regiment decided to give them the, pay them the tribute of calling them the 40 Thieves.
Well, since we're talking football analogies, I remember there was an ad that the Marine Corps had in the 90s that said, you ever wonder why the Marine Corps doesn't have a football team like the Army and the Navy? And the bottom line says, because we're protecting a nation, not a quarterback. So I will leave that one right there. But let me shift again back to Ben. And you used the term in your book, naked warrior. And I think it's an apt description. Can you kind of give us an explanation of that?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the first time that they realized that they are going to be much more effective when they ditch these fatigues. I mean, they're just going to be in swim trunks, and no one had conceived that this was going to be an option before they actually did it. You know, no one, when they created the UDTs, this was not in anyone's mind. But that was the kind of adaptation that they were, that they came up with very quickly. And very quickly, they began to call these guys naked warriors. As early as Saipan, the entire fleet knew that these frogmen or naked warriors were going to be reconning the beaches ahead of them, and all of the rails of all the ships that were out to sea would crowd just to get a glimpse of these guys. Now, the first group that did this in Saipan, at least UDT-5, they had come up with the idea to paint themselves blue and to mark lines on themselves so they would be human depth gauges, so they could actually stand in the water on top of the coral, and they would realize, okay, this, it's 6 feet, to the coral from here or whatever. It was later that they would develop other things, but they came up with lead lines and all the rest. There was an incredible amount of experimentation, development. They got fins from the OSS Maritime unit. They used face masks. They took condoms and they used those to secure their fuses so they wouldn't get soaked. It's the second greatest thing that a condom's ever been used for. Lots of innovation.
Let me shift back to Joe here, and I want to ask you tell us a little bit about the landings on Red 2 and the experiences of the platoon.
Good question. They were sent in 2 different waves because the Japanese generally didn't tend to fire upon the first wave to let troops mass so they could get a better killing power. So the first half of the group went in to eliminate some of the lesser installations to help facilitate the landing, but the tides were such that they landed too far north. So they had to kind of fight their way back to where they should have been. So they were sort of half effective in what they did. And then the other half of the platoon was charged with guarding the 6th Marine Regiment command post. So the other half came in with the officers. It would have been Colonel Risley. Bill Knuppel tells a story about Colonel Murray, Raymond Murray, and him being injured on Saipan. He's got his story about that. And then it was just dig in and go through the freight train after freight train after freight train of shelling. Bob Smots, one of the guys who I met over the years, that was one of the 40 Thieves, said you had to concentrate a lot to not go insane.
Thanks for that insight. What I'd like to do now is open the floor for questions from our audience. Jeremy is in the back with the microphone, and he is working his way forward as I sit here and idly chat.
Well, thank you to John, Ben, and Joe for a great panel.
Thank you.
First question is with me to your right, gentlemen.
Thank you guys very much. Kind of a theme that I've taken out of today is the idea that throughout American history, our doctrine and our knowledge and our skills are developed and then lost. And I know that Joe, you spoke of the fact that there were scout snipers in World War I, and then Benjamin, you spoke of the fact that in the 50s, the Green Berets and the Rangers were disbanded. I understand the need to downsize the military at the end of such a massive war, but I guess I'm wondering, can any of you speak to that decision to kind of eliminate that knowledge and those skills that had been developed? And was it a military decision, or was that something kind of taken at a more executive or legislative level?
Do you want to go?
Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that. You're right. I mean, there was always the impulse in American history to downsize after a major war, at least until World War II. And even after World War II, we downsized, significantly. You never knew what was going to happen, or who the beneficiary of that downsizing was going to be. The need always persisted. So it's just like the problem of the coral. The need for those types of units never went away. So that's why we often reinvented the same sort of capabilities. Now, when they disbanded the Rangers they disband the Rangers first in the Eastern Theater of Operations, and the 6th Rangers, they stay until a little bit after World War II before they decide to disband them. But they decide that, in 1950, when they recommission the Rangers and they keep them for around 8 months, they didn't just recommission Ranger companies, they commissioned the Ranger School. And the idea was, well, we're going to have the Ranger School to create Rangers, but then when they disbanded the Rangers, they're like, oh no, we'll keep Ranger School because the Ranger tactics are important. We will teach our infantry and our soldiers how to do these types of tactics, and then when they graduate, they'll be able to go back to their infantry divisions and then distribute those tactics or that knowledge to their fellow soldiers. Well, of course, it didn't work because they came back to their units. They didn't pass on that knowledge to their other units, so these guys had this knowledge, but it never went anywhere. Interestingly, the SEAL teams, when they create the SEAL teams in 1962, they don't know how to do any of the things that they're supposed to do. So the first beneficiaries of Darby's legacy, of the 6th Ranger legacies, all of that knowledge that went into creating the Ranger schools, the first beneficiaries were the Navy SEALs, who ended up becoming the highest concentration of Ranger School graduates in the U.S. military. It's a weird, way that the Army's legacy ultimately benefited the Navy.
Also, the United States doesn't have a tradition of having a large standing military until after World War II, and quite frankly, it doesn't start until the 1950s. We don't like to have a big military.
Next question is going to be with Connie to your left towards the front.
Thanks. Thanks very much. So there was a movie in 1951, I think it was called The Frogmen, with Richard Widmark and Dana Andrews and so forth. So anyway, it's towards the latter part of the Second World War, and they're preparing for the invasion of Okinawa. And without giving away the movie, but it seems like they have a battle between the Frogmen and UDTs from Japan. Did the Japanese actually have that kind of capability, or is that just part of Hollywood?
Total Hollywood. It's a great movie. Richard Widmark is the star of that movie. He's also the star of The Alamo. And when the Cuban frogmen land on the beach as ahead of the Bay of Pigs invasion, the night before those Cuban frogmen deploy, they all go to see The Alamo. Now, everybody else knew Richard Widmark from The Frogmen. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The answer is no. There was no other capability. Now, the Italians had developed, and the Italians and the British had developed a frogmen-type capability, and they had learned to pilot submersibles. Also, the OSS Maritime unit had developed its own capabilities, but there was nothing in the Japanese theater like that. But when Draper Kaufman and the rest of his UDT swimmers were, swimming their first night mission into Tinian, there was a moment where two swimmers started circling each other because they weren't sure if it was a Japanese swimmer in the water or someone else. So they ended up spinning around each other for quite a while before they said, "Hey, I'm you, you're me. Okay, we're not going to knife each other in the dark." But.
Next question is going to be in the center aisle, about halfway back.
Yeah, this is a question about the underwater demolition team. Did it have any role in the creation of Hobart's funnies? Those are some of the tank-like devices that were supposed to be used at the Battle of Normandy to cut through the barbed wire and landmines and everything?
No, the underwater demolition teams, they don't really have their first mission until about, well, the underwater demolition teams are around for Kwajalein, but they don't really become the underwater demolition teams that we know of until or their first operation is a week after D-Day in Saipan, the Marianas campaign. So, no, but they do develop a lot of other things.
We're going to go to Joe, about the same spot we were in, but a little harder for me to reach to.
What percentage of frogmen and UDT teams were killed and wounded in the war? And was it higher or lower than the other duties, other guys, the infantry and artillery, that kind of stuff?
The UDT suffer compared to what the NCDUs suffer on the D-Day landings, the UDTs, not even close, not even the same ballpark. There will be a handful of UDTs that will be shot and killed by sniper fire or hit by mortar fire, but for the most part, the water is really, really good at eliminating the killing power of a bullet or an explosive before it hits you. Now, it will do horrendous damage to your internal organs. You won't know that you're wounded for a little while. You will be wounded, but it's not very good at keeping we see at the beginning of Saving Private Ryan, all those bullets hitting the water and going through lots of soldiers. For the most part, that doesn't happen. There was lots of reports of UDT swimmers being in the water and watching all the rounds that were hitting the water around them falling, like they said, like autumn leaves. So the most of the UDT that get killed during the war, they get killed not performing the function of the reconnaissance or demolition work. They get hit when they're trying to climb back on to the landing craft after the mission, or they get hit or killed by kamikazes when they're out, further back on the picket line. There's two mass casualty events for the USS Belknap and the USS Blessman, where 15 UDT swimmers are killed, and you have a similar number of ships company that are killed, and then on the Blessman, I think it's 19 that are killed. Those, between 32 NCDUs that are killed on D-Day, excuse me, and then with the Blessman and the Belknap, those are still with Extortion 17. Those are the four major horrible days in the history of naval special warfare.
Next question is going to be to your right, gentlemen, halfway back.
Thank you for two great presentations. Can you talk about any of the cross lessons learned between the European theater and the Pacific theater as far as doctrine and TTP from the stage of beach reconnaissance all the way to obstacle demolition and removal?
Sure. There's the greatest thing to come from the Eastern Theater of Operations to make it all the way out to the Pacific is everything that Draper develops for the NCDUs. Now, the NCDUs, they're developed, specifically for the invasion beaches, both in northern France and then southern France. It wasn't clear if planners were going to keep the NCDUs around after that. Their mission had been accomplished. A handful of NCDUs do make it to the Pacific Theater. What the NCDUs bring with them, though, to the curriculum that ultimately becomes the UDT curriculum is, Hell Week. That's the big thing. Most of the innovation, 99% of the innovation that comes out of the war, it comes from the underwater demolition teams. Not to, the NCDUs come up with lots of great things. But there's just so much innovation that happens with the UDTs.
Next question's up front with Connie in the center aisle, please.
European theater, a lot of the special operations were done by OSS, but MacArthur and Nimitz were notably opposed to Donovan. Perhaps the whole SS, but definitely opposed to Donovan. How much of the special operations of your sort you're talking about happened in MacArthur's theater I think everything you guys have been talking about has been in Nimitz's theater.
Yeah, that said, there were quite a few. Very quickly, after the Marianas campaign, UDTs become a staple throughout the theater. So MacArthur is an early and eager advocate of UDT operations in the South Pacific. MacArthur was eager and enthusiastic, about special operations in general. And Nimitz's reluctance to bring Donovan into his theater was that was not just Nimitz's reluctance. There were the whole reason that the Amphibious Rogers are created, and they're trying to get the Amphibious Rogers into China to backfill the navies or to lead those Chinese guerrillas. Part of the reason that they can't get them there, and part of the reason that the Amphibious Rogers don't have the considerable impact that Mary Miles and Sacco wanted them to have, is because of the bitter dispute between the OSS and Sacco. Donovan wanted China for himself. He didn't want anyone else, messing around in what he believed was, rightfully his theater of operations, and for good reason. The Navy should have no business in a land war, but Miles and the rest of Navy planners saw China not as China. They saw it as this massively disconnected continent where the leaders of the various camps had to operate almost as independently as skippers out at sea. Navy or Army doesn't have a history of decentralized command like the Navy does. No Army commander has ever been further away from his chain of command than one horseback ride. Navy, on the other hand, you're over the horizon. So the Navy had developed those kinds of command and control and procedures that Mary Miles thought was specially suited for China.
And along those lines, when you talk about Marines being, say, an OIF and OEF, we call those amphibious operations without water. That's how we refer to them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for John, Ben, and Joe.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
I had the pleasure of touring about 21 pretty new Navy SEALs last week, 2 weeks ago now, and I didn't hold it against them, but they knew very little about their own history. So Ben, I hope I sold at least 21 new books. The authors will be outside at the book signing station for you. As John mentioned, we do have our additional ticketed item for tomorrow night, the screening and dinner with Frog Fathers 2 with the journey back to Okinawa. So you can go see our travel table for more information on that. Please be back in 30 minutes at 3:15 for the final session of today's symposium. Thank you.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
At the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, there is an experience as epic, as extraordinary as the conflict it honors, beyond all boundaries. This immersive 4D cinematic journey through the war that changed the world is shown exclusively in the museum's one-of-a-kind Solomon Victory Theater. I'm proud to have served as executive producer of Beyond All Boundaries. And you can see it only at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
In February 1945, the Japanese Empire was being dismantled. But even with its decimated fleet and shrinking defensive ring, Japan still posed a serious threat. Perhaps no other battle demonstrated the existing threat than the seizure of Iwo Jima. This is World War II and II. I'm John Curatola at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. As American forces pushed forward into the Central Pacific, the Army and the Marines secured the Marianas Islands to base the Army Air Force's new B-29 Superfortress bomber. With airfields on these captured islands, 21st Bomber Command began making regular raids over the Japanese home islands. But in their path lay Iwo Jima. With the island's 2 airstrips, Japanese planes could harass the American airfields and give early warning of incoming bombing raids. Capturing Iwo Jima would give the bombers the element of surprise, provide a home base for escort fighters, and serve as an emergency landing place for any planes returning home. On February 19, 1945, 2 Marine divisions stormed ashore on the small volcanic island in the shadow of Mount Suribachi. Japanese defenders held their fire as the Marines landed and struggled to get off the beach. As the Americans moved inland, the Japanese forces pounced with well-laid kill zones and interlocking fields of fire. Japanese General Tamadichi Kuribayashi avoided using suicidal banzai attacks and instead built an intricate defensive tunnel network. His plan was to use his 22,000 troops to kill as many Americans as possible. The U.S. Marines made slow progress fighting Japanese troops hidden in caves, tunnels, and ravines. But the island was secured by March 16th. In all, 30% of the American landing force became casualties. Most of the Japanese garrison was killed. As a testament to the Americans who fought on the island, Navy Admiral Chester Nimitz remarked that uncommon valor was a common virtue. The battle for Iwo Jima produced one of the war's most iconic photographs. Days after the initial landings, 6 Marines raised the U.S. flag atop of Mount Suribachi in the now famous photograph by Joe Rosenthal. The iconic image still resonates with Americans today and serves as the basis for the Marine Corps War Memorial in Washington, D.C.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers and the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
So it's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission for the United States?
Today's threat to our national security is not a matter of military weapons alone. We know of new methods of attack. The Trojan horse, the fifth column.
Our war program, the most unprecedented in history, calls not only for the production of tanks and guns, planes and ships, but also for the building of a defense against enemy agents within our borders.
Enemy agents who have been sent to this country to disrupt our industries, destroy our morale, and damage the impact of our fighting armies.
Spies, saboteurs, and traitors. These dividing forces are undiluted poison.
I shall return. That was the promise General Douglas MacArthur made to his men and to the public after he was ordered to leave the Philippines in March 1942. In October 1944, that promise became a reality when MacArthur made his dramatic return to the islands. This is World War II in 2. I'm Bradley W. Hart at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. General MacArthur was one of the country's best-known Army officers. He was in charge when the Japanese attacked the Philippines, first by air and then by land in December 1941, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese invasion forced MacArthur and the troops under his command to retreat from Manila and to take a stand on the Bataan Peninsula and the fortress island of Corregidor. In February 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt ordered MacArthur to leave the Philippines entirely and establish a command in Australia. The idea was to keep this famous general from being captured by the Japanese, but for MacArthur, it felt like he was being ordered to abandon his men to an uncertain fate. MacArthur and his family made a daring escape of more than 500 miles by sea, dodging Japanese patrols all along the way, and then by air to Australia. After setting foot on Australian soil, he made the famous vow to return to the soldiers and civilians he'd left behind. But back in Bataan, the fight was not going well. On April 9th, the remaining troops on the peninsula surrendered. Corregidor surrendered less than a month later. Thousands of survivors would be subjected to what became known as the Bataan Death March, and most would not live to see the end of the war. MacArthur never forgot his vow. He kept pushing to return to the Philippines for the next 2 years. In October of 1944, the assault on the Philippines itself finally started with the Battle of Leyte. It was there that MacArthur famously waded ashore with his men in one of the most iconic photos of the war. And just hours after arriving on Leyte, MacArthur made a radio broadcast in which he proclaimed,
"People of the Philippines, I have returned."
By March 1945, MacArthur's troops had recaptured Corregidor, cut off the Japanese in Bataan, and recaptured the capital city of Manila. MacArthur had kept his promise and returned, but by some estimates, only a third of the American and Filipino soldiers he commanded in 1942 were still alive to see it.
Hi, I'm Joey Balfour, Assistant Director of Oral History at the National World War II Museum, and I'm so excited to share our newest exhibit with you. Step into history with Voices from the Front. a groundbreaking new experience at the National World War II Museum. This interactive exhibit connects you directly with the World War II generation, bringing their powerful stories of courage, sacrifice, and resilience to life in ways never before possible. Using cutting-edge artificial intelligence and an extensive archive of pre-recorded responses, you'll hear authentic answers from veterans, Holocaust survivors, home front workers, and others who witnessed the war firsthand. Their words reveal the real-life experiences of those who shaped history. Voices from the Front offers a new way to bridge the gap between generations, connecting today's visitors to those who lived through the conflict. This is more than history. It's a personal encounter with the people who were there, ensuring their stories endure for years to come. Come put real faces to the past. Hear their voices, experience their stories. Voices from the Front, only at the National World War II Museum.
Hi, I'm Don Miller. I'm the lead historian for this trip back to the bomber bases of World War II. I'm an historian and a writer, author of 9 books, one of which is Masters of the Air, the book upon which this tour is based. And we're doing a series with Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg based on the book. And it's one of the most unforgettable and absorbing stories I've ever heard. It's the story of the 8th Air Force flying out of England in the first bomber war in history. And they delivered a lot of punishment to Germany. They knocked out 60 industrial cities and disabled the German economy. But they took staggering losses. 26,000 8th Air Force airmen lost their lives in these battles. That's more than Marine Corps lost in all of World War II. Your chances of surviving a mission were 1 in 5. These guys flew in freezing skies, unheated planes, perilous missions, almost 1,000 of them. And they flew from airfields that were cut right out of farmers' fields. And the farmers lived there during the war. And we're going to go back to those fields in England and East Anglia. It has beautiful cities, but it also has this rolling countryside where the airfields are currently located. And they've been restored lovingly by the Brits who lived there, many of them as kids during the war. So when you go back there, you'll be talking to people who were there when the American flyers just kind of dropped out of the sky like spacemen, gum-chewing, smart, mouthing Sinatra lovers, They changed the whole culture of East Anglia, and these kids adored them. And when you talk to those locals who knew the airmen well as kids, and you stand on the observation tower, Thorpe Abbott, with the wind whipping in your face, you will never feel closer to the war. And we concluded with a spectacular experience at Duxford Air Force Base. We're going to watch a dogfight, a simulated dogfight. We're going to go down to the place where they take off. We'll watch them take off, touch the wings of the plane, shake hands with the pilots, off they go. And the dogfight will take place right over our heads. Then when we go into England, we go to the Imperial War Museum. That's connected to Duxford. Duxford is near Cambridge, of course, with its high spires and the colleges there, which also, by the way, has a very moving, powerful cemetery dedicated to the American airmen who died in this conflict. And then we'll go down underneath London to the Churchill War Rooms, where Churchill had his map room and his cabinet planned and directed the entire war from there. We'll sit at the chair, the actual chair, not just the table, that Churchill sat at, and you get a sense, really, that, again, you're soaking in the war, you're feeling it personally. I've done a lot of trips from the museum. This is unique, and it's my absolute favorite. The towns are gorgeous. Bury St. Edmunds has an abbey. It's got a beautiful cathedral. It's got a great, brewery in town. It's got a beautiful square. We'll be staying at 5-star hotels wherever we go. If you sign up for a tour like this, you'll be signing up for an experience unlike any you've ever had before. And it combines the personal with the historical and intertwines them.
In February 1945, the most vicious urban combat of the Pacific Theater took place in the Philippines. Japan's assault left over 100,000 civilians dead. This is the story of the Battle of Manila, and this is World War II in 2. In October 1944, General Douglas MacArthur made his triumphant return to the Philippine Islands. After tough fighting on Leyte, MacArthur set his sights on Luzon and the liberation of Manila. In early January 1945, the 6th U.S. Army landed at Lingayen Gulf in northwest Luzon. Later that month, the 8th Army landed more divisions south of Manila. But Japanese Army Commander Yamashita, with nearly 270,000 troops, divided his forces and sought to use Luzon's most rugged terrain to delay the Americans and trap them in Luzon's Central Valley. In Manila, however, the Japanese Navy had other plans and resolved to fight for each block and building with no surrender and no survival. The result was a bitter month-long battle that destroyed most of the Pearl of the Orient and decimated its population. MacArthur had hoped to take the city without airstrikes and heavy artillery fires, but enemy defenses left American ground commanders with few options, while Japanese forces systematically tortured, raped, and murdered Filipino civilians. Every structure and ruin had to be searched and its Japanese defenders rooted out. Infantry squads relied on grenades, explosives, flamethrowers, machine guns, and tanks. The air was filled with deafening concussions from incessant explosions and collapsing buildings. Roaring fires lit the sky, and at times the mixture of smoke, heat, and dust made it almost impossible for soldiers to move forward. In some places, the Japanese defenders fought building by building and from room to room without surrender. At one point, the Americans broadcast a plea for the Japanese to surrender, or at least to evacuate civilians to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. No answer was received. On February 28, 1945, MacArthur reestablished the Commonwealth government in Manila, ending his address by saying, "Your capital city, cruelly punished though it be, has regained its rightful place, citadel of democracy in the East." Even as the fighting continued, teams began collecting eyewitness and documentary evidence of Japanese atrocities. Resistance finally crumbled in March 1945. More than 1,000 Americans, 16,000 Japanese, and over 100,000 Filipinos were killed in the battle for Manila. For some American leaders, the experience raised concerns about what urban combat might lie ahead in the planned invasion of Japan.
So you are in this building right now.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, you want me to walk you through it?
Yeah, because I'm like,
yes, I got you. So I'm from Covington, on the North Shore actually. So every Sunday I make the hour commute across the Causeway Bridge and such to get here, but it's always been worth it. So I kind of stumbled upon the World War II Museum by accident actually in middle school. But I was just awestruck by the planes, you know, kind of ironic that we're in here actually. I was just awestruck by the planes. And so we ended up staying at this new museum the whole day. And by the end of the visit, I had just completely fallen in love with everything the museum had and just really touched by how inspirational it all was. And so fast forward a couple years later, I kept going to the museum, coming back every chance I could get. And when I turned 16 for my 16th birthday, I asked my parents if I could start volunteering at the World War II Museum. And kind of surprisingly, they let me. So that's when I became a volunteer. Interesting, you can read a little bit about the silent service right there in the wall. I have my red star now. So I think that's 1,000 hours. I think it's 1,000 hours. And I've been a volunteer here now for 3 years. I've wanted to serve in the military really my whole life. I guess I kind of also discovered it as I spent more and more time here. Meeting with the veterans and just hearing the stories echoed throughout the exhibits every single day. I really was just inspired by being American and serving something, being a part of something larger than yourself. So all of that really kind of culminated in pushing me to want to serve in the military. So I'm actually going to the U.S. Naval Academy next year. I want to fly. So I want to fly fighter pilots. And I definitely say that the museum is what inspired me to want to do that. I think World War II is just a very integral part to society and how we function, even if it's just so simple as reminding Americans to be patriotic, to love our country. And I think it should inspire everyone who comes to visit it to just hold their head a little higher and to be proud to be American.
The final months of World War II in the Pacific were some of the deadliest in human history. As we continue to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, the National World War II Museum is offering an exclusive online class in partnership with Arizona State University, focusing on key moments from the last months of the war in the Pacific. from the landings on Iwo Jima and Okinawa to the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan. To find out more about the class, scan the QR code below or visit the National World War II Museum website and search for continuing education. We hope to see you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the Arcadia Ballroom, find your seats, find your cell phones, and silence them. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, our next session, we'll look at another dimension. This is Extroop, the secret Jewish commandos of World War II. And what we have for you is Dr. Leah Garrett in conversation with Dr. Steph Hintershitz. Dr. Leah Garrett is the Director of Jewish and Hebrew Studies at Hunter College and the City University of Newark. She's the author of 5 books, but in this one, they'll explore the extraordinary story of Extroop, the German Jewish refugees who fled Nazi persecution and then returned to Europe as elite British commandos. Now, Steph, former member of our team here at the Institute, and currently one of our Asnes Family Foundation Fellows, is the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs at the Air Command and Staff College at Maxwell Air Force Base. She has a PhD from the University of Maryland, specializes in civil military relations, the U.S. home front. Many of you are familiar with her latest book on the incarceration of Japanese Americans. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steph for a conversation with Leah Garrett. Steph.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. And I think this is a really great way to conclude the symposium. We've seen a lot of panels that obviously focus on special ops and special troops. And then also a big theme that sort of ran throughout a lot of the panels today was the importance of individuals. So we have these big stories, but also really getting down and understanding that some of these great feats could not happen without individuals. And so I think this book today that we're going to talk about, Extroop, brings both of those themes together in a really great way. So I'm really excited to have Leah here today. And if you want to read more about her biography, you can look at the program. But I do just want to start out by recognizing that you are an expert in Jewish history, very well published, and one of your other books, Young Lions, which is great. So that was one that I really enjoyed. But what led you to this particular topic for this book?
And thank you for the introduction. And it's so great to be here. I was just saying that the World War II Museum has had a huge place in my heart for the last few years. I couldn't have written Extroop without this museum. I couldn't have written the new book I've written without this museum. And when Extroop came out, it was during lockdown, and it was the World War II Museum that hosted the launch of the book, which was incredibly generous during that time. And I also just want to say it's so great to be in front of this audience, to hear today multiple times the use of the term force multipliers and not have to explain it. It's very exciting to me, so I can talk at a different level than I'm used to talking. So how did I find out about this? Well, I'd written a previous book about World War II about Jewish American soldiers, particularly those who wrote these big novels about it, Norman Mailer, Leon Uris, Herman Wouk. And I realized I still had World War II deep in my blood. My grandfather had served, my great-uncles had served, my husband's family is a military family. And when I started to research this, I heard this vague rumor about Jewish commandos, and I do what you do. I looked on Google, and I started to search out Jewish commandos, and I found that there was an archivist in the UK who knew that there was this story out there that needed to be told. So he put me in touch with a commando family, and part of the reason, which I'll talk about why the story hadn't been told, was it was so completely top secret that it was very hard to get the information on it until decades after the war. So this archivist put me in touch with one of the Jewish commando families, and basically when I knocked on their door, they said, "What took you so long?" Because it was the story, like, why had no one told this story? So I'll tell you more about it in a second, but I just have to say that as I wrote it, it was such an extraordinary and almost unbelievable story that the book is far too heavily footnoted, because I just felt I had to keep proving that these things had actually happened to this incredible commando unit, which I'll talk about.
Yeah, and I was telling Leah earlier, one of the great things about her is that she is an academic who can write very well. Very engaging. So, something to be said for that. So it is an incredibly well-written book and very well-researched. And I've got a couple questions about that I might save for the end if I can nerd out a little bit about your research process. But to jump right in, can you talk about what was Extroop?
Okay, so it's June 1942. And Churchill and the Brits are, as we all know, as this audience of course knows, are in a very bad situation at this point. It seemed like nothing was going well. They were losing on all fronts. And Lord Mountbatten came to Churchill and said, look, I have an idea for you. And he's going to be, of course, be the commander of combined operations. And he said to Churchill, why don't we create something called the Inter-Allied 10 Commando Unit? And this idea was brilliant. And the idea with Inter-Allied 10 Commando Unit was that the commando unit would be comprised of men who had been forced out of their home countries and had a clear axe to grind against the Germans, and they would create these commando units around these men. So within Inter-Allied 10 Commando Unit, there would be a Polish unit with Polish speakers who had been displaced. There would be a French unit. There'd be a range of different units around home countries that had been invaded. And then Mountbatten said to Churchill, but I have another idea that might be interesting to you, and this was the brilliance of it. Let's create a particular commando unit of German speakers. And we're going to confuse everyone by calling it Commando 3 unit and have it be the British unit, but they're not really going to be British, they're going to be German speakers. And the idea that he came up with, which ends up becoming Extroop, it was Churchill who called it Extroop. He said it was an unknown factor how they would perform, and then they ended up outperforming all the other of that group of commando units, was that they would do something that hadn't been done before, which was that they would train these men in this commando unit in two ways that normally had never gone together before. They would train them in counterintelligence, and they would train them as commandos. So in the United States, we had the Ritchie boys, who were counterintelligence, who were German speakers, mostly displaced Jews. But in the UK, what we would have is men who would be trained as commandos, but they would also be fluent in German, so they would be trained in counterintelligence. And the idea that was so brilliant was that when they went out into battle, they would capture the Germans in battle because they're commandos, but then they would interrogate them on the battlefield because of their German skills. So this hadn't existed before. So that ends up becoming Extroop, and we'll go into all the details about Extroop, but the complication, of course, was where are we going to find German speakers? And it was never intentional that they would definitely be Jewish, but of course, when they started to go through the whole program, which we'll talk about how they selected the men who ended up being the ones who had the biggest axe to grind against the Germans were, of course, Jewish exiles. So what ends up happening with the Extroop is it becomes a very important commando unit, which we'll talk about, of displaced German Jewish refugees. Almost all of them come from Germany and Austria. And the idea is, again, this dual training, that we're going to put them in Lord Lovett's commando units, and they're going to capture the enemy, and then they're going to interrogate them on the battlefield. So that's sort of the big idea that they came up with in that meeting, and that's going to be the background that leads to Extroop.
Yeah, so if we had a big overall view of what Extroop was, but let's drill down a little bit more and learn about some of the actual members. So who were some of these members, and how were they selected, recruited?
Okay, so what happens is that as the war's going underway, a lot of German and Austrian Jewish families see the writing on the wall. They know that they can't get out of their countries. Nobody wants them. There's nowhere to go. Fortunately, the UK had set up two really important systems that will help in the story of Extroop, though that wasn't the intention. One is they set up the Kindertransport, which were these trains that took Jewish children away from Germany and Austria and brought them to the UK. The other that ended up even being more important was a transit visa system. So what basically every single ex-trooper ends up being a teenage boy in Germany or Austria with parents who can't escape, who see the writing on the wall. They put their kids on trains or boats or to get there any way possible and say to them, you just have to get to the UK. Maybe you'll be able to stay there with the transit visa program. Maybe you won't, but at least you'll be safe for now. So these group of hundreds of thousands of these young men arrive. They work, they go, some are put in orphanages, all these different things happen to them. But then when the war breaks out, what really happens is that these guys are considered enemy aliens because they're Germans or they're Austrian, but primarily Germans. So when the war breaks out, the Churchill and the Brits decide that we need to do something with these enemy aliens in our midst who are Germans. But the problem is that there's 70,000 of them, but 55,000 of them are Jewish. So amongst these Jewish young men, teenagers, they make a decision at first that they're going to put those who are single young men into transit camps. So almost all of the Extroopers end up in transit camps in the Isle of Man, in Australia, in Canada. Some are okay, many are horrific. And the thing that's happening in the background of this story is that, of course, for these young men, the clock is ticking, because any family that's still alive in Europe, any day the war goes on means that their family could be found, right? So part of why they become such extraordinary commandos is, for them, the war is personal. Like, it's literally the time is clicking away. They have to finish this war and win it, because they have to get their families out. So these poor guys, they're in these transit camps. All of them want to fight the Nazis. That's all they want to do, is they want to fight the Nazis. And then finally, after America in 1942, they make this decision that they're going to form this commando unit, but they don't know where to find the young men. And so the young men are these guys who were in the transit camps, and then they go into something called the Pioneer Corps in the UK. And the only angry letter I got about Extroop was the Pioneer Corps, because of the way I described it, but it's the non-military corps. And the way it worked in the UK, because none of the enemy aliens were allowed to have arms, was they did actually get people from prisons. They did actually get these guys, many of them had alcoholism. They put them in the Pioneer Corps, and along with the Pioneer Corps are these incredibly educated young Jewish intellectuals from Austria and Germany who are like, building roads, doing important stuff, but they're not allowed to have arms. And these guys just start agitating. Please let us fight. We promise you, we can do what's needed. And then finally, Churchill makes this decision, and signs start appearing in the Pioneer Corps looking for men who want to volunteer for dangerous duty. And all these guys are thinking, oh my God, finally, yes. So they put their hands up, and they start to be interviewed. They send hundreds of them to London to do interviews. And the people who interview them are asking them a range of questions. But what they're looking for is incredibly unique, because they have to be brilliant, because they have to do counterintelligence, but they also have to be capable of, seriously fighting. As one of the men said, look, until I was in the commando unit, I did not know how to take apart anything more complicated than a pair of scissors. And now, like in the training, I have a blindfold on and I have to take apart a pistol. So they were looking for this very unique thing. And so these are all Jewish exiles. They're all from Germany. They've all got this thing that they know they have to beat the Nazis and win this war. And so they start interviewing them in London, and they interview hundreds of them. And then from the hundreds that they interview, they pick the elite. The number's not completely clear, because it's something around 87 of the men get selected for Extroop.
Yeah, and a question that I had when I was reading the book, on page 2 you have a quote where you summarize this really well. You say, the anger and hunger of revenge of these commandos was palpable. And so, of course, you want people who are really invested in this, but was there ever any concerns among any of the leaders that this emotion might maybe get in the way of a mission?
Something that is interesting is when the movie Inglourious Bastards came out from Tarantino, he had read about one of these Extroopers whose daughter is like a famous Hollywood figure. And the Inglourious Bastards movie is about these German Jews who go on this revenge mission. And it was really interesting in all the interviews with the Extroopers after the war, they went out of their way to say, we do not believe in revenge. It was a point of profound pride to them that they were members of the British military and that they would follow the rules of war. So it was very complicated for them because, of course, all of them, the time is ticking and their families are being disappeared and all these terrible things are happening, but they took their military service extremely seriously. And then part of sort of how they were able to manage it, which I didn't mention, is that Mountbatten and Churchill realized that if these guys were captured in war, that they would be killed on sight for like 3 reasons. They would be killed because of Hitler's commando edict, so they'd be killed as commandos. they would be killed as Jews, and they'd be killed as Germans. So when these men were selected, unlike the other commando units, they were given like seriously about 5 minutes to walk into a room, and they all had to come up with fake personas, because which is also why the book hadn't been written before, because the documentation was so top secret. So all of them had to walk into this room with their new commanding officer and come up with fake British-sounding Anglo names, which can I just say, as a researcher trying to look up the name John Smith on Google to see if there's any history, or going into an archive and saying John Smith, they went for the most sort of bland British names that they could. And then, so they had to all take on immediately these fake personas, that they were British, that they were not Jewish, that they were not German. All of them were told to come up with backstories about why did they possibly have a German accent, burn all their stuff. They all had fake mailboxes. Like, it was a very top secret program. And then when they're sent to do their training, which I can talk about, it got so deep in their ethos that they did transform. They transformed like to a man from like these Jewish intellectuals to these fierce warriors who ended up being force multipliers and tip of the spear when they started to do the landings at Normandy. But I can talk about that after the training.
Yeah. Just before we get to that real quick, though, because I do want to point out that your book is great because there's so many different levels and layers, and it brings so many different things together. And for me, reading this book, as much of a history, or as much of it is as a history of the Extroop, it's also a real great study in identity and what it's like to be Jewish and have to take on this identity. Can you talk a little bit about some of the struggles that they faced with that?
Oh, so I'll show you a picture of, so this ends up being the Extroop. You can see them with their bulldog. And so the men are selected. There's around 87 of them throughout the different iterations of it. They're all sent to Wales to train because their commanding officer was this incredible man named Brian Hilton Jones. He's a Welsh officer who knew multiple languages. And the training was in Wales because that's where he was from. So they tell these young men when they get to Wales, these guys, their heads spinning, like they can't believe they've been selected. They're so excited. They get to fight the Nazis. It's like their dreams. They're all 18, 19, 20 years old. They're sent to Wales and they're told, knock on some doors. We're going to give you fees for your monthly billet, and then we'll do the training here. And so they go basically door to door to find a new home. No one can know they're Jewish. Nobody can know their story. They can't even remember each other's fake names because they were all in the Pioneer Corps together, and they're all trying to, and some of them can't remember their own names because they're such bland names. It's incredibly confusing. The BBC, the one coverage of this, the BBC Wales did a radio show about it in the 90s, and they went to Welsh villagers, and they said to the Welsh villagers, look, you had all these guys show up. They're telling you that they want to stay with you. Did you not notice they had German accents? And the Welsh villagers said, yes, and they said, we are English. Like, they were all totally in this terribly strange state when they do the training. One of the men I focus on was Orthodox Jewish. Most of the men were not religious. They were culturally Jewish, but not religious. He had to get rid of all his orthodoxy, and he talked about it, and he said, look, when I was in the Pioneer Corps, I went up to another Orthodox guy in the Pioneer Corps, and I said, look, I'm not supposed to kill people. And the guy who was the rabbi said, it's a mitzvah to kill Nazis. So he was like, okay, I'm good. So all of them, to a man, felt that the British Army had given them this extraordinary opportunity to have arms and to train. And the gratitude that they felt was palpable, but the confusion about identity was like they didn't talk to each other about their past. After the war, many, if not most of them, kept their original names. And I think my feeling is that they actually did transform into those warriors when they were 19, and that's who they became for the rest of their lives, because they were given this extraordinary opportunity to save the world. That's how they saw it, and to save their families. So just briefly, their training in Wales was it was extraordinary because it was a full-on commando training, and Brian Hilton Jones decided he would give them the fiercest training of any of the commando units because he had dealt with DEAP, he knew about what the danger looked like, and he took it very seriously. So they did a whole lot of climbing of mountains, live ammunition. These guys, like I said, Jewish intellectuals, what's going on, head spinning. And they all said it got their confidence going, but then they were sending some of these men to Cambridge to do counterintelligence training as well, because the idea was that they had to be active both ways. And then the way he sort of finished the training was the Spartans, and he sent all of them to like the backwoods of Scotland without any money and said, you have to make your way to London, which is another great story. So then they stole motorcycles, one was arrested, but they all passed through the Sparta training, and then Brian Hilton Jones felt, okay, these boys are trained, and then they started to send them off to Operation Husky, Sicily. A few of them went there, but the majority go to the D-Day landings.
Yeah, and if I could just have you talk about Hilton Jones, because he is such an interesting character.
Right.
And if you could tell us about what kind of leader he was and how he was able to, as you said, transform these young men into warriors.
He was a fierce leader, and he was a hard leader, and he never complimented them, which they thought was fabulous, because if one day out of 50 days they got a compliment, it was worth everything to them. He took them very, very seriously, and he understood the value of having this type of commando unit. And they, it's interesting because when Ambrose wrote about the Band of Brothers, and I was working on this book, and some of them were interviewed for his Pegasus book. I was thinking that when you talk about a Band of Brothers, these guys, and Hilton as their father, in a sense, their whole families were being killed at this point. So they actually literally became a Band of Brothers. And after the war, I interviewed some of the survivors of all this. There was a couple who were still alive. One of them had never changed his name back. Nobody knew he was a Jewish commando. So I had to interview him top secret for one of the museums because he didn't want anyone to know about it. But he did to me what all the family members did, was he brought out the letter of recommendation Brian Hilton Jones had written for them after the war. And it was clearly the most valuable thing they had, because they had shown Brian Hilton Jones that they were actually these capable warriors. And he had trained them to do that, and they were so proud of him. And he did that. He transformed these men, and what ends up happening when we get to D-Day is the British military realizes, my God, these men are extraordinary. They're actually so valuable that, unlike other commando units who get to fight as a group, like the Poles, we can't do that because they're too valuable. We can't lose them all in one mission. So they end up, for the D-Day landings, which is another crazy part of the story, separating them into different existing commando units of the Royal Marines or the Army. And so like 3 days before the D-Day landings, these guys who've done no training with these other commando units are separated into a bunch of commando units to be like tip of the spear as they do the landing, because they have the training. The war for them is completely personal. Like one of the men, Peter Masters, said that when other people in our unit were drawing straws to see who got to stay back from the most dangerous missions, we were drawing straws to see who got to go on them, because they wanted to be there to capture and kill the enemy. So when they do the D-Day landings, they separate them. All of them get separated into different commando units. So they never get to go through that training with the members of the group that they're with. And that's sort of where it ends up, because Brian Hilton Jones just took this thing so seriously and trained them so deeply. And because they had the language skills as well to do it. Wait, this might be, yeah, that's Peter Masters, who I'll talk about, who was one of the commandos.
Yeah, so to jump ahead a little bit to D-Day, so get right sort of in the meat of this, but I'm always a fan of a book that not only sort of adds a little known story to a bigger story, but actually makes the case of, like, you can't understand this story without knowing this smaller, little-known section of it. So with your book, I think you do that very well.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit, with this crowd who knows a lot about D-Day, but what might they not know about D-Day that they could get from your book?
Okay, so I'll tell you three quick stories. One story is that in the days leading up to D-Day, Brian Hilton Jones and the others realized that these these men are so extraordinary that they're actually use them to gather intelligence before the D-Day landings. And one of the men that they send over is a Hungarian Jew named George Lane, who was actually on the Olympic Hungarian polo team, which is very cool. And then he joined the Commando unit. And the days before D-Day, they were getting intel that the Germans had a new type of explosive that would wreak havoc on the landing ships. So they sent George Lane to go do an intel gathering in a little dinghy boat. And he came back and he said, look, these are just standard teller mines. There's nothing unique about this. And the British military were like, no, I think that there's more to it. So he went 3 times, unlucky number. The 3rd time he was captured and he was brought to Rommel himself to have tea with Rommel, because Rommel, again, when I was writing this book, I was like, no, come on, are you kidding me? And I had to get so many source materials to see, oh my God, this actually happened. So he went and had tea with Rommel. And fortunately for George Lane, because of the whole Welsh accent thing, he thought, I'm going to pretend to have a Welsh accent with Rommel so he won't have a German accent. It actually worked. He got put in a POW camp, but when he was taken away from the chateau where Rommel was, where he interviewed him, he looked out the side of his blindfold and he got a visual memory of the chateau. And so when he's put in the prisoner of war camp, he shares the visual memory of it, and somebody recognizes it. And of course, we know what happens to Rommel. He gets bombed a few weeks later. So in the lead up, they're really crucial, these guys. So then for D-Day, what happens is, because now the military's decided they have to land with different commando units with Lord Lovett, who they were all obsessed with and thought was completely magical. Like when they landed and they had to touch Lovett because then they would survive the landings. They all land at Sword Beach. Some of them land, I'll talk about the bicycle troop in a second. Some of them land earlier. Some of them land later. One of the men I focus on a lot is a guy called Montford Gons, who becomes Fred Gray, great name, when he's a commando. And when he lands, havoc is being wreaked on Sword Beach, and most of the people who land with him are killed or become casualties immediately. And Manfred Gans just jumps into, he did exactly what these guys were supposed to do, jumps into action, and he says, I'm going to take care of the situation. He starts to yell, boys, get off the beach. And this is 41 Commando, Royal Marine Commando, boys, get off the beach. He tells the guys behind him, they're told to take sort of leadership control of these commando units. He runs up the beach, and he immediately comes upon 25 Germans with machine guns. And this was in the war diary. And Montford says to them in idiomatic German, which freaked them out because it's this British guy and he's speaking idiomatic German. Boys, where are the mines? Give up your weapons. The Germans give up their weapons and show them where the mines are. I swear to God, it's all true. And Manfred leads the rest of the guys off the beach. So this was very typical. Immediately take control of the situation, again, because the war was personal. Clock is ticking. Manfred Gans's parents are in Bergen-Belsen concentration. Like, he actually wrote in letters, the clock is ticking. I have to beat the Nazis to rescue my parents. And Peter Masters ends up landing with one of the most insane units in World War II, the bicycle troop of 6th Commando, of which people have not heard. He's in this picture. And as one of the bicycle troop members said, and you can see the bicycle, there's nothing that was crazier to land at D-Day with than a bicycle. And the idea with the bicycle troop, and they were not the bicycles we think of, they were these very heavy, awkward, like heavy bicycles. When you sit on them, your backpack makes the brakes go. They're just a complete nightmare. But the idea with the bicycle troop and the landing was that and Peter had been selected for the bicycle troop literally as they were going to Southampton Dock. Somebody said to him, do you ride a bike? We need an Extrooper. Nobody knew they were Extrooper. We need so all these guys had trained together. Peter had ridden his bike around Vienna. Okay, so he's put in the bicycle troop. They land at Sword Beach, and the idea, which is so cool, is that they're going to ride their bikes to Pegasus Bridge. Believe it or not, Pegasus Bridge comes into this. So they land, Lord Lovett's there, and it's actually historically true. that it's Peter Masters, this Jewish kid from Vienna on his awkward, heavy bike, who makes his way with the others in his group. At this point, they've ditched the bikes after a few hours, across Pegasus Bridge. It's completely crazy. And I read his archival material on all the letters he wrote to Lord Lovat after the movie The Longest Day, where Lord Lovat, who was wonderful, is walking across the bridge and the music's playing. And he's like, come on, Lord Lovat, can you not admit that perhaps we were there first? So they went across Pegasus Bridge, and it's actually Peter Masters, that guy I just showed you, along with another ex-trooper. Two of them were put into the bicycle troop, who, when Lord Lovat is hit by shrapnel, they save his life. It's them who saves his life, and it's Peter Masters who gets his walking stick. It's all just bananas stuff, but this is what happens with them once they land. They were on the fiercest mission. They knew that this mattered. The clock is ticking. They wanted to be these warriors. They were very young. They were highly intelligent and highly motivated. And it's the British military who, thank God, realizes we can use these guys for everything that matters. So they end up being sent to all of the major battles, right in the front of different commando units.
Yeah, I have a question, because this was really interesting for me. When I was reading this, you make a really interesting argument and point about a connection between Extroop members and an Enigma machine. Could you expand on that a little bit? Because let's not forget that.
That's another crazy story. Wow, so the first iteration of Extroop were sent, a bunch of them were sent to Dieppe. And a lot of stuff has come out recently over the last few years that Dieppe was actually a mission to find the Enigma machine. And so when I wrote this book, I thought, wow, it's very interesting. Why were they sending some of these German speakers to Dieppe? The 4 guys that they sent, 2 were casualties, 2 were captured. But the guy who I talked about, George Lane, who got captured and had tea with Rommel, was actually married to Miriam Rothschild. And Miriam Rothschild was at Bletchley Park at that point. And so there's a very strong possibility that the Dieppe story about the Enigma machine is true, because there was no other reason to have these guys go as German speakers. So they were told, apparently, because I read their after-action reports, after the war. So the guys who were captured were kept as prisoners of war. None of them broke rank. None of them told who they were. They were tortured. None of them said they were actually these Jews who were there. But afterwards, one of them sort of said in a kind of coded way that that's actually what they were being sent to do. Of course, it failed terribly. But the Dieppe was also very good preparation for Brian Hilton Jones, because he knew and Mountbatten knew that this had to be done much more carefully after this point.
Right. So to get back to sort of post D-Day, but can you talk a little bit about some of the experiences of members in the camps, in the POW camps? What did they face?
Right. So when the ones who were captured?
Yes. Sorry.
So the ones who were captured, we actually have very little information on them. I only found a little bit of information through combined operation. So I had to get all the material declassified to write this, which was actually easier than you think. It wasn't problematic to do most of it. And so what we know of the men who were captured in the prisoner of war camps was that none of them said who they were. All of them kept their fake personas. The 2 who were captured after Dieppe tried to escape multiple times and failed, and they were fiercely devoted again to getting back to the fight. That's all they wanted to do, was get back to the fight. Same with George Lane. He was in a different type of camp, but that kind of information is I have less of it, because it was such a big secret that none of them were allowed to talk about it till decades after the war. Yeah.
Okay. To build off of that, so sort of little side digression here, but can you explain the process of declassifying records? Because this seems like a pretty big undertaking.
It's actually with the British. So it's interesting. I'll talk about it later, but I've just completed a new book about Iwo Jima and Okinawa, about the combat nurses who served. There were tons of these extraordinary combat nurses who served at Iwo Jima and Okinawa. And it was really interesting to write that book and work with military archives here, with Marine archives and with Navy archives and with Army archives. But in the UK, I found in my experience, it's very much centralized there through sort of the National Archive. And so the system there of declassifies is actually very easy. It's more a question of locating where the material is, and then you go through the Official Secrets Act. I was able to get all the information I wanted except for the information on Miriam Rothschild. That was the only one I couldn't get. And there's a lot more information out there to get, but it's kind of coming out slowly since the war, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't want to give away all of the book, but I do want to get into, I think, another really great contribution, and that is what's the post-war story for some of these guys? Because we have the whole Liberation Pavilion here at the museum, and there's a lot of emphasis on the coming home story. So what does it mean for these guys to come home?
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you quickly about, so I just want to, because, I'll get to that, and I want to make sure I get. So this photo is at Walcheren when the Commando, two of the guys, Manfred Ganz, one I talked about earlier, went to land because they had to get Antwerp back, and the Germans had this island, and they landed as a commando unit. But the reason I like this picture so much, and it's so emblematic of the Extroop, was there's that famous Holocaust picture of the little Jewish boy whose hands are up with the Germans, with the machine guns. This is so great. So that's an Extrooper capturing the Germans. I just think it's such an exquisite photo, but I'll get to the post-war. This is Ian Harris in the front. He's doing the crossing of the Rhine in 1945, and he goes into a garrison in Osnabrück, and I swear to God, again, and they filmed this, he goes to the commanding officer and he asks to do a shooting competition with him, and if the guy loses, then he gives up, and he, of course, had a Tommy gun, so he won. So that's them surrendering. It was captured on the war footage captured it. And I probably shouldn't say this, I don't know if you can tell this, but these men were exquisitely handsome as well, and you can sort of see it with Ian Harris. But the big sort of story about like how this ends after the war, which I'll just talk about briefly, is Manfred Ganz, who I mentioned earlier, who's Orthodox Jewish. He gets rid of it. It's a mitzvah to beat the Nazis. And the whole time the war's going on, he's getting terrible reports about his parents who have been captured. They're put in Bergen-Belsen, and then he gets a letter from the Red Cross in the final days of the war that they've been moved to Theresienstadt concentration camp. And he writes a letter to his girlfriend. He says, I have to get my parents. And at this point, Manfred has been like, he's like a Superman in the war. Like he captures these radar stations after the D-Day landings. He's fearless, he's brilliant. He's like the best guy that they have in the unit. They keep offering him commissions, but none of these guys wanted to take commissions because then they would have to be pulled out of battle. So they gave him a field commission, which was very unusual. And in the final days of the war, Manfred hears his parents have been moved to Theresienstadt concentration camp in Czechoslovakia. And he goes to his commanding officer and he says, I need a Jeep and I need a driver. And the commanding officer's like, oh my God, his name is Fred Gray that he's used. Oh my God, Fred Gray like has done everything. Okay, war's almost over. Manfred Ganz takes the Jeep and takes the driver. In the final days of the war, it's incredible. And he wrote a diary of it that I found in the Holocaust Museum. And he drives through Europe in the last days of the war. He goes through his hometown where he was raised, where that's a whole nother story. And he makes his way to Theresienstadt concentration camp. He goes in, the Russians have just liberated it. Nobody has seen Brits, like it's all Russians. And they say, come on in, there's a typhoid epidemic. He goes to the central office in the concentration camp, and he says, look, this is the name of my parents. Are they here? And there's a girl there, and she goes through the rosters, because the German, of course, were very sadistically thorough in their record keeping. And she bursts into tears, and she says, your parents are here. They've survived the typhoid epidemic. And the book says it much more eloquently than I do because I put it into his words, which he kept his diary. He actually rescues his parents from the concentration camp. And he wasn't the only one. Another guy rescued his sister from Paris after it was liberated. They go and they find the remnants of their families. But because they're considered enemy aliens, they're not naturalized. So Brian Hilton-Jones and the others who know them fight fiercely to get them naturalized. All the commandos want them naturalized, but there's one bureaucrat in one office who won't naturalize these guys for whatever reason. So, but it ends up being quite important that they're not naturalized, because the British military, of course, says, who do we need for the denazification campaigns? Extroopers. So the Extroopers become the central force in denazifying. Some are sent to actually capture Nazis, with given guns, go capture the Nazis. Montfort is sent to interrogate, they do the interrogation, particularly him, of the most high-ranking Nazi officials, so he does the interrogations. Others compile material for the Nuremberg trials. But finally, in 1948, they're given their naturalization papers, and they're told, look, you're British citizens, you can do what you want. And it's at that point, some of them stay in the military, many leave, many of them emigrate to the United States after that. And of course, have these stellar careers once they do it. And to a man, every single one says, this was the most important thing I ever did, because they made such an important impact on the trajectory of the war, and they rescued family members too.
Right, yeah, when you say this was very personal for them,
right.
The war is very personal for everyone, but in this case, the fight against fascism and Hitler,
yes,
beginning to end.
And rescue family members.
Yes, yeah.
Where's my sister? I'm going to go find her. Yes.
Right. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. The other thing that you just mentioned, and it's a really neat connection between Claire's presentation earlier this morning, where she talked about some of the challenges with these women who served valiantly, and then how they were treated in Britain when the war was over. So saw some similarities there as well.
Yeah, I found it very interesting, their post-war lives, because it sort of, I think, marks out what was the difference to be Jewish in America versus Jewish in the UK. For those who stayed in the UK, they rarely told their kids they were Jewish. They kept the Commando name. They distanced themselves from everything pre-war. I interviewed one guy, son of a Commando, who's a Marine. We went to a pub in London, and I just interviewed him. We talked about all the stuff, and this really strong Marine guy, and he just burst into tears while I was sitting there, and I kind of didn't know what to do. And I said, what's going on? And he said, look, I never knew that my grandparents were killed in one of the ghettos during the war. It was very interesting to write the book, because the information in the book, a lot of them didn't have, but those who emigrated to the United States, like Montfort Gans and Peter Masters, were quite different about it. Here they felt they could be who they were. They didn't feel that kind of pressure. They did tell their kids about their Jewish backgrounds. They talked about their commando service. So there was a complete split difference. And I think it has to do with, post-war British Jews felt very much pressure. Don't talk about this stuff. You're British. You're not Jewish. But the American Jewish warriors, and we know they served in very high numbers in World War II, Jewish fighters, when they came to the United States, the vast majority of them felt, look, I can be exactly who I am here. I think it's a very good testament, actually, to what America did for these men post-war.
Yeah, so this is a story, I think this is the first book-length project on Extroop.
Yes.
So that is a little surprising, right? Because it seems like this should have been a book that everyone should know.
Right.
And we already talked a little bit about how dealing with the super secret nature of this was difficult to get at, but why do you think this story has not been told yet? Well, it has now, yes, it's been told, but before that?
I think a lot of the Extroopers were reticent to discuss it, and I think, as is typically the case, the children wanted to discuss it, so it was the children who started to dive into these stories. I think the nature of the fact that these men did not serve as a single unit, but were farmed out to different commando units, meant that the research of it was really unusual and unique. So the way I would write about Montfort, who was in 41 Commando, was I went to Kew Archives in the UK, and I went through all the war diaries of 41 Commando to try and see if this guy shows up inside. So each of them were in these different units. So it was like a mammoth project to try and locate where they were during the war. And I think, again, because most of the information was classified, that they all felt this internal sense that they had to be very quiet about the story as well. And again, it was their children who wanted to know the story. So when I went to different family archives, oh my God, the material was insane. I should say I told them to donate to World War II Museum because it's my favorite museum, but they had just insane stuff in people's like basements, the stuff that their dads had collected during the war.
Yeah.
So it was the dads were often quite reticent about it until they came to the United States. Those guys talked, and just locating all this stuff and all these different commando units was like I think a pretty big task too.
Yeah. So when we think about the legacy of Extroop and think about like the public memory, are there memorials, monuments to these men? Where do we have the book, but bigger, right? Sort of the public memory of this.
So the monument issue is very complicated because of sort of this British pressure after the war that they felt internally. So they did do a monument to the commandos in Aberdovi, which is where they trained. They decided that they would not say the word Jewish in it. So the whole troop is Jewish, and that's how they fought, but the commando memorial does not have the word Jewish in it. There's been this archivist fighting the good fight for 50 years to try and get the word Jewish put in it. So once the book came out, I started to get a lot of emails and contact from the children of commandos. We have a big email group that we're on. It's really spectacular now. And then we had different people reach out to us. So there's now a new memorial outside of Aberdovi that does talk about who these men really were, but it's a very slow process. I mean, those who were killed in battle are buried under crosses, and some of the families want them reinterred under Stars of David, some of them don't, because it's such a contentious thing in some of the families. So, but the British military is now using the story of Extroop as part of their training program, which is really important. So hopefully this is just the starting point of this story as well. Yeah.
So I do want to ask you about what you're working on next, but before that, I'll pretend to be your editor, and instead of saying you've written too much, I'm going to do the weird thing and say, here's 50,000 more words. Which member of the Extroop would you want to add more on? Who's your favorite member that you could just write on forever and ever?
So we aren't allowed to admit this, but I fell in love with 3 of them, to be quite honest. So. But I think Montfort Gans, this guy here, like the story and this reckoning of what he did of getting a Jeep and driving across war-torn Europe in the last days of the war, it's so heroic. And I just, when he was interviewed, he had a degenerative disease. So his interviews are a little bit hard to understand, though I have this very good archival material because he kept everything. But of all of them, I think that's the one I would want to sit down with and say, look, how did you do this thing? And also, just one other story about Montfort that was, I just think, so compelling. During the war, before the war, he was in love with this girl from his town of Borken, Germany, where the Nazis hit real hard, and he dealt with terrible discrimination when he was growing up. And his girlfriend, this girl named Anita Lamb, his family sent her overseas. She got to New York. And so during the war, there was all this pen pal efforts from the United States where American women would write to different men overseas, and he started to get these letters from a girl named Joan through the war, and through the secret mailboxes. They all had secret mailboxes, and of course you probably guessed where this is going, but Joan turned out to be Anita Lamb. So there's this whole other incredible love story that happens with Montfort Gans, and I became very close with his family, and so he's the one I think I'm most curious about because I want to know more about him.
All right, so and then what will be your next book? What are you working on now?
So I just got permission to use this archival picture, so I'm very excited about it because they couldn't find one with high resolution. So the new book is about, I just finished it like 2 days ago. It will be with Basic Books about the flight nurses. Again, this crazy, amazing story about all these women who were combat nurses in Iwo Jima and landed at Iwo Jima and got the boys out and saved thousands of lives. And then they went on to Okinawa and they were just thrown deep into the shit. And they were so heroic, and they were Midwestern, most of them, and they never traveled. And they're being sent into Iwo Jima, and they rescue thousands, and then they go to Okinawa. So the book is about Iwo Jima and Okinawa and these combat nurses, as well as Army nurses. I talk about the Army nurses in field hospitals, as well as those on the hospital ships and the kamikaze attacks. But it's kind of a similar story as Extroop, these fierce outsiders who were extraordinarily patriotic and wanted to rescue the world, basically. So
well, congratulations, and looking
Thank you.
forward to it. So I think now we can open it up to Q&A from all of y'all.
Well, thank you to Steph and Leah for a great conversation.
Thank you.
First question is going to be to your right, standing next to me.
I have to stand up? Great information, thank you. Given the training of these guys and their motivation, did any of them go to Palestine in '48? Did any of them fight in the war there during that time?
It's such a good question. So Montfort Gons, when he rescued his family and his brother, they ended up going to Palestine. Montfort ends up going to the United States. And I did a very deep dive to see if there was any connection between their training and what happens in Palestine and what ends up being the Israeli military and these Extroopers. And as far as I can tell, there's none whatsoever. All of them ended up either in the United States or in the UK or in Canada. It's a great question. I mean, that would have been extremely helpful if that had happened, but it didn't happen.
Next question is going to be to your left with Connie, please.
Probably like everybody in the room, we're all thinking, when is this going to become a movie? So I typed into Google, is Hollywood interested in Extroop? And the first sentence is, while there is no official announcement of a Hollywood film or TV adaptation of Extroop, the compelling true story, particularly as told in Leah Garrett's critically acclaimed book, has generated significant interest.
Wow, who knew?
So, will you please give us some good news?
Well, okay, I'm not supposed to talk about it, but this is such a small and intimate crowd. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Yes, it has actually been optioned and with a very big and important place. But I want to say that I think part of why I think this story is so important right now is that, look, there's always this thing with World War II and the Holocaust. The Jews did not fight enough. And then we get to the current days, well, the Jews are fighting too much. And so part of why I think this story is so important is that most of our World War II stories about Jews have to do with other people rescuing them, which was true and important. But this story is about these guys rescuing themselves, which is so fabulous. So yes, we'll see if anything happens with it, but yes, it has happened. Thank you for asking. Don't tell anyone, though. Top secret.
There was a hand over here. Yep, we're going to stay to your right, ladies.
Well, my first question was also about if any of these fellas immigrated to Israel.
Yeah, no.
My second observation is most of us know that we're faced with a tidal wave of anti-Semitism now, which is most unfortunate. But your book and others may help.
I hope so.
I'm curious if you've gotten any reaction along those lines.
I agree and hope it will help too. And I just, when you said that, I was thinking about my grandmother, Irene Klein. And when I was growing up, my grandmother was like this old school lady, and my grandfather, Abraham Klein, served in the medical corps in Europe with Patton's army. And I remember, my grandmother, Irene, you could say anything you want to Irene, but if you ever say anything against America, she would boom, because she was like, America rescued the Jews. That's how she saw it. And so part of why I wrote this book, part of why I wrote this previous book called Young Lions about Jewish American servicemen, is not only the sense that, of a great deal of gratitude towards the United States, but also this feeling like the Jews really put in the effort too, because they saw this war as personal. And so my hope too is that it gets out this idea of these warrior Jews fighting back and trying to save democracy as well. I mean, we'll see how much. We'll see, but that's sort of part of the backstory of why I wrote this. Yep.
I'm going to pass the microphone to Joe, but I'm a big fan of your first book. Who is your favorite author that you feature in Young Lions?
Oh, that's hard. So I write about Leon Uris, I write about Norman Mailer, I write about all of them, Joseph Heller. I write about Martha Gellhorn, who wrote a really good book. I still have a great deal of fondness for Catch-22. I love Catch-22. So again, you know, I didn't know that's where it would end after reading all their books and writing about their war service, but I have to say Joseph Heller.
Thank you. We're going to stay to your right.
You mentioned there were 87 Jews picked for combat.
Yeah.
Did they all survive the war? Or
No.
how many of them were killed or became
Yeah.
casualties? Do you have those information?
Yeah, I do from a lot of different sources. Their casualty rates were incredibly high because they kept offering to do the most dangerous stuff. And I should say this, that during D-Day, they kept going behind enemy lines during D-Day. There's this war diary about Manfred Gans, and they say, like, it was super weird that, like, last night Manfred Gans decided to disappear and go behind enemy lines, and we never thought he'd come back. And then they were like, and then he just strolled back into camp the next day. But most of them were not so fortunate, and their casualty rates were about, out of the 87, about 28 were casualties. So it's quite high.
To your left with Connie, towards the back.
I so enjoyed your presentation and particularly enjoyed your devotion to the footnotes and the documentation and proving that these things really happen.
Yeah.
It put me in mind, I believe it was General Eisenhower touring the concentration camps and his devotion to documenting those things and
Yeah.
proving that they happen. Can you talk a little bit about, in this resurgence of anti-Semitism that we're seeing, how people like you can take that documentation and use it to combat that?
It's very difficult. I kind of am devoting my life to it right now. I mean, I'm actually doing a lawsuit against CUNY for anti-Semitism. I'm one of the professors taking on, thank you. Unfortunately, if you Google me, that's going to come up. So don't Google me. But I decided that it was time, in my opinion, enough students were fighting back. So, some of us faculty need to start fighting back, and there's only a few of us doing so. So that's been moving its way through to try and change this culture on the ground. It's actually, you know, when I wrote the nurses book, to be quite honest, doing the kind of research I do on World War II has been the most phenomenally rewarding way not to be in that space, to go into a different space. And part of when I wrote the nurses book about World War II, I was very conscientious about was trying to transmit to the reader the level of patriotism these women felt, that they didn't question it. There was nothing questionable about their patriotism, that it was the force that compelled them to do everything. So not intending it to be, but it's like a real throwback, and so is the Extroop, to sort of old notions of service and dedication and what it means to be a warrior and to care about these things. So for me, it's like a bifurcation that happens. I do all my research here, and then I try and I told one of the Extroop kids, I told Manfred Gans' son, actually, like, his dad was such a hero to me that means I can do a lawsuit here because that's so small compared to what he had to do, if that makes sense. So it's like two spaces for me now. But the space of fighting back is compelled by the space of my work on World War II, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't be able to fight back the way I do, but for doing such deep dives into the culture of these men and women who fought and gave up everything, you know, so.
Next question is going to be to your right, towards the front.
Thank you very much, very interesting. I have two questions, if I may. You mentioned Pegasus Bridge and them arriving on bicycles or two-wheel vehicles of some sort. Pegasus Bridge is a very popular spot for the tours through the museum.
Right.
I was just there 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And I wanted to know, when did they arrive compared to when the gliders arrived? And my other question is, are there other venues where these commandos fought that appear in some of the tours so we can ding, 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 okay, we can relate
Oh, right,
to this.
okay. Yeah, so they arrived after the gliders and literally like right before the other commandos. So they were leading the way of the commandos. In terms of other venues, the major battles that they fought in was a handful that were in Sicily and did really crucial stuff there. But the majority of them were Sword Beach, D-Day, and the going through France. The Rhine crossings, like Ian Harris, the guy with who was leading the garrison, he ends up like fighting Hitlerjugend after the Rhine crossing and does phenomenal work there. So the Rhine crossing and then Walcheren, those were the three main places that they were in battle. Yeah, those are the places.
And I would strongly encourage you and anyone to speak to any one of our expert battlefield guides that I see all sitting clumped together. Raise your hands, guys. Who lead all of our tours overseas. So at the reception, pick their brains a little more on it, and then go book a tour at our travel table. Next question is going to be to your right here.
So one of my absolute favorite things about history is when I can learn something new about something that I think that you can't possibly learn something new about this. Like how is there possibly new information we don't know about D-Day or things like that? So I love this topic.
Thank you.
But I'm interested in if you can kind of compare and contrast the reception of this book in the United States versus the United Kingdom, since this is United Kingdom history.
Oh, that's such a good question. Okay, so it's crazy. The book came out in the UK with Penguin, and it became a bestseller because the Daily Mail, of all things, thank you, Daily Mail, decided to serialize it. So it got serialized in the UK because, again, like everyone there rightfully so is obsessed with World War II history. No one had heard about this before. And the Daily Mail had covered George Lane and the Rommel thing previously, but they hadn't had any stories. So it did very well in the UK. It was BBC, all this kind of stuff. Here it's actually done really well as well, if I may say so, but mostly because I introduced it in the United States through the World War II Museum. Again, thank you, Jeremy. The World War II Museum has been such a huge cheerleader for me, same with the new book. And then there's this special thing that happens with the Jewish Book Council where you can do a tour where you talk about your book, and people were super interested in it, sort of Jewish American history. So it ended up having a very big reception there too. So thank God for these book clubs and these book groups, and for the World War II Museum, because that kind of kicked the whole thing off here for me.
I'd love to end it on that, but we have a few more questions. We're going to stay to your right, ladies.
Thank you so much for your wonderful panel. I've got a very simple, maybe naive question. Are any of them still alive?
It's a really good question. When I wrote the book, there were 3 of the men who were still alive. I flew to California, I interviewed one of them who I had to use a pseudonym in the book because he's never told anyone who he was, so I interviewed him. I interviewed another guy who served in Sicily, who was quite injured in Sicily, Paul Streeton, who became a famous economics professor at MIT, so I interviewed him. There was a third, and they both passed away as I wrote the book. There was a third guy who was in an old age home in Canada, and unfortunately he died about 2 weeks ago. So as far as I know, there are no people alive, but you never know, you just never know because it was so top secret. But the very sort of most beautiful thing that has come out, there's been many beautiful things. One of the things was that one of the men who was interred under his fake name, they did a sort of reintern with a full military funeral recently for one of the men. So there's been all this great stuff that's come out of it, but all the families have started to connect with have been connecting with each other since this book came out. And we just added someone new to the list a couple days ago who contacted me and said my dad was in the Extroop, had never heard of him before. But as far as I know, I don't think there's any who are still alive, unfortunately.
We're going to go to the very front row to your left, ladies.
I would think a very logical application for these men would be in intelligence gathering, interrogating German POWs and then infiltrating across enemy lines and so forth. Was that an extensive application of these men?
100%, 100%. So particularly with the Rhine crossings and actually with all the campaigns that they were involved in, they really did live out this strange mission that they were given, which hadn't happened before, of being dually trained in counterintelligence and as commandos. So it actually happened over and over again throughout the war, that in the heat of battle, these men would capture the enemy and interrogate them right then and there to find out, like, where's the machine gun nest? Where are all these things happening? So I haven't really talked about it, but part of what I argue about what made them so crucial to the war effort was that they could capture the men and then interrogate them in the battle sites. So they were crucial in all of those places throughout World War II. After the war, though, you'd probably think they would want to continue in working in counterintelligence. And what was really interesting about the men is, look, they all had these rich lives before the war, and like Montfort wanted to be a chemist. It's sort of like their lives went to this place, and then after the war they went back to the place. So Montfort wanted to be a chemist. He comes to the United States. He goes to MIT and becomes a chemist. Peter Master, the bicycle troupe guy, wants to be an artist before the war. After the war, he gets the first Fulbright, goes to Yale, becomes an artist. So it was sort of like once they got their naturalization in 1948 and the denazification efforts were basically over that they were asked to do, all of them returned to the pre-war lives that they wanted to live, if that makes sense. But they were crucial in terms, and for the Nuremberg trials and the interrogations of the high-ranking Nazis, it was Montfort, Gans, and others who were doing the interrogations.
Next question's with Connie, to your left.
One of the things that's very difficult for someone to do is to create a cover story and stick with it. How did these guys practice to become a person that they really weren't?
Well, via English. I mean, like, they were thrown right into it. They walked into Brian Hilton Jones's office as Montfort Gans. He walks out as Fred Gray. He has a backstory. And like I said, they kept forgetting their backstory and they kept forgetting their names and each other's names. But the stakes were so high that I think that they trained in Wales for over a year together. And I think it was doing all the trainings with Brian Hilton Jones. They had to live with these Welsh families, which was very interesting and bizarre to them, with the food and the accents and the young women who they date. Like, all of it was super exciting, strange, sad, because the Holocaust is going on at this point and what's happening to their family. But I think that year of time, I do believe they transformed into those men through that, doing the weapons training, going on the Spartan missions, all the stuff that they had to do. By the time they hit the year and they're starting to do the D-Day landings, I think they truly had become those men. And they never talked about how hard it was after the D-Day landings. It was only during the training that they kept forgetting what they were supposed to do.
Last question's going to go to Connie in the center, please.
I am so excited to hear that someone has written about the nurses. Can you tell me when that book will be out and how we can get it?
Thank you. I was so excited to write that book because these women, oh my God. John McManus is here, and I was talking with him yesterday. He's been a very major mentor to me about how exciting and awful it was to get to write about the Pacific campaign, because my great uncles all served in the Pacific, so I was intrigued by the Pacific. And so when I did the deep dive and found out about these nurses who were at Iwo Jima, I couldn't believe it that there hadn't been a book about these women, and same with Okinawa. So that's coming out next fall with Basic Books, which is a big imprint with Hachette, and it's coming out in the UK as well. And hopefully, Jeremy, I will be back at the World War II Museum to talk. Jeremy? Can I just say one last thing about the nurses, why I couldn't have written this without the World War II Museum? Stephen Ambrose, right before he died, realized that these nurses were so important, and he went and interviewed a bunch of the nurses, and working with the World War II Museum when I wanted to tell the story, I found the old audio files of Stephen Ambrose with these women that had not come to light. So that book came out because, I have to say, because of the work Stephen Ambrose did, laying it there. Unfortunately, he passed away. And then I started to go into the audio material, got in touch with all their families, worked with the Navy and the Army archivists, and found this incredibly rich and important story, which will come out next fall. And thank you to Stephen Ambrose, because he recognized this and did these incredible interviews of these women decades ago that I use as much as of my material.
Round of applause for Leah Garrett and Steph Hennerschutz.
Thank you.
And there is no quid pro quo, but I kind of feel like we have to invite you now.
There you go.
No, thank you, ladies, very much for wrapping up what's been a very rich day. Thanks to those of you in the audience for your questions. Before everyone starts getting up, I see you two. Tonight we have our reception that officially kicks off the conference proper at 4:30 right outside. Leah and Steph will both be outside signing. I'm going to be your best friend, then your worst enemy. You get to keep your stuff here for now. Tonight, you will take it with you. But you can save your seats for tonight's opening presentation. Please know you will have about 100 of your closest friends taking all those seats that have been open next to you throughout the day. So those who have been cold today are about to get warmer tonight. The reception is from 4:30 to 6:30, just right outside in the pre-function area. And a couple programming notes, as I've mentioned a few times, tonight's evening with James Holland is tonight's evening with John McManus, which Leah gave a nice shout out to. We still have a few spots left for that if you want to go see it at the info desk. Also, I neglected to include in the program that we have breakfast at 6:30 tomorrow in the book signing area. So 6:30 tomorrow morning, and Mike Bell may remind everybody tonight in his closing remarks. So to wrap up today, let's give a round of applause, not just to Steph and Leah, but to all of the wonderful speakers. Thank you very much, and see you at 6.